So they got that stuff up here, it comes up on the screen, green things go here. By 4 o'clock this afternoon, and all that stuff. You know how that goes. As long as you're pretty, you can do weather. No, you have to have a degree probably in something. Criminal justice, that'd work. Maybe not. But most of those people are trained meteorologists, licensed by NHRA. So we'll have to make adjustments should that happen. So we're just a couple of minutes away from calling cars to the lanes, and it'll be pro cars. We're on standby right now. D3 TV's on the air, streaming live on d3tv.com. Is that what it is, Warren? Oh, the division website. Oh, it's live on, live on YouTube. Live on YouTube. Okay, so Rod, remember that. Sound actually goes on the D3 TV also. So that should add one other. I got to be really careful what I say. Check mark on your list of things to do and not to do. But it is that there is a delay. I think Warren puts that in. So if he's got that, what do they call it? A cough button, sneeze button, the dump button. Now he actually doesn't have that.
Yes, there's the small.
So we are streaming live, D3 TV, up and at 'em bright and early this morning. I know a couple of times we've actually Well, Mike Coyle used to be an air flight controller, traffic controller, at different places around the country. Sort of like one step ahead of the law sometimes, or for promotions and things like that. So he was just explaining to us why you don't eat a full lunch before you ride in an F-16, doing an unrestricted climb and a level out at 20,000 feet. Otherwise, you get to see what you had for lunch all over again. Whee! Pro cars, you're first down the track, lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, west side. 15, 16, 17, 18, east side. We are now 11 minutes away from sending cars down track. Get them up now. Head to the staging lanes, and we'll see you headed down the track. We're spraying the track right now, so you know we are ready. Bring them up, race drivers. Well, a pretty day here at Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis. Well, sort of pretty. Apparently last night was pretty. Nice picture of the moon up there that they took early last night. What's it called? A harvest moon, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, the harvesting season. No, it has something else to do with it, but I'm not sure. We'll look that up and get back to you. We'll ask Warren because he's got 18 computers over here that he runs D3 TV. Oh, we can drive races at night and harvest the winnings. That must be it. That must be it. Well, some announcer training going on here in the tower. Rod Squire is here for the first time at the bracket final. New Track Announcer Guild member. By the way, we Track Announcer Guild members donate our time. I was going to say talent. Okay, we got talent because we got talent. How about you?
I got all kinds of talent.
All kinds of talent. We can read the screens, yeah. Tell everybody what's going on, and that's what it's all about. And as Rod and I were talking a little bit earlier, we don't want to hurt anybody. We don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but we don't want to hurt anybody either. So you probably won't hear everything we say because there might be a car starting up right next to you when you're back in the pit area. Hang on a second. We've got to find out something for Mike. .9 on the FM dial, and you'll be able to hear everything that we say.
Just remind them not to panic in the dead spots. There seems to be some new ones with that new big building and these aluminum stands.
So there are some dead spots, and if you get a dead spot where you're driving around, we know it's there, okay? We got the got the new top eliminator club, which really looks good from the outside. Didn't get a chance to get in because, sir, you don't. Mike Goyle hasn't seen the inside yet, and he built it. No, he didn't build it, but he could have. So 87.9 FM in the tow vehicles or whatever else you have. Everybody's got a trailer radio, I'm sure. Sometimes, Rod, remember those street cars would have an FM radio in the car, so they dial it into 87.9. So that's why during eliminations we don't say anything about reaction times. They go, whoa, man, I got him covered.
Yeah, that's a fact.
One of the guys in the final last week, I called it the Monte Carlo.
Well, we got a couple of cars down the staging lanes. Thank you, but then we're going to need a few more because, well, we got a few more. Pro cars on the west side lanes 1, 2, 3, 4. Pro cars on the east side lanes 15, 16, 17, and 18. 87.9 the FM dial to hear PA announcements. We are doing final spraying right here on the track, and we're going to be pulling those cars up to the ready line in just a little minute, a couple of minutes rather, right after we have the invocation by Reverend Larry. No, that's not right now. That'll be later on. Later on. Well, I've been informed by the division director, Mr. Jay Hullinger, that we have 8 cars in the staging lane. So if that's all the pro cars we have right now, this is session number 1. There's only 2 planned for the day. We're not going to make, you don't have to run both sessions, do you, Larry? Heavens, no, you don't have to. But it's a good idea to do that. So, Mike, how do we get them up here?
Now we're going to go to the next level of how do you wake racers up to get their butts to the lanes? Well, when you hear the first 8 cars in your class going down the track, guess what? You've started the weekend way late. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the west side. Lanes 15, 16, 17, and 18 on the east side. Now, get in them, push them, start them, tow them, bring them to the lanes.
Because when we're done with those pro cars in the lanes, we're going to call SuperPro. So bring them on down, race drivers. Lots of you were already here yesterday. Like, I'm assuming that Bill Spoor was here yesterday with his little Falcon. So bring them on down, get suited up, make sure the helmet's with you and things like that. We are ready to go. I mean, like right now. Bring them on down, race drivers. Thank you. Where'd you see numbers up there? 022 with a negative and 06, whatever it was. Those are negative. Those are red light starts. Numbers on the scoreboards. Reaction time, 003, 006. Whoa, baby. 653 at 105. Right side 762 at a 903. One of Nick Agresta's buddies left side. That narrows it down to about 2,000 people.
Well,
As Nick Agresta is a Mopar. In this case, out of Terre Haute, Indiana, Doug Smith running for Crossroads Dragway. And from Kilcare in the right lane with that little old 84 Dodge Charger. From Springfield, Ohio, this is Bob Johnson. Out of the water box. Headed up to the starting line. Pro cars, Super Pro cars will run 8th mile. Because that way, we can get done in half the time, sort of. Second for Bob Johnson. 001 on the negative side. 022 for Doug. He'll run 704 at 96 miles per hour. 660 in the right lane. 102 for Bob Johnson. And while we'll display reaction times and also talk about them during time trials, we do not do that during eliminations. Don't want anybody listening on the old FM 87.9 and picking up perhaps a whole shot or perhaps I'm way late kind of thing. Harry Ebersol left side out of Terre Haute, Indiana. That dart running for Crossroads and Kilcare again in the right lane. Harley Denson from Harvey. Identical reaction times. Harry left side of 642, 106 miles per hour. Chevrolet side of the track for Harley Denton, a pass of 733 and 94. And that'll bring up another Falcon here. Mike Larache from Crawfordsville, Indiana. Right over there, mile mark 32 or 30, no, 32 it is over there on 74. That's a 66 Falcon with a 408 Ford for power. Andrew Seller in the right lane from Orleans, Michigan. Running for Mid-Michigan Motorcycle 27 Roasted. Red for Mike. Green for Andrew. Andrew 601, speed of 112, left side 658, 103 for Mike. More pro cars to the lanes. 1, 2, 3, 4 west, 15 through 18 east. Bring them on down. You don't want to miss this first session. Here's Luke Sexton coming up now from Bloomington, Indiana. Luke's over there in that Camaro, little blue car, 79 model. His opponent this time, Tony Lyons from Ashcombe, Illinois. Hey, a Ford Pro. Hey, a 302. Make nice little race cars there. And across the finish line for Luke, 668, 102 to a 723 at 94 miles per hour. Pair of Chevrolets coming up now. Jason Preston left and Rick Covey in the right lane. Covey from Bedford, Indiana, 71 Nova. 385. It used to be a 383, then it just wore out a little bit. Bore opened up a little bit. Something like that. Jason Preston, left side from Six Lakes, Michigan. 68 Camaro in Mid-Michigan Motorplex.
You know what he did? He's one of those sticklers for detail. What's 30 overs and 382.
So for Jason and Rick, a couple of red lights back here. 664 for Jason, 103 miles an hour. 687 and 97 right side for Rick Covey. And that'll bring up the Jeffrey running for National Trail, and John will get there first with the Camaro. 668, 102 to a 714 and 94. Right side for Buddy. Here's a Nova. That's Dan Stidham coming up now. A little Nova racing for Edgewater Sports Park in hometown of Carlisle, Ohio. Left side from Dietrich, Illinois. 68 Dodge start. Dodge Power 496 left side. That'll be 658, 102 for Kelly. And 7 to 108. Another Mopar coming up down the right lane. Check this out. Dan Roush, the driver from Ferguson, Missouri. That'll be a 71 Dodge Challenger. Nice looking race car from Gateway Motorsports Park. And from Edgewater Sports Park, left side, that'll be Brian Lewis from Cincinnati, the Queen City.
I've heard of Ferguson, Missouri before, haven't I? I don't know.
For Brian Lewis, a 628, a 109, 633, 106 for Dan in the right lane. And Hanks over there from Union, Missouri in Gateway Motorsports Park. That 76 Camaro matched up with that 66 Chevelle in the right lane, 390 cubic inches. St. Charles, Missouri, the hometown. Out there just west of St. Louis. Lloyd Jennings, the driver. So it's Gateway. Guys probably race each other all year long, gathering points, and here they are. Ray Skillman side, Mike Shanks. Chevrolet side, Lloyd Jennings. Pro Cars lane 4 west, 15 through 18 on the east. Bring them on down. This is session number 1. We're only going to do 2 today, maybe. Left side for Mike, 652 at 103 miles per hour. Lloyd right side, 663 at 100. Here's a little Pontiac action, a little Nova action. Nova left side, that's Dustin Brenton from Rosedale, Indiana. Crossroads Dragway, the home track. And from Bunker Hill, that's Kim Sparks. Kim's from Cutler, Indiana. Pretty sure that I've never driven through Cutler. Hitchhiked through, rode the bus through, flowing into Cutler. Might have and just didn't notice it. Kim's ready. Dustin's ready. Green's there. Team reaction times 073 and 005 for Dustin. There's the finish line, 8th mile away. 618 right side for Kim, 110 miles an hour. 661.02 left side for Dustin. That'll bring up another Ford Falcon. 3 Ford Falcons here already in pro bracket. Huh. Bob Westoff, the driver out of Marthasville, Missouri. 460 in that 60 Falcon. Gateway's the home track for Bob. In the right lane, Jim Laughlin. Jim from Albany, Wisconsin, and Byron Dragway. The home of that big wheel standing event. Hang 'em high, drop 'em down, tear 'em up kind of thing. Crowd loves it. Crowd goes wild. Well, there's a pair of red lights. You got to push them every once in a while. Get it out of your system. Bob, left side 660, 103, 673 at 100. Right side for Jim. Here's John Hunt, left side from Route 66, and that is a 66 Chevy 2. Right side, Jared Patterson. Patterson out of Ray, Ohio. 79 Camaro running for National Trail Raceway. Out there on National Trail. What do you think they're going with that? Way before they had numbers, it was National Trail. 581, 117 for John. Jared, what did I say? 581, 117. 641, 106 right side for Patterson. Want to get carried away here with numbers. We're back to racing here. At least time trial. James Overland up next to take on Brian Graham over here on the Chevrolet side. He is from Rudolph, Ohio. 74 Duster. 96 Avenger left side for James Overland. Running, see reaction times on the scoreboard. You can pick those out as well as I can. 15 and 44. Brian Graham 666 at 102 with 737, 92 miles per hour left side for James. The wagon, a little racier looking wagon this time. This is Stephen Cull from Wayne, Michigan. 64 Chevelle. I'll take Stephen's word for it. You can see the front end, little Chevrolet 406 out of Milan Dragway. And Steve Little, left side from Eva, Ohio. National Trail, the home track there. 67 Camaro. That race car's been a race car for 30 years. For Stephen, 613, speed of 113 miles an hour. 656, 103. Right side for Stephen in the right lane. And here's the next pair. From Route 66 in the right lane, that is a 65 Chevy 2. Based out of Newark, Illinois, the driver, Bill Ingram. Beside him, Tyler Richardson from St. Louis. Gateway Motorsports Park, another 67 Camaro. This one a big block, 427. The 67s come with the big block. Let me look it up. Oh man, the internet is slow this morning. You all know the answer to that, right? Yep. Down track the Camaro, 636 at 106, 673 in the right lane, speed of 103 for Bill Ingram. The station wagon. And this is Christy Yielding from Humboldt, Illinois. Her opponent in this time trial session number 1 for pro cars would be Keith Anderson from Paducah, Kentucky. 1980 Malibu, a little 523 Chevrolet action there. 523. Christie's 83 Malibu wagon's got a little 358 out of Coles County Dragway, USA. Keith Anderson from Beacon Dragway. Down there in Paducah, Kentucky. Wagon, 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 wagon. All over the place. Oh, the Malibu off and running. That'll be Keith. Finish line, 582 at 116 miles per hour. Right side for Christie. 802, speed of 85. Ranks right up with the junior dragsters, doesn't it? Saw some junior dragsters last weekend. Both cars on the starting line dialed 790. I mean, they were older youngsters. And in the final, Junior dragster driver, 7.90 on a 7.90. Wow. Here's Harry Boring, left side from Greenfield, Indiana. Left side, Ray Skillman Lane, right side, Chevrolet side out of Humboldt, Illinois. This is Rob Fisher. Little rake to that wagon, huh? And the lowering blocks. At the finish line for Harry, left side 714 to 97, 749, 84 miles per hour for Rob Fisher in the right lane with the wagon. I think wagons are cool. I don't have one anymore, but I think they're cool. Mom and Dad had 1, 2, 3 station wagons. Of course, there were 14 kids in our family. Now only 5. Kyle Hall up next out of Ridgeville, Indiana. He's over left side, Ray Skillman side, Jerry Cooley in the right lane from Hartford City, Indiana. 87 Cutlass, 455 Oldsmobile power. Off and running. Easy launch off the starting line for the Olds. Right side for Jeremy, 7 flat at 98 MPHs. And for Kyle Hall, 757 to 92. More Chevrolets. Here's the 81 Camaro left side. That is Kevin Corzine from Robertsville, Missouri. Running for Gateway Motorsports Park. And from Bunker Hill drag strip, this is Mike Pyle from Silver Lake, Indiana. 66 Chevelle. 461. Could you get a big block in the Chevelle in 66? Yep. Could you get one in 65? Yep. Very late in the production run, 396. Special trim on the outside identified that one. And therefore, Kevin, a 591 pass at 116. 689 to 97 on the left side for Mike Pyle. And that'll bring up another Mopar, 78 Aspen. Car that Bob Fry always aspired to move up to. Stuart Galloway left side from Milford, Illinois, 85 Monte Carlo. See a lot more new cars coming out now with the almost black or black wheels. Because that makes them look polished chrome, stuff like that. I think it looks cool. 623, 109 left side for Stewart, for Jeff in the right lane. A 783, speed of 88 miles per hour. Another wagon. They're all over the place here. We used to call them grocery getters. Now they're called trophy getters. Stuart Galloway left, Jeff Ronan right side of the track. Last weekend up at Earlville in the final Lucas race in Division 5 for the season, one pair of cars came up. In the right lane was Lawrence line, left side was Maxine line. Husband, wife, and their kids are like, oh yeah, Jason line. So, I mean, that was a cool race. Lawrence had a 64 Chevelle wagon that was absolutely straight. Just like a show car. In stock. Dan Fletcher in stock. Whoa. It was like Photographer City. Ronnie Cunningham left side, 707 to 95 to a 750 for Levi French in the right lane. 90 miles per hour. Now, there is a Charger. There's a Charger. That's how they're supposed to look. No 4 doors. No cars with those romping, stomping 135 cubic inch 4-cylinder. That's how they're supposed to look. Pat Thomas has one of those out of Martinsville, Indiana, and Lions Raceway Park. And this one has the ever popular 426. I'm assuming Hemi. Why else would you have one? Sam Zahn in the right lane from Champaign, Illinois. Home of the Fighting Illini. We'll see how they do this year. 79 Cutlass, little Chevrolet 383. Two-step here in the tower. Pat Thomas, Sam Zahn for Sam. 744 at 91 miles per hour, 685 at 98 left side for Pat Thomas. And the first big-time sponsor we've seen on a car, Sam Pierce Chevrolet. Downtown Daleville, Indiana. Stop by and see us. Muncie Dragway, the home track. Larry Wright's the driver, and by the way, he is in the Sunoco Race of Champions. That's donated. That's denoted on our screen here. And we'll see Larry this afternoon, trying to go into the final round, beat them all up, go home with all the trophy stuff. Travis Booth in the right lane. Travis out of Indiana. Travis has been around here a long time, even though he's only 24. 356 Ford power in the 90 Mustang. Staging up carefully. Final call pro cars. Final car pro cars to the lanes, please. Who's got the better reaction time? Well, it wasn't Ellis Booth or Travis Booth. And that'll be a 6.99 for Larry at 97 miles per hour, 7.25 at 92 in the right lane for Travis. Just getting warmed up, so to speak. Another little Mustang coming up here. 79 mile. Kurt Rouse is the driver from Hamilton, Ohio. Beside him is Ricky Driscoll from Fancy Farm, Kentucky. When Warren retires for good and not doing all this other stuff, he's going to move down there to Fancy Farm and he'll have all the scallops on the barn. White paint, pink paint, blue paint, red paint, yellow paint. Sell tomatoes out in front in August and pumpkins in September and October. That's his goal. Maybe not. Andy Driscoll, Beacon Dragway, left side. Kurt Rouse in the right lane from Edgewater Sports Park. Just jumped off the starting line compared to Ricky. And there's a 694, 98 miles per hour for Kurt, left side for Ricky. Pass of 856 at 80. There's a 76 Nova left side that is Conquest. You ever see one of those before on the street? I don't think I ever did. 656 for Jerry, 105, 680, 98 miles per hour left side for Dustin. Here's another Mustang. This is Todd Hall from Logan, Ohio, 460 Ford power. Earned all his points this year at National Trail Raceway. And beside him, Brian Workman. Brian's running for Summit Motorsports Park and makes his home in Willard, Ohio. 72 Nova, 421 Chevrolet. Black wheels, makes them look faster. Maybe. Ready, ready, ready? Not quite. Now we are. Brian and John. Red line for Brian. Get that out of his system now, because that was a 22 red. For Todd Hall, right side of 621 at 110, left side 666 at 102 for Brian. And here's Hoyt Johnson. Not to be confused with Hoyt Axton. That's another Mustang, 357 Ford power. He's from Heath, Ohio. And Ron Johnson, right side from Newark, Ohio. National Trail right, Pacemakers left. First Pacemakers car we've seen this morning. It's a pair of Mustangs, 10 years apart. Just goes to show you they didn't change a whole lot in those 10 years. Right? Nice little wheel stand over there for White. Pulled the wheels up and got him an 003 red light. He'll run 643 at a speed of 104, left side of the track, and over the right lane, 711. 95 miles per hour for Ron Johnson. Hey, two pickup trucks. Two little standard bed pickup trucks. Michael Willie in the right lane from Westlake, Ohio. 82 S10 from Summit Motorsports Park. Over here in the left lane, we don't have all the cards in yet. We apologize for that. Carolyn only has 10 fingers, 2 hands, a stack of cards that's about 14 inches high. So we don't have them all. We'll get them though. More information on that driver. Mike has got a red light. Sure, tell everybody about that. And that's a 668 right side for Michael, 103 left side, 653 for the red pickup, 103 another S10. And here's another S10. That's Taylor Young up now to South Amherst, Ohio. That'd be a little 383 small block from Summit Motorsports Park. And again, from Pacemakers in the right lane, that's Greg Held. Next, he's home in Pataskala, Ohio. 68 Camaro, 406 Chevrolet. Taylor Young left before the third amber, LB3A. Still gets the time, 698, 104, 662 at 103. How can you not get anything on your time ticket? Leave before the tree was activated. You get nothing, because that means timing system is not ready. And besides that, it's like a safety issue, too. Leave before the third amber. The starter could have been running over going, stop, 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 stop. You get a pool of oil into your car about 10 feet in diameter. So stop, stop, stop. Sometimes a safety issue. So here's Lee Newmeyer and Joe Held. Pretty racy there, 355 small block. Newmeyer with the Ranger. Chevrolet power there, 649, 105 miles per hour, 709 at 95 miles per hour in the right lane. Here's Chuck Lewis, 1970 Duster. 1970 Duster 440, from Adrian, Michigan to Milan Dragway. And out of Carthage, Tennessee, the first person from Tennessee here this morning. 73 Vega, 377 small block, running for Beach Bend Raceway Park. That would be Chris Blair. Not the former Division 6 director. Pretty sure. And for the Duster, that'll be a 571, 121 miles per hour. Right side for Chuck or Chris. Left side, 645 at 106. Here's a Camaro. Here's a Camaro. He says again because there's 2 of them up here. Chad Isley in the right lane from Charleston, Illinois. Chad is one of those guys who can drive motorcycles, drive cars, drive trucks, and is good at it. Left side, David Wiggum from Mooresville, Indiana. 86 Camaro, Lucas Oil Raceway, right here at the home track, and that's the first car we've seen from LORI. That'll be a red line for Chad by 8 thousandths of a second. Timer stop right there, 621 at 111. Left side for David, 650 at 105 miles per hour. Hey, another big sponsor, Discount Tire. Dustin Loyens out of Walled Lake, Michigan. And Milan Dragway. That Firebird matched up this time with the 67 Camaro, Tom Harlan from Mattoon, Illinois. Tommy the Hitman Harlan. Go. Tommy the Hitman. I'm thinking that was an old timeout there. Give that a roll forward before the tree was activated. So, Hitman, 705 and 98 miles per hour. So that means he's really good, like with a gun, or he's really bad in the parking lot. Who got your fender? Oh, some guy called Hitman. What do you do? Hit you? Yeah, exactly. All right, there's Dustin Loynes now. For the first 40 points. It's staging. Not at running, just a staging. And that'll be a 6:18, 109 miles per hour for Dustin. Randy Sparks and Mike Toole. Mike Toole from West Terre Haute, Indiana. That's that exclusive suburb down there, I'll tell you. 87 Monte Carlo for Mike, Crossroads Dragway. He's been here late on Sundays before. Randy Sparks beside him out of Cutler, Indiana, the 91 Corvette for Bunker Hill Drag Strip. Had a chance to go out to Bunker Hill last summer in August. First time ever. Took me 4 hours to find the track after I left the big highway. And a 568 for Randy, left side 122 to 644, 106. Yeah, Rod says it's easy to find. Well, it's easy to find once you've been there.
Well, if you
Steve Daniels said, did you go down, turn left to the big sign? I said, no, I turned uptown. Well, there's your problem.
yeah, see, you went up to Bunker Hill instead of the drag strip. What's the matter with you?
Harold Trivoli, right side out of West Terre Haute, Indiana, and Crossroads Dragway takes on Bunker Hill, left side. That'll be John Johnson from Camden, Indiana. 82 Camaro. And the Camaro. Off and running. Camaro gets there first. Watch this. 655, 104 to a 730 for Harold at 91 miles per hour. I don't think I've ever known a Harold who was 39 years old. I mean, like right now, today. Steve Conrad from Terre Haute. Right side of the track, his opponent, Chad Polish, left side for Winnemac, Indiana, the home of, what's the Chevrolet dealer? Allen Chevrolet, right? Polish, left side for Chad Polish, Bunker Hill Drag Strip, the hometown, 66 Nova. Polish, long O. Steve Conrad, right side, short O. From Terre Haute, Indiana. That's 90 Mustang. For Conrad, and that'll be a 605 pass at 112. Left side for Polish. 678 at 101. It's just like Polish with a K, only it's pronounced differently. It's his name. He can say anything he wants. Here's Tammy Levitt, left side from Batavia, Ohio. She was a winner right here a couple of years ago. 64 Chevy 2 from Edgewater Sports Park. And over here in the right lane, Dave Baker from Xenia, Ohio, and Kilcare Dragway. I don't think we've had a car from Kilcare before Dave Baker. And now he's first. Space it up. Pretty early in the day to be spacing things up. Left side of 645, 103 for Tammy. Right side 647, 103 for Mr. Baker. Another pickup truck, another S10 out of Corydon, Indiana. This is Daniel Garrow from Ohio Valley Dragway. And out of Franklin, Kentucky, left side, Adam Klein, who's also in the Sunoco Race of Champions. 78 Malibu, 460. Wheels out to charge for both drivers off the starting line. Daniel Garrow, right side, 647, 105 to a 621 for Adam Klein, left side, a 109. We'll introduce Adam to you later on this afternoon. It's a stealthy looking machine there in the right lane. This is Eric Garrow out of Louisville, Kentucky. 72 Nova from Ohio Valley Dragway. Left side, John Singleton from New Lenox, Illinois, and Route 66. That's a 66 Dodge Coronet. 500-inch Mopar. Cool. 500-inch Mopar, 540-inch Chevrolet. The Chevrolet got there first. 584, 119 for Eric. And for John, a 6:45 pass at 1:05. Little Vega here. That's a 76 model. Mark Hammond's the driver from Romulus, Michigan, and Milan Dragway. 427 Vega. Could you get a 427 in the Vega from the factory? Nope. That was easy. Wes Buckley out of Toledo, Ohio. Z28, 1986 model. Could you get a big block then? I don't think so. Because back then gas was $42 a gallon, and they just didn't know. That was before somebody had the great idea. Let's put a gas guzzler tax on cars. Who was that brilliant scientist? Jeez. $5.95 for West, 114 to a 619, 110. Well, yesterday on my way to school, Davenport, Iowa, River Drive, I saw an Aston Martin. Whoa, was that cool. Some really rich-looking guy was driving it. There's Greg McCurry out of South Lyon, Michigan. He's here in the right lane, the Chevrolet side of the track with his Camaro running for Milan. Also running for Milan left side is Roger Profit. Flat Rock, Michigan. And the little 406 GMC powered S15 goes through. 639, 105 miles per hour. Right side for Greg. A pass of 751 at 90. Camaro, Oldsmobile, and the Cutlass right side, that's Rick Seals from Mooresville, Indiana, and Alliance Raceway Park. Need to see that car up close because from back here, it looks pretty cool. Little street car. Great for a high school senior to have, right? Troy Bogner, or Bogner. Sparland, Illinois for Troy. That's 68 Camaro on Route 66. 620, 110 miles per hour. Rick Seal, 722 at 93. So if a name can be pronounced either way, which way is correct? The one you don't say. Here's Boyd Butcher, left side from Beech Grove, Indiana. Another stealthy looking Chevrolet Nova, 73 model 412 under the hood. And Lucas Oil Raceway right here, the home track. Jeff Russell beside him in the Chevrolet lane from Brookville, Indiana. Where's he from? Right here, Lucas Oil Raceway, 66 Barracuda. You don't have to. Only announcer information. 640, 106 left side for Boyd. For Jeff, 667, 101 miles per hour. Bit of dusting off there on the starting line. Wesley Waldrop in the right lane from Benton, Kentucky. He's got that Camaro running for Beacon Dragway. Beside him, Kim Niemeyer from Humboldt, Illinois, and Coles County Dragway, USA. Ready to go. Ready to go. Apparently I didn't say that loud enough because they didn't hear me. And left side is 655, 105 for Wesley. Right side 664. Speed at 104 miles per hour. Rob Downing comes up next to take on Chris Stevenson. And last year, Chris Stevenson picked up a trophy down here from Tipton, Indiana. 73 Buick Apollo. Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis, the home track. Because Tipton's right over there. It's over by Kokomo. Yeah, just south of Kokomo. That's what I meant. Bob Downing over here from Springfield, Ohio. Hey, who else was from Springfield, Ohio? I was thinking Homer Simpson, but I don't know. Tim Wilkerson might have been Springfield, Illinois. Yeah, way to go, Larry. Wrong state. 75 Camaro 421. Sponsors: Performance Plan, Car Transmissions, Automotive Solution, Auto Detailing, and Racing for Kilcar Dragway and William Thorpe. Bringing glory and honor to the track over there in Ohio. Here's what I was looking for. Jason ready, here comes the race. Nice little wheel stand over there for Downing. That was pretty. Finish line, he'll run 6:09, 112 miles per hour to a 7:44 on the right lane at 89 for Chris Stevenson. Black and green and orange and magenta. Pink colors on Josh Green's car. Might explain the green part. Little 62 Bel Air over there. Little two-door post from Bowersville, Ohio. 62 Bel Air 496 Chevrolet running for Team Kilcare again. Well, Josh Green having some problem. Stops right there at about the, 140 mark on the track. And that'll be a 6 flat 112 for Brad Day, the 62 Bel Air. It ranks right up there among my top 10 picks for cars I want to take home legally. Got to pick out your top 10 at each track, at each race, because, well, you got to have cool cars, right? We had a track announcer go meeting during the U.S. Nationals here on a Saturday morning, and one of the questions I asked the guys was, what was the coolest car you wish you had back after you sold it? I think I've had a lot of neat cars, but I had to go way back in 1971. I bought a one-owner 65 Corvette. Obviously, it was a 4-speed car, 327, 350 horse. A lumpy idle. Paid a whopping $2,100 for that car from the first owner. Still had it today. It might be worth like $2,500 or $60,000. I'm not quite sure. Somewhere in between. Now we'll get Josh running again and get him left turn signals on. He's going to make that turn into the short chute, which was actually part of the road course here at IRP when it was IRP. Come around the corner through the pits like this, back out on the drag strip, headed down track, because the road over there, there's actually two roads. There's a return road and then another road. That was a pit road over there when they had the road course going, and NASCAR stockers were out here. 63, 64 maybe. Don't hold that to me. All right, let's go back to racing action. A little bit of mop up on the starting line, but not a whole lot. Here's Chet Gibbs coming up now to Mooresville, Indiana. A 71 Plymouth Colt. 71 Plymouth Colt, yep, 471 Chrysler Power. Chet Gibbs out of Mooresville, Indiana, running for Lions Raceway Park. Right side, no information on that driver. There's only a second one this morning. And that's pretty good for Carolyn getting all those in so far.
You know, when I worked in the Chrysler garage, those had 4 cylinders in them, not Chevrolet motors, and they were Chrysler motors.
Or Chrysler Motors. Chrysler. Back when every individual car line had their own engine products. In the right lane for the Camaro, 632 at 109, 684, 100 miles per hour. Left side for Chad Gibbs. And here's that yellow station wagon. Jeff Lefevre, who's been here, Jeff's been here probably 25 years. Out of Fredericktown, Ohio, and Pacemakers Dragway Park. 63 Nova wagon taking on the 68 Dodge Dart over there. From Oswego, Illinois, John Singleton Jr. 540 cubic inches of Dodge power in the Dart, running for Route 66. And for John Singleton, 610 at 112 miles per hour. Left side for John Lefevre Chevrolet Lane, 729 at 93 miles per hour. Camaro. One is a 68. That's the one without the fancy paint. That's Jason Profit behind the wheel out of Brownstown, Michigan. Milan Dragway, the home track, and running for Milan also is Eric Fries over here from Lambertville, Michigan. 69 Camaro, Dart Power 406. Got that $80,000 paint job, $40,000 engine. Cool. I made those numbers up, but I have no idea. To me, a paint job ought to be like a $495. Slightly more than that. Right side for Aaron. 606 to 114 miles per hour. 606 left side of 113 for Jason Profit. 67 Chevelle, right side for Byron Dragway. This is Jim Kovacs from Verona, Wisconsin. Yeah, I think we were up there about a month ago. Riding a motorcycle through town, getting lost. To get lost in Verona, you really got to try, let me tell you. Actually, we were looking for someplace to eat. Mike O'Rourke Jr. from Westland, Michigan. 71 Nova, Summit Motorsports Park. Kind of sounds like a TV star, doesn't it? Michael O'Rourke. Starring in I'm the Guy from Westland. And Jim on the timers, left side for Mike. 587, 117 for Kovacs, right side 622, 110 in the Chevrolet lane. And that'll bring up a 76 Monza. Check it out. Terry McKenzie out of Carlton, Michigan, a mile and dragway. That'll be a 468 big block there. Mike O'Rourke Sr., right side from Redwood, Michigan. 78 Firebird, Dart Power, 555 cubic inches. Summit Motorsports Park. You know, Mike's important because this stuff's all capital letters. Cool. Caps lock. For O'Rourke Sr., right side, that'll be a pass of 595 at 116. And for Terry McKenzie, 598, 116 also. That'll bring up another Camaro in the right lane. Troy Schmidt from Elberfeld, Indiana. Beacon Dragway, the home track, so Elberfeld's got to be way down there. Way down there, almost in the river. Kip Norup. Left side from Leaf River, Illinois. Home track as Byron Dragway. That's a Thunderbird. Ford Power 448. Kip and Troy. Troy right side 625, speed of 108. 628 left side 108 miles per hour also. Two Camaros? Not quite. Camaro left side, Firebird right side. Joel Leiter lane. From Decatur, Illinois, former home of Chuck Scrimshire. Crossroads Dragway. Summon Motorsports left side for Randy Biddle Jr. Randy. 656 103, 668 101. New information on that Firebird in the right lane. Left side, the 82 Cutlass from Beacon Dragway. This is Kyle Clapp from Mayfield, Kentucky. 461 old. Woo. That's cool. 615 right side, 112 for the Firebird. Left side for Kyle. 695 and 98. Another Firebird. This one, the 85 model of the year, and you can tell it's an 85 because that's what it says right here. Oh, it's also got black wheels. Yeah, cool. Jason Sanders out of Riverside, Ohio, and Killcare Dragway, the home track. Left side, Dodge Dart Swinger. But weren't they all? Ron Hill from Villa Grove, Illinois, a little 360 action there. Coles County Dragway, USA. This would be about a 70 to 74. Didn't see the front end. Like that would make a difference to somebody who knows not a whole lot about dart swingers. Ron left side, 711, 95 miles an hour, 652 in the right lane. That'll bring up Cody Ombaugh from Terre Haute and Crossroads Dragway. 96 S10 pickup truck beside him, Craig Garcia from Fairmont City, Illinois, and Gateway. Right there, like right next door, in his backyard. Camaro Craig, the S10 of Cody. Craig and Cody. And that'll be a red light start for Craig. That's okay. It will not affect the ET nor mile per hour you watch. Right side for Cody. A pass of 730 to 93 miles per hour, 815 left side at 84. Here's Max Lang and Aaron Dysinger. Aaron Dysinger, former Track and House Guild member from Bunker Hill Drag Strip. Then he decided, you know, racing's fun. He was also a racer when he was a tag member out of Monticello, Indiana. He's got the Malibu. Max Lang's got the 40 Willies from Coles County Dragway out of Charleston, Illinois. Away they go. 647 106 for Max Lang and for Aaron 659 103. Hard to believe that 40 Willies is like 76 years old. Oh, man.
I hope you look that good when you're 76 years old.
Bill Chase out of Romeoville, Illinois, and Jaden Durst in the right lane from Fostoria, Ohio. Ooh, the extended cab. 84 S10, Summon Motorsports Park. Route 66 left side, neat little car there. 66 over for Bill. Kind of hunkered down. Stroking board. 140 in the top end floor kind of thing. 577 for Bill Chase, speed of 120 miles per hour. 712 in the right lane for Jaden. 95 miles per hour. Fairmont station wagon. Check this out. Tommy Gentry from Louisville. Ford Power there. 351. Racing for Ohio Valley Dragway. For Beach Bend Dragway. Down there in Bowling Green, Kentucky. That's Dean Talley. Makes his home in Bowling Green, Kentucky. 70 and a half Camaro. So that must make it like it came out as a Z29 or something. 608 for Dean Talley, 111 to a 724 right side for Tommy Gentry. Speed of 94 over here in the Chevrolet lane. Left side of the track, that's Fred Friggin. Right side of the track, John Barnes. John Barnes with the black Camaro from Bardstown, Kentucky. Ohio Valley Dragway, the home track. For Fred over there, he is from Sandwich, Illinois. Byron Dragway, the home track. Not a bright orange, but kind of bright. Kind of bright orange. So Fred and John, as they work their way down track, scoreboard shows you left side 647 to 107 in the right lane for John, 655 at 103.
Are you my boss? I didn't know that.
I'm your boss for an hour, Rod, only when you're announcing. After that, you can do whatever you want to.
Thank God.
Here's Josh Pickett and Marlon Howells. Marlon in the right lane with his Camaro from Livonia, Michigan. Josh from Indianapolis right here, races down at Beach Bend, gathering points. He'll run 672 at 101 to a 648, 106 in the right lane for Marlon. That'll bring up our 400th Mustang of the morning. Jerry Clemens does the driving there out of Louisville, 19 years old, and earning points down there at Ohio Valley Dragway. That'll also bring up the first Mazda in the right lane. That would be the venerable RX-2. Daniel Johnson, the driver from Gallatin, Tennessee. Beach Bend Raceway Park, and instead of that wimpy little, hey, those rotaries weren't wimpy. I know, I'm just kidding. It's got the 350. As in Chevrolet. So he had to run like 3.4 seconds. I'm exaggerating that. So the Mustang off first, the Mustang to the finish line first, right there, 656, 102 miles per hour. Right side for Daniel Johnson, 701 to 98 miles per hour. Hey, my watch says you're done. Time's up. Your hour's over. We'll bring up two more. We'll bring in Rod Squire. The head announcer. You are the head announcer, right? Okay.
The only announcer.
Yeah, the head announcer, the only announcer, the last guy to be fired kind of thing up at Bunker Hill. Rod, take it away.
Thank you, sir. I do appreciate that. And you might be my boss, maybe. I haven't decided yet. Okay, in the left lane, we got Ralph Craig in the Firebird out of Coles County Dragway. And Nick Hastings is in the right lane, and he's out of Shelby, Ohio, Pacemakers Dragway. Pacemakers, does that mean they got pacemakers, all of them? And Craig goes 669, 101 mile an hour. Hastings runs a 644 to 107 mile an hour. Oh. Austin Toole in his 87 Mustang out of Winslow, Indiana, is in the left lane. Greg Richardson out of Shelbyville, Indiana, and his 86 Camaro is in the right lane. He's going to be in the Sunoco Race of Champions later. Both of them go red. Doesn't make any difference in practice. They can do whatever they want. Richardson runs a 630, 107 mile an hour. Toole runs a 702 at 98 mile an hour. Doug McKinney out of Kokomo, Indiana, the little dragster, has an Arctic Cat motor out of Bunker Hill drag strip. Adam Price out of Terre Haute, Indiana, in a 74 Duster, races for Crossroads Dragway, 408 cubic inch motor. I've had to race that little dragster. He's a pain in the rear. Both of them turn on the bulb. Red, identical red reaction times. The little dragster runs a 639 to 107 mile an hour. Price runs a 695 at 95 mile an hour. We got Jesse Garcia out of St. Louis, Missouri in the 78 Nova. Gateway Motorsports Park. And Chad Eaton is in the right lane, the 79 Malibu, Crossroads Dragway. 355 Chevrolet against the little 283 Chevrolet. 283 goes to Jesse Garcia. I had one of those a long time ago. Eaton goes red. Garcia will get there first, runs a 659.93 mile an hour. Eaton runs a 778 at 88 mile an hour. Larry Robertson, please see Warren in the tower, please. Larry Robertson, see Warren in the tower. Kenny Muskasik out of Muncie, Indiana, in the left lane. 70 Nova runs for Muncie Dragway. Travis East out of Casey, Illinois. 88 Mustang in the right lane. And both of them turn on the red bulb. 001, 006. McKissick runs a 654 to 103. East runs an 828 at 82. Okay, we got Steve Regans out of Muncie, Indiana, in the 79 Malibu in the left lane. Runs for Muncie Dragway. Joe Pickett out of Indianapolis runs for Beach Bend Raceway. 94 S10, 355 Chevrolet powered. Pretty purple truck. Hey, these boys come to play. Reaction time's fantastic. I think they're serious. Riggins runs a 761.89. Pickett runs a 648 at 104. John Holly out of Marengo, Illinois. 68 Coronet runs for Byron Dragway. Johnny Cook, Howell, Michigan. 02 Camaros in the right lane. 572 cubic inch motor in that Camaro. The Dodge in the left lane runs a 440. Both of them turn on the red bulb. Practice, it doesn't make any difference. Holly runs a 652 and Johnny Cook runs a 623. Ed Michael out of Georgetown, Indiana, 72 Novas in the far lane, left lane. Has a 511 cubic inch motor. Nick Michael. I wonder if they're related, out of Georgetown, Indiana, 72 Nova. Brothers or father and son? I don't know. I have to find that out. See which one's quicker, the black one or the yellow one. And Nick turns the red bulb on. Ed, he don't. Ed runs a 624, 108. Nick runs a 666 at 111. Bob Dish out of Verona, Wisconsin, 71 Vega wagon. 355 Chevy power for Byron Dragway. Jared Comer, Bordstown, Kentucky, 70 Nova, 489 cubic inch, Ohio Valley Dragway. I think that's a big block in that Nova. Huh. These guys are serious. They're taking their time staging. Yep, they were serious. Bob runs a 682 at 99 mile an hour. Jared runs a 727 at 84 mile an hour. And the left lane we don't have on file yet, but T.R. Coomer is in the right lane, and he has 86 S10. Chevrolet 383 out of Fairdale, Kentucky, runs for the Ohio Valley Dragway. Both of them go red. A lot of red lights out there. Coomer runs a 728, 92 mile an hour. Left lane runs a 625 and 109 mile an hour. Greg Weed is in the left lane out of Washington, Indiana, 79 Z28 Chevrolet 383 for Lions Raceway. Jeff Reif out of Winnemac, Indiana, 86 Monte Carlo 350 cubic inch motor, Bunker Hill drag strip. Wheel stand on the left side for Wade. He runs a 703 at 96. Reif runs a 656 at 104. Mike Norris out of Plymouth, Indiana. 70 Nova for Osceola Dragway. Mike Krummenmaker, I'll just call him Mark, out of Huntington, Indiana. 71 Dodge Demon, 340 cubic inch motor. It's the last call for pro to the lanes. If you're not in the lanes, you're not going to get a run. Last call for pro to the staging lanes. Doug Kapelinger out of Xenia, Ohio. 72 Chevelles in the far lane. Stacy Gerald out of Tipton, Indiana. 67 Camaro is in the near lane for Muncie. Doug is Killcare Dragway. Parked over there where we're at. Ooh, big wheel stands out of both of them. Good reaction times out of both of them. They come here to play. Doug runs a 686. Stacy runs a 627. Left lane, we don't have that one yet. We're working on it. Gerald Engel out of Huntington, Indiana, in a Chevy 2 wagon, Muncie Dragway. They used to call them grocery getters. I don't know what they call them now. Fast, I think. Ooh, big wheel stand out of the grocery getter station wagon. And Gerald runs a 664 to 101. The one we don't have on file is 644 to 105. Jeff Burke is in the far lane, her left lane. Out of Muncie, Indiana, 86 S10, 406 Chevy powered, running for Muncie Dragway. Mike Wilson out of Terre Haute, Indiana, 78 Malibu, Crossroads Dragway. You know, when we were young and growing up, I never thought I'd see an S10 pickup run a Malibu at a drag strip. That just wasn't in my thoughts. And Burke turns on the red light. He runs a 656 at 103. Wilson runs a 604 at 110 mile an hour. Ellis Booth in the left lane, 69 Nova. Brandon Dillman out of Greenwood, Indiana, 78 Malibu. Booth is out of Decatur, Illinois, runs for Lucas Oil Raceway. Both of them for Lucas Oil Raceway. I remember these two. I was up here last week and watched them run. Big wheel stand out of the Malibu. That's what we like seeing as race fans. Booth runs a 733, 91 mile an hour. Brandon runs a 675 and 99 mile an hour. Jason Ford Beaver Creek, Ohio. 72 Vega, 355 Chevrolet powered, Killcare Dragway. Chris Coomer, Fairdale, Kentucky. 78 Malibu, runs for Ohio Valley Dragway, 383 cubic inch motor, Chevrolet. SuperPro to the lanes, the west side. Lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. SuperPro on the west side. Lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Jason Ford run a 651. Coomer runs a 687. Sam Manuel out of Adrian, Michigan, the 74 Nova in the left lane. Out of Milan Dragway. Lisa Scalf out of Floyd's Knob, Indiana. My cousin used to live down in Floyd's Knob. 91 Camaro, 406 cubic inch, running for Ohio Valley Dragway. Sam runs a 663 at 102, and Lisa runs a 661 at 104. SuperPro to the west side lanes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We have Gene Cash in the left lane in the Vega, Beach Bend Raceway, 377 cubic inch, runs a 650 at 105. The right lane runs a 630 at 108. Scott Wyson out of Hebron, Ohio, 70 Camaro in the left lane, National Trail Raceway. John Cohen, Louisville, Kentucky, 84 Camaro, 496 out of Ohio Valley Dragway. We having fun yet? We are? Are you sure about that? Okay. My boss says we're having fun, so we are. Ooh, these guys come to play. 001 reaction time for Scott runs a 643 at 107 mile an hour. John runs a 662 at 102 mile an hour. Don Scalf Jr., Georgetown, Indiana, 87 Camaro, 350 cubic inch. He's going to be racing in the Race of Champions later on. He's from Ohio Valley Dragway. Left lane looks like a 66 Nova. Big wheel stands for both of them. Both of them go red. Don runs a 650 at 103 mile an hour. Left lane run a 630 at 107 mile an hour. Edmund Richardson, Greenbrier, Tennessee, 96S10 is in the left lane. Chevrolet 406, Wayne Bevins out of Aurora, Indiana. 70 Nova, 350 cubic inch motor, Tri-State Dragway. I think these guys are serious. They're taking their time getting the stage. Yep, they were. Ooh, perfect light. Perfect light. For Bevins, he runs a 681, 100 mile an hour. Richardson runs a 632 at 108 mile an hour. Nick Finney, Greenwood, Indiana, is in the left lane. 69 Buick Special. Rob Nixon out of Westchester, Ohio, 69 Barracuda. He raced for Edgewater Sports Park. Finney runs for Lucas Oil Raceway. 461 Buick motor against the little 340 cubic inch Plymouth motor. Finney goes red. Again, it doesn't make any difference in practice. He don't want to do that when he's racing, though. Finney runs a 654 at 103. Rob Nixon runs a 665 at 101. Randy Burwell out of Guilford, Indiana. Never heard of that town. 77 Pinto wagon against Terry Willard out of Mattoon, Illinois. 80 Camaro, 350 cubic inch against the 302 Ford. That don't look like the Vegas I used to drive. A little quicker. Randy runs a 683 at 100 mile an hour. Terry runs a 725 92 mile an hour. Bear Nichols is in the right lane. 65 Chevy 2. He's got a Kelville, Kentucky. Races for Beacon Dragway. Both of them turned on the red bulb. Bear runs a 656, 103. The left lane runs a 733 at 93 mile an hour. Mike Klein, Fraser, Michigan, 72 Duster. Mopar 511 cubic inch. That's a nice looking Chevy too, this side, maroon colored. Don't have a name on him yet. Duster got out of there in a hurry. Runs a 615, 111 mile an hour. Chevy 2 runs a 676 at 110 mile an hour. Chris Norris, Shepherdsville, Kentucky, 81 Malibu. No, that's not a Malibu. That is a Camaro. Don Dundee. He's 57 Bel Air Chevrolet. He's going to be in a Race of Champions, Sunoco Race of Champions. He runs a 593, 116. Norris runs a 666 at 102. Dennis Mead, Newark, Ohio, 78 Z28, 383 cubic inch motor. Runs for National Trail Raceway. Terry Heller, Morrison, Illinois, 71 Vega, 400 cubic inch motor, Byron drag ray. And Heller turns on the red bulb. Mead had a good reaction time. Mead runs a 647, 105. Terry runs a 7 flat, 97 mile an hour. Eric Paul, Evansville, Indiana, is in the left lane, 72 Challenger. Ryan Alley, Minoka, Illinois, and he's 2000 Trans Am 468. He races for Route 66 Raceway. Beach Bend Raceway for Paul. I don't see a lot of people in the stands right at the moment. He's bumping in. Is that a turbo-powered car? And Alley goes red, 002. Runs a 582 at 120 mile an hour. Eric Paul runs a 598 at 114 mile an hour. Mitch Vincent is in the left lane. St. Charles, Illinois, 67 Camaro. Byron Dragway. Matt O'Connell, Manhattan, Illinois, 79 Mustang. 408 cubic inch, Route 66 Raceway. That's the second Route 66 in a row. They must have come up together. These guys are over here blabbing. I think they're trying to break my concentration being a rookie. Yeah, he is. Now he's trying to blow on my neck. Mitch Vincent runs a 590, 117. Matt O'Connor runs a 634, 5 and 108. Kenny Norup, Byron, Illinois, 97 Thunderbird. That's a pretty car. Ford 520 cubic inch. He runs for Byron Dragway. Left lane looks like about a 70 Nova. Don't know what motor he's got. Not unless he comes up here and tells me real quick. I don't think he's gonna. Yeah. Norup turns on the red bulb. The Nova was a little slow on the line. Norup runs a 609 to 114, and the Nova runs a 705, 96 mile an hour. Chesley Banksniff out of Stillman Valley, Illinois, 2010 Camaro. Clayton Clark out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, 96 S10. He runs for Beach Bend. Chesley runs for Byron Dragway. Both of them turn on the red bulb, a little anxious. It's all that pressure of practice. Chesley runs a 664 to 103. Clark runs a 615 at 109. Jonathan Chapman, Columbus, Ohio, 68 Chevelle, 355 Chevrolet powered, Pacemakers Dragway. And this is the last car in Pro. Chapman runs a 699 at 97 mile an hour.
Okay, Rod, my turn. Oh, this seems a lot louder. Rich Bowers to the tower, please. Rich Bowers to the tower. Oh, there's Rich. Morning, Rich. Hey, here's a special announcement. Team captains, you know who you are. One from each track. Team captains meeting this morning at 11 o'clock. 33 minutes from now. 11 o'clock, team captains meeting, second floor of the tower in the press room. So your chance to get in there where John Force would have given his press conference to the throngs of reporters there writing up stuff during like the U.S. Nationals. You get a chance to be there. Team captains meeting, 11 o'clock, second floor of the tower. Jay Hollinger's got some very important words to pass on to you. Second floor, press room. Team captains meeting, 11 o'clock. Roughly a half an hour from now. There'll also be coffee, rolls. Oh, there won't be? I'm sorry. There won't be coffee and rolls. You got to bring your own coffee and rolls, though. Team captains meeting, 11 o'clock, second floor, press room, the Parks Tower. You got to be there, get all the information. that you'll need for the rest of the weekend. Okay, Rob, we're going to continue on here with SuperPro, bringing those fast people up now. Boys and girls, men and women, children of all ages. SuperPro coming up.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how he's my boss. He's goofy. And I can say that because he don't have his microphone on right at the moment, and he can't mouth off back. Hey, put that down. Like he said, we got SuperPro coming up next. This has a little bit of everything in it. I saw it look like some gasser out there. You got the rails, the door cars, you name it. This is in this class.
Your first drag race was what year that you watched?
That I watched?
Yeah, because you would have been too young to drive.
Well, they were racing buggies.
It was a horse and buggy race.
Oh, the Amish Dragway.
The Amish Dragway, that's a fact.
Do you remember what year it was?
The first drag race I ever watched, I actually entered 1968.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. First drag race I ever went to, I believe, was 1969 at Rockin' US 30 Dragway.
Oh, yeah, I ran up there one time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny cars. Larry Coleman was there. Hayden Prophet was there. And then about that same year, up to Humboldt County Dragway in Iowa. 1970, I had a 69 SC Rambler at the time, going to college, lived in Des Moines, went down to Kansas City and raced. Got back home, my dad said, I called you guys today and you weren't home. Where'd you go? Kansas City. You went to Kansas City? Just to go down there? I said, no, we went down to drag race. What? What if you'd have broken the car? I said, I would have called you.
Yeah, I bet you would he come and got you. SuperPro on the east side, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Please, SuperPro east side, 15, 16, 17, and 18 lanes. Here we go. Kevin Hunter, Bloomington, Indiana, in the 77 Volare, 440 cubic inch, Lions Raceway. Adam Phillips is in the right lane. He's out of Bruceville, Indiana, 98 S&W Dragster, 489. Need to sit a little closer to the screen or something. Look like a 0 instead of an 8. Here we go. First two cars down the track for SuperPro. And they both go red. The dragster gets there first, 5:58, Phillips does. Hunter runs a 6:27 at 108 mile an hour. Chris Calking, St. Clair, Missouri. Vega is in the left lane. We got Bill Pirtle, Sullivan, Indiana, in the 69 Nova. He's in the Sunoco Race of Champions from Crossroads Dragway. Usually, these guys that are in the Race of Champions are pretty good, aren't they? I've never got there yet. Is there? Amen to that. Okay, Calkins runs a 550 at 125 mile an hour. Pirtle runs a 586 at 117 mile an hour. Dan Richardson, Bunker Hill, drag strip. Galveston, Indiana, 66 Chevy 2, 355 Chevy Power. Randy Protz out of Vandalia, Illinois, in the 74 Vega Wagon, 502 cubic inch motor. That seems like a lot of motor in a little bitty car. Is that the purpose of all this? Make it go fast? Ooh, he got a little squirrely, the Vega did. Both of them had fantastic reactions. Richardson, 644 to 106. Protz runs a 590 to 115. Joey Robertson, Bloomington, Indiana, 74 Maverick, Lions Raceway Park. Nick Fields, Vincennes, Indiana, another Vega, 77 Vega, 468 cubic inch motor. Crossroads dragway. Guys are serious, taking their time. Joey runs a 670 at 103. Nick runs a 656 at 104. Kyle Race, Batesville, Indiana. 93 Mustang is in the right-hand lane. Chevrolet Performance Powered lane out of Edgewater Sports Park. Looks like, I've seen that car run up here before, but I can't think of his name. It looks like a Valiant. Big wheel standing out of that little Valiant. Good light too. 672 at 100 mile an hour. Race runs a 662 at 103 mile an hour. Shane Robbins, Red Key, Indiana. It's not a 67 Camaro. Either that or it shrunk. Are you writing that down? Pair of dragsters up there. Don't have information on them yet. Still early. And the girl that does that only has 5,000 to do. Left lane 594 at 113. Right lane 543 at 125. Scott Compton out of Star City, Indiana. 67 Camaro, 615 cubic inch. Races out of Bunker Hill. Rob Stacy, New Carlisle, Ohio. 93 S10 Killcare race or dragway. 406 cubic inch motor. I've watched Compton run many, many times. Compton goes red, runs a 527, 132. Stacy runs a 647 at 106. Roger Fike, Bunker Hill, Indiana, 1990 Dakota, 440 cubic inch, Bunker Hill dragway. And Ray Sims, Logansport, Indiana, races out of Bunker Hill drag strip. These two have faced off many times over there. Sims is serious. At a 008 light, runs a 564. Fike runs a 704 at 96 mile an hour. Josh Netherton out of Westfield, Indiana, 80 Fairmont, 466 cubic inch. Fred Brazel, Logansport, Indiana, 62 years old. 74 Mustang 2 Chevy, 432 cubic inch motor, runs for Bunker Hill drag strip. Netherston runs for Lucas Oil Raceway. He's in the left lane. Looks like both of them pretty quick. Oh, Freddie was kind of slow at the tree. Fred runs a 588, 116. Josh runs a 606 at 112. Denny Katz, Mattoon, Illinois, 03 rear engine dragster, 434 cubic inch Chevrolet, races for Coles County Dragway. Far lane, that looks like Eisenbinger out of Kokomo, Indiana in the Ford. He's from Bunker Hill, Indiana. Actually, he's from Kokomo. I believe he races at Bunker Hill Drag Strip. Johnny Eisminger in the Mustang in the far lane. Dragster, they both go red. Eisenbinger runs a 641 at 105 mile an hour. Katz runs a 533 at 127 mile an hour. Bill Shipman, Elwood, Indiana, 67 Plymouth GTX wedge, 446 cubic inch. He races for Muncie Dragway. Darrell Gray, Martinsville, Indiana, 67 Nova, 632 cubic inch motor. Lions Raceway Park. That little Nova got a little squirrely coming out of there. 496 for Gray, 140 mile an hour. Shipman runs a 654 to 105. Zach Simpkins, Black Lick, Ohio. 35-year-old, 85 Camaro, should be 496 cubic inch. Excuse me, can't read the screen. Tony Vergel, never mind. Cloverdale, Indiana, 04 Dragster, 568 cubic inch motor. Crossroads Dragway. Virgilio. He had a great reaction time, 007. That dragster runs a 474 to 145. Simpkins runs a 612 at 113. Jeff Hook out of Payne, Ohio, 57 years old, 92 Probe, Ford 557 cubic inch. Tim Jones out of Roanoke, Indiana, 40-year-old, 01 rear engine dragster. 582 cubic inch, and looks like we're checking the track for some reason. Looks like we got to look-see at the track, see what's going on. Picking up pieces. That's not a good sign when you start picking up pieces. Makes me nervous. Okay, I guess we're ready to go. Tim Jones is in the dragster, and Jeff Hook is in the 92 Probe. Wonder what he's probing for. That's a Ford, isn't it? In the Ford, wasn't the Ford the probe? They were also front-wheel drive. I don't think that one's a front-wheel drive anymore. Pretty car though. And fast. Jeff Hook runs a 562 at 124 mile an hour. Steve Jones runs a 490 at 140 mile an hour. Tim Regans is in the far lane, left lane, Bryan, Indiana. 83 Malibu runs from Muncie Dragway. Ray Boyer out of Logansport, Indiana, 1979 Z28. His dad raced that car back in the 70s, 80s. He's out of Bunker Hill, Indiana. Both of them do big wheel stands, and Boyer had a perfect light. He's going to throw that away in practice. He runs a 625, 109 mile an hour. Riggins 703 at 97 mile an hour. Brock Smith, Carbon, Indiana, 67 Camaro, Crossroads Dragway. Dennis Duckett, Calvert City, Kentucky, 1990 Camaro, 589 cubic inch, Beacon Dragway. And Duckett goes red. Doesn't make any difference though. He runs a 520, 132. Smith runs a 703 at 97 mile an hour. David Reed, Mount Olive, Illinois, 70 Maverick, 468 cubic inch, Gateway Motorsports Park. Rex Ambrose, Peru, Indiana, 67 Chevy 2, 477 cubic inch, Bunker Hill Drag Strip. He's going to be in the Race of Champions later on this evening. Ambrose, his usual 00 light, runs a 669, 101 mile an hour. And I think we got a problem. It sounded kind of funny when he went brrrt.
Just a couple of seconds. We're 14 minutes away from the team captains meeting, second floor, Parks Tower, press room, 11 o'clock. Team captains meeting, second floor, Parks Tower, press room, 11 o'clock. And now we're back to racing, Rod.
Okay, we have Keith Hayes, Paducah, Kentucky, 97 rear engine dragster, 582 cubic inch, Beacon Dragway. He's in the right-hand lane. And Denny Jones, out of Sims, Indiana, and he's 27 Roadster. He races for Muncie Dragway. Yeah, he races for himself, but he's participating with Team Muncie. And they both go red. Like I said, doesn't make any difference. Jones runs a 585 at 114. Keith Hayes runs a 511, 134. Brian Harris, Indianapolis, Indiana, 1986 dragster, 454 cubic inch motor. He races for Lucas Oil Raceway. Steve Regans, Muncie, Indiana, 70 Maverick, 427 cubic inch Chevrolet motor, Muncie Dragway. Tell me that Riggins is a tag member, and ooh, that don't look good. Harris runs a 546, 125 mile an hour. Riggins runs a 597, 114 mile an hour. Kyle Hanrahan out of Hopkinsville, Kentucky, 67 Chevy 2. Races for Beacon Dragway. Don't have a file on the dragster. I saw that out here last week, so it might be from Lucas Oil, I'm not sure. Boy, everybody's hitting the tree. They both went red. Hanaran runs a 6:08, 112. Dragster runs a 5:11, 133. Keith Greenwald is in the far lane. John Nifong, Plymouth, Indiana, 1991 Calais Chevrolet, Bunker Hill drag strip, Sue he races for. Don't have any more information on Greenwald. Don't have a motor size or anything. Greenwald goes red. 635, 107 mile an hour. Nifong, 559, 123 mile an hour. Scott Offerman, Highland, Illinois, 05 Trick Dragster. Chevy 428 20 cubic inch motor, Gateway Motorsports Park. Ronnie Sladen, Columbus, Kentucky, 96 Beretta, Beacon Dragway. Offerman, 502, 133. Sladen, 542, 125. Chuck Scrimpture, out of Muskegon, Michigan, 71 years old. 06 Chevy 496, Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Tim Reed, Gillespie, Illinois. Racecraft rear engine dragster, 468 cubic inch motor. He's from Gateway Motorsports Park. And Scrimpture goes red. Runs a 538, 125. Reed runs a 530 to 128. Nathan Baker, Xenia, Ohio, 89 Mustang. Russell Edwards, Benton, Kentucky, is in the right lane in his Trans Am. Pontiac motor, is all it says. He runs for Beacon Dragway. Baker runs for Killcare Dragway. Edwards gets there first, 527, 130 mile an hour. Baker runs a 654 to 101 mile an hour. Dennis Bowden stole. Clayton, Indiana, 74 Nova, Chevrolet 489 cubic inch, Lucas Oil Raceway. And the yellow Chevy 2, I'm not sure. Dennis goes 623 to 110. The yellow Chevy 2 runs the 666 at 101. Joey Branham is in the left-hand lane out of Tipton, Indiana. Chevy Nova, 505 cubic inch motor, Bunker Hill drag strip. Monty Short, Portland, Indiana, 67 Camaro 434 cubic inch Beach Bend Raceway. Boys are taking their time. I believe they're serious. And they are. Branham had a 008 reaction time. Runs a 577, 119. Short runs a 626 at 109. Amber Egan, Franklin, Indiana. The rear engine dragster, 584 cubic inch, races for Lucas Oil Raceway. Don't have information on the, looks like a Camaro. Is that a Camaro? Mustang. And the right lane goes red, runs a 581. Dragster runs a 489. Egan does 140 mile an hour, 026 light. Roy Gilliland, Lawrenceburg, Indiana, 81 Caprice. Billy Leahy, Columbus, Ohio, 99 Rest Tech Dragster, 582 cubic inch. He's in the Sunoco Race of Champions Pacemaker Dragway Park. And the Capri is out of Edgewater Sports Park. Dragster goes red. Gilliland had a 006 light. Dragster runs a 475 at 146. The little Capri, Gilliland runs a 677 102. Tim Sides out of Versailles, Indiana, 86S10. Dennis Hall, Mansfield, Ohio, in the 78 Malibu. That Malibu is a sharp little car. Like they're adjusting the wheelie bars out there. Nope, they're backing the Malibu up. Something's wrong. After the burnout, had a problem. S10 takes off. Sides runs a 660 at 103 mile an hour. Oh, looks like his wheelie bar is cattywampus. They're going to have to take it back and do a little work to that. It must have broke when he did the burnout. Corey Butler out of Beeman, Illinois, 81 Regals in the left-hand lane. Ray Skillman lane. Races out of Crossroads Dragway. Justin Hardy in the Dragster, 588 cubic inch motor. Milan Dragway. Hardy's out of Monroe, Michigan. That Buick Regal's got a 455 cubic inch Buick motor in it. You don't see a lot of those out here. Buick Regal, 455, one of the biggest motors made. Except the Cadillac motor, and they had 500 cubic inch motors. Hardy come to play, 009 light, runs a 490, 142 mile an hour. Butler, 723 at 93 mile an hour. Jack Leggett out of Eaton, Indiana, in the 79 Malibu wagon, grocery getter, Muncie Dragway. Jason Phillips in the rear engine dragster, 605 cubic inch motor. Gateway Motorsports Park. That little Malibu wagon got a 400 cubic inch Chevrolet motor in it. Don't know if that's a big block or a small block. Wagon finally gets in there, Leggett does. Pulls the front end off the ground. Phillips is going to get there first, 479, 145 mile an hour. Liggett runs a 643 in that station wagon, 105 mile an hour. Joe Bowman, Chesapeake, Michigan, in his 58 Corvette, 434 cubic inch. It's going to be in the Sunoco Race of Champions, Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Andrew Saxton, Hazel Crest, Illinois, in the dragster, 565 cubic inch motor, Route 66 Raceway. Looks like we got to go down track and check something out. That's usually when I say that my boss comes in here and makes a bunch of noise. Well, I don't know what happened. I can't tell. Now the boss says I have to reluctantly turn the microphone over to Larry Robertson.
It's a contract.
It's a contract thing? Yeah, well, they got gypped.
My lawyers are standing by.
Are they really? Yeah, well, lots of luck. You going to use that mic or this mic?
No, I'm going to have to go over there so I can see the screen.
Well, you're kind of like me. You can't see the screen unless you're close. Here we go.
Kids always like shove us old guys to the left, so we're farther away. They think that's fun.
Is that right? Well, you're younger than I am.
Well, better looking.
No, you're not. You're as ugly as a mud fence. Here we go. Here's Larry.
Okay, Rodney, thank you. Rod Squire, track announcer at Bunker Hill, a new tag member. Glad to have you aboard, Rod.
Thank you.
Real nice. We've got Warren Evans up here with D3 TV doing the live cast out over the internet. They're doing some maintenance down track. I see they're headed back up. We should be back underway here pretty soon. Okay, they're headed back up here to this end of the track. I think they got it squared away down there, it appears. And getting ready to go. Anyway, back to Warren Evans' D3 TV live streaming. You can go to the Division 3 website, NHRA D3, and there's a link to it. We'll take you and you can watch a live stream. And they're back at it. Joe Bauman, Chesaning, Michigan based racer, 58 Corvette. He's left-hand side. Andrew Saxon from Hazel Crest, Illinois in the dragster tower side. Well, Bauman goes on the left side, 525, 130 mile an hour. Andrew Saxon in the dragster, 497 at 140. Next pair up, Dave Cox. He's out of Washington House, Ohio, 77 Monza. He's left-hand side against Richard Cochran from Sunbury, Ohio, the dragster in the right-hand lane. Both just a little bit red on the start, not too bad. 525 at 129 mile an hour for Cochran in the dragster. Dave Cox in the Monza goes 560 at 121. Dennis Pearson from St. Peters, Missouri, 98 Camaro in a Ray Skillman lane for Gateway Motorsports Park. Joe the Wildman Wiles from Walton, Indiana, and Rick Lay-owned Camaro for Bunker Hill drag strip. 667 at 103 for Wiles. Pearson on the left side goes 696 at 99. Alex Smith from Humboldt, Illinois in the 64 Nova, Horace Gilman lane for Coles County Dragway. Over on the right-hand side, that's Randy Bruff out of Greentown, 67 Dart for Team Bunker Hill. Smith goes red on the left side, Bruff 0-11 on the reaction time. Randy Bruff finishes his run 651 at 104 mile an hour. Alex Smith 628 at 108 in the Nova. Next pair up, left side, 88 Camaro from Dyer, Indiana for Route 66 Raceway, Mike Rosen. Over on the right-hand side, the NMC company sponsored machine, Camaro from Bunker Hill Drag Strip, Sean Morgan from Galveston, Indiana. Mike Rosen nails the tree 008 reaction time in the Camaro left side, 649, 106 mile an hour. Sean Morgan 027 on the reaction goes 646 at 105. Got to bring up Michael Franklin, Burbank, Illinois, base 68 Ford Fairlane for Route 66 Raceway. Over on the right side, the Chevrolet lane, Pete Carroll from Fairburn, Ohio, 68 Corvette for Team Killcare. Looks like Carroll going to get there for 696, 96 mile an hour on the right side. Franklin on the left, 720 at 94. Next pair up is a pair of dragsters. Jason Farquhar from Hillsboro, Ohio, the 94 Spitzer. He's for Killcare Dragway, the Chevrolet lane on the right side. Ray Skillman lane, Alan Moore from Brunswick, Ohio, running for Summit Motorsports Park. Will be in the Sunoco Race of Champions. Alan Moore on the left side, 004 reaction goes forward 89, 141 mile an hour. Farquhar on the right side, 513 at 133 on a 018 reaction. Next pair, Danny Cobb, he's in the 77 Vega over on the left side, Ray Skillman lane from Marengo, Ohio for Pacemakers Dragway Park. Chevrolet lane, Rick Wilkin from Hillsboro, Ohio, 91 Camaro for Team Killcare. the sheriff car. That's pretty cool. Cobb in the Vega 003 reaction, 675 at 102. Wilkin in the sheriff's car, 553 at 125 miles an hour. Next pair will be Matt Payne. He's a 64 Nova. Over in the Ray Skillman lane, Pacemakers, Dragway Park, team member. He's from Centerburg, Ohio. On the right-hand side, Dan Deshawn from Logansport, Indiana, 27 Roadster. Running for Team Bunker Hill. The Deshawn's also take part in the Nostalgia Drag Race League racing. 012 reaction time for Deshawn in the Roadster, 556, 121 miles an hour. Matt Payne on the left side, 693 at 98 mile an hour. Got to bring up another Deshawn, Dan's son Nick Deshawn in the Camaro, 69 Camaro for Team Bunker Hill. Defending Pro Gas Champ from the Nostalgia Drag Race League from last year. He'll be going against Dave Ansel, 2000 Camaro from Morris, Illinois for Route 66 Raceway on the left side. Camaros make their way down the track. Dave Ansel left side, 539, 128 miles an hour. Nick Deshawn goes 555 at 125. Got to bring up Justin Ford from Manhattan, Illinois, the 70 Chevelle for Route 66 Raceway over on the left side. Jay Allen in the right lane from Utica, Illinois. Also running for Route 66 Raceway. This year being the 40th running of the Division III ET Finals. Congratulations, everybody, for making the teams and being here. Justin Ford on the left side, 554 at 125 mile an hour. Jay Allen on the right side, run 509. Nicole Medisas will be in the dragster left side from New Lenox, Illinois for Route 66 Raceway. Going against Kendall Jacobs from Toledo, Ohio for Milan Dragway. Well, then Nicole on the left side. Training brake didn't hold or something, rolled on through or couldn't get it in reverse after the burnout to get it staged. Kendall Jacobs takes a single run, 487 at 141 miles an hour. You do not get second attempts here at the ET Finals. You get one staging attempt. So that will be the first time run for that car, even though they didn't get down the track. It's a tough break, but there will be another one later on. Second time run session will be the shootout qualifier to be contested later on this evening. If you're not in and you want to get in, go see the folks down at registration where you checked in. Next pair up, Brian Jenkins from Boston, Kentucky, the 86 Monte Carlo for Ohio Valley Dragway. He's left-hand side against Carl Keel for Rossford, Ohio. Running for Team Milan Dragway. Kyle in the dragster 007 reaction runs 5:16, 132 miles an hour. Jenkins in the Monte Carlo. Well, it went off, didn't get to see the time. Maurice Johnson from Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Left-hand side, 95 S10 for Ohio Valley Dragway. He's left-hand side in a Ray Skillman lane. Over in the Chevrolet lane, that's Bill Webb from Centersburg, Ohio. National Trail Raceway team member. Webb just a little quick on the trigger, goes red. 525, 110 mile an hour. Johnson in the S10 764 at 88. Next pair up, Jim Oliver from New Lenox, Illinois. 66 Chevy 2 for Route 66 Raceway. He's in the Chevy lane. Right-hand side, Ray Skillman lane. Bruce Ashcraft from Pataskala, Ohio. 70 Malibu running for Pacemakers Dragway Park. Oliver going to get there first. 579, 121 miles an hour. Bruce Ashcraft, 698 at 96. Next up, pair of dragsters. Bleeding or burnout, backing up for their staging. Ryan Pickens from Grafton, Ohio for Summit Motorsports Park. He's over in the Ray Skillman lane. In the Chevrolet lane, Danny Waddle from Pickerington, Ohio. He's running for Team National Trail Raceway. Danny Waddle blowing the tree down. 004 reaction, 481, 142 miles an hour. Pickens on the left side. 012 reaction, 499 at 136. Paul Pasanko from Orland Park, Illinois for Route 66 Raceway. He's left-hand side in the Ray Skillman lane. No data on the car right-hand side. Another dragster pair. .008 reaction time on the car right-hand side. 480, 144 mile an hour. Pasanko on the left-hand side. 021 reaction goes 472 at 147. Next pair up will be Tyler Schneider from Rochester Hills, Michigan. The 80 Monza running for Mid-Michigan Motorplex. The right-hand side, 69 Camaro out of Columbus, Ohio. Scott Hessler for National Trail Raceway. 001 reaction for Hessler on the right side. The left side, 003. That'd be a race anywhere. 528, 130 mile an hour for Hessler. Schneider goes 582 at 119. Next pair up will be Jake Orman. He's out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Dragster right-hand side, Lions Raceway Park team member. Be going against Keith Queener from Bethel, Ohio in the 64 Chevy 2. Running for Edgewater Sports Park. Pair of red lights for these guys. Orman going to get there first in dragster, 493, 139 miles an hour. Queener in the Chevy 2, 554 at 125. Next will be Bradley Miles. He's from Terre Haute, Indiana, running for Lions Raceway Park. He's a dragster on the Ray Skillman side. The Chevy lane, Steve Pearson from St. Charles, Missouri, running for Gateway Motorsports Park in the 77 Vega. Miles into dragster, 019 reaction goes 487 at 140. Steve Pearson closed out his run 672 at 101. Next up, Jordan Robbins from Red Key, Indiana, running for Muncie Dragway, Team Muncie. He'll be going against Bill Beaver, Columbia, Illinois-based 68 Camaro for Gateway Motorsports Park over in the Ray Skillman lane. .006 reaction time for Robbins in the dragster. Goes 539, 126 mile an hour. Beaver in the Camaro 560 at 122. Later on this afternoon, we'll have the introductions of the Race of Champions and pair them up and start running the Race of Champions. I think that's mid-afternoon, 3 o'clock on the schedule. Yep, 3 o'clock they'll have the ceremonies. How to bring up James Monroe. He's going to be in the Race of Champions for Lions Raceway Park out of Bloomington, Indiana. He's left-hand side against Matt Gramlich from Monroe, Michigan, running for Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Second time run session today, again, will be the qualified session for the shootout to be held later this evening after the in and around the Race of Champions. James Monroe, 016 reaction, 497, 138 mile an hour. Gramlich goes 488 at 140. Damian Begler from Wilmington, Illinois. He's in the 74 Vega, Ray Skillman side for Coles County Dragway, USA. Be going against the dragster out of Maybe, Michigan, Larry Gramlich from Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Pair of red lights. Well, they're just kind of pink. Begler left side 006 red. Gramlich 004. Gramlich goes 490, 140 miles an hour. Begler 658 at 103. Get those red bulbs out of your system so when we get into eliminations, they'll be out of the way. Walt Edwards from Charleston, Illinois, the 2009 dragster. Another Sunoco Race of Champions competitor you'll see later on today, Coles County Dragway. USA. He's on the left-hand side. No data on the car right-hand side. Car looks familiar. Can't place the name that goes with it, though. Devin Eisenhower over on the right-hand side. Thank you, Warren. Eisenhower 09 reaction time, 493 at 140. Walt Edwards goes 530 at 128 miles an hour. Randy Wolf from Bunker Hill, Indiana, running for Team Bunker Hill, of course. Who else? It's on the right-hand side. He's been a Race of Champion winner here before. I believe he got down to the semifinal or final round a few years ago. Driving a borrowed car from the Thompsons while his car, regular Camaro, is undergoing reconstruction over at Wildman Shop. Roger Baker from Medora, Indiana, the Mustang left-hand side for Lucas Oil Raceway. Baker, 002 reaction, 653 at 105. Wolf, a little red, 006, goes 579 at 118. Greg Rice from Maryland Heights, Missouri. He's in the dragster, left-hand side for Gateway Motorsports Park. No data on the later model Nova, it appears. On our right-hand side, Carolyn Ruggless over there working to get all the new registrations, all the cards in. We'll have this all up for you when we, a little later on, we get around closer to race time. Devin Eisenhower in the right lane, I'm told. Oh, Dennis, you cracked me up. Greg Rice, 485, 142 miles an hour in the dragster left side, right-hand side. The body car, 651 at 105. Rick Long from Franklin, Indiana, 69 GTX for Lucas Oil Raceway. He's right-hand side against Devin Eisenhower over on the left-hand side. No, we're just having fun. We don't know. I don't know who they are, but any car we don't have a number on, we'll just call him Devin Eisenhower. For this round, 018 reaction for Rick Long, 632 at 108 mile an hour. Left side goes 743 at 104. Got to bring up Larry Mays the second. Or is that Larry Mays 11? Greenwood, Indiana. Mays RV Remarketing, the sponsor. Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis competitor, going against Dominic Bowden from Channahon, Illinois. The dragster running for Route 66 Raceway. Ooh, wheels up for Mays in the Camaro. He's 001 reaction, goes 605 at 113. Bowden in the dragster, 471 at 146 miles an hour. Chris Schneider from Strongsville, Ohio in the 2014 Diamond dragster for Summit Motorsports Park. He's Chevrolet lane. Against Corey Landolt from Herman, Missouri for Gateway Motorsports Park over in the Ray Skillman lane. 008 reaction time for Schneider on the right-hand side goes 483 at 143 miles an hour. Landolt on the left side, 473 at 146. Got to bring up Kevin Long, 71 Dart over on the left side from Brownsburg, Indiana. Racing for Lucas Oil Raceway. Over on the Chevrolet side, Todd Trench Sr. from Alsip, Illinois. He's in the Miller chassis dragster for Byron Dragway. Trent Sr. in the dragster, 495 at 139 miles an hour. Kevin Long, 012 on the reaction, goes 610 at 113. Got to bring up Jeff Gregory from Franklin, Kentucky, the 68 Nova. He's on the right-hand side to Chevrolet lane. Devin Eisenhower in the Camaro left-hand side. .607 at 114 over on the left side. Gregory in the right lane. 613 at 109. Doing a little housekeeping out there on the starting line. Looks like he's got it ready to his liking. Brian Blankenship from Norwood, Ohio. 86 IROC. For Edgewater Sports Park. He's in a Ray Skillman lane against Jason Barnes, Portland, Tennessee, base 98 S10 for Beach Bend Raceway. Barnes on the right-hand side, just a little pink 003 to the red 652 at 104 mile an hour. Blankenship on the left side is 622 at 110. How to bring up Bradley Paul from Evansville, Indiana, 74 Scamp, the Plymouth Scamp, running for Beach Bend Raceway Park. Over on the right side, the 76 Chevette out of Indianapolis, Butch Slaughter, running for Lucas Oil Raceway. Brad Paul on the left side, 686, 98 mile an hour. Slaughter, there are no times up for. He left well before the tree was activated, I believe. Got no numbers on that run. Got to bring up Greg Kessel from Monroe, Michigan. Sorry, Kasel, okay. For Milan Dragway. He's left-hand side against Derek. Kentucky based dragster for Beach Bend Raceway Park. Kasel on the left side in the altered 010 reaction, 580 at 116 mile an hour. Adams just a hair red 006 to the red 510 at 133. To bring up Dennis Hall, 78 Malibu from Mansfield, Ohio, running for Summit Motorsports Park. No date on the dragster left-hand side. Could be Devin Eisenhower. It probably isn't, but it could be. Whoever it is, 003 on the reaction time, runs 5:53, 128 mile an hour. Great run. Dennis Hall on the right side, 010 reaction, 5:58. Again, would have been a great race. Shane Williamson from Shepherdsville, Kentucky in the Monte Carlo left side for Ohio Valley Dragway. Going against Jerry Cotton from St. John, Indiana, running for Byron Dragway. Jerry Cotton, haven't seen him for several years. Used to make the tour around through Bunker Hill every now and then. If I remember right at the time, he was running altered. 017 for Jerry Cotton. He's a little bit anxious this morning. 488, 141 mile an hour. Shane Williamson, 661 at 105. Tim Buckley from Rossford, Ohio. He's in the dragster left-hand side for Milan Dragway. Matt Murray from Manhattan, Illinois. Matt Murray, another name I hadn't seen around for a while, running for Byron Dragway. Well, they're running for Byron Dragway. That's why I haven't seen him for a little while. .013.017 reaction, right to left. Matt Murray, 480, 143 mile an hour. Buckley on the left side, 471 at 146. Next up, James Rawl from Romulus, Michigan. He's in the dragster for Team Milan over in the Ray Skillman lane. Right-hand side in the Chevrolet lane, Tim Penniman from Thornville, Ohio. Running for National Trail Raceway. It says here it's a 2012 dragster, but that certainly is not a 2012 dragster. It's Camaro. Second generation Camaro. And red lights the pair. We're all going to get there first in dragster. 5 flat, 137. Penniman in the Camaro, 591 at 117. Adam Klein will come up in the camouflaged paint scheme 78 Malibu wagon. He's from Franklin, Kentucky, racing for Beach Bend Raceway Park. He'll be in the Sunoco Race of Champions. Later on today, John Malaby from Etna, Ohio. He's in the Cavalier for National Trail Raceway. He's in the Chevrolet lane, right-hand side. Adam Klein in the wagon, 669, 100 mile an hour. John Malaby in the Cavalier on our right-hand side of 617 at 110. Got to bring up Todd Clark, Albany, Indiana-based 79 Malibu, finishing his burnout. Running for Muncie Dragway, he'll be representing Muncie in the Sunoco Race of Champions. Later on this afternoon, Roger Parks from Covington, Indiana, for Lucas Oil Raceway. He's on the right-hand side in the dragster in the Chevrolet lane. Ooh, Todd Clark goes wheels up on the line and then slowly moving on down the track, having some sort of a problem apparently. Roger Parks in the dragster, 480, 144 miles an hour. Next pair of dragsters, Corey Adams from Greensburg, Indiana. He's left-hand side for Lucas Oil Raceway. Going against Henry Vandevoort from Plainfield, Indiana for Lucas Oil Raceway over in the Chevrolet lane. Adams on the left side, 005 reaction, goes 493 at 138 mile an hour. Vandevoort on the right side, 001 reaction time. That's almost scary close. 471 at 146 miles an hour. Nicole Medisas from New Lenox, Illinois for Route 66 Raceway. Left-hand side, Shorty Raider from Martinsville, Indiana. He's on the right-hand side. Running for Lions Raceway Park. Looks like a Chevy 2 Shorty's got. Never know what you're going to see Shorty show up at the track in. Used to seeing him in a dragster. He was a national champion. Can't remember the year. I don't know, last 8 or 10 years. Left-hand side, 488, 141 mile an hour for Medisas. Shorty Raider goes 514 to 135 with a 005 reaction time. Got to bring up Rick Needham Jr. from Cleves, Ohio. Of course, he's going to be running for Edgewater Sports Park. He's in the 84 Ranger on the Ray Skillman side. Going against Ryan Burba, the dragster from Peyton, Ohio for Team Killcare. Ryan Burba, 014 reaction in the dragster, 404 at 136 mile an hour. Needham in the Ranger, 530 at 106. Next pair up, Michael Needham from Hamilton, Ohio. He's in the dragster representing Edgewater Sports Park in the Race of Champions. Later on today, over on the Chevrolet side, Emily Rowe from Dayton, Ohio for Team Killcare in the S10. Okay, class call out all SuperPro motorcycles. Call to the lanes, west side, lane 7 and 8, please. All SuperPro motorcycles to the west side, lane 7 and 8 for your class call. Needham, left-hand side, 531 at 128 miles an hour. Emily Rowe on her right side, 635 at 108 in the S10. How to bring up Jim Robinson from Independence, Kentucky. He's in the Mustang over in the Ray Skillman side for Edgewater Sports Park. Alex Jones from Wheatland, Indiana for Lions Raceway Park. He's right-hand side in the Chevrolet lane. Robinson on the left, just a hair quick on the trigger, 645 at 104 mile an hour. Alex Jones goes 627 at 108. This pair, Tommy Bueller from Huntington, Indiana. He's in 2000 undercover dragster for Muncie Dragway. He's left-hand side. On the right-hand side, I believe that's Brent Jones for Lions Raceway Park. I think that's Brent's car, if that's what he's driving this week. I believe he's driving. I know that it's not Devin Eisenhower, I don't think. That's purely speculation. Tommy Bueller, tough racer all on his own. Seen him win many times. 003 reaction goes 5:15 at 134 miles an hour. Brent Jones 5:47 at 126 on a 016 reaction time. So if in fact that is Brent, and I believe it is, to the best of my knowledge. Good run on both guys right there. How to bring up Kaylee Daniels from Huntington, Indiana, running for Muncie Dragway. Over on the right-hand side, Nathan Jones out of Wheatland, Indiana, for running for Lions Raceway Park. Kaylee Daniels, newly engaged young lady, going to be getting married next March, as I understand. To West May. Congratulations to both of them. Kaylee Daniels, a little quick this morning, goes red, 490 at 140 mile an hour for Kaylee. Nathan Jones, 011 on the reaction, 461 at 150 mile an hour. Brian Brown from Brazil, Indiana. He's in dragster left-hand side for Lions Raceway Park. He's in the Ray Skillman lane, going against the 87 Camaro from Georgetown, Ohio, Don Scalf Jr., running for Ohio Valley Dragway. Okay, track managers, track owners, operators, you are invited to a luncheon at the new Top Eliminator Club over here behind the big grandstands, Top Eliminator grandstands, at noon for a luncheon sponsored by Lucas Oil Raceway. So team owners or track owners, managers, you're invited to this luncheon put on by Lucas Oil Raceway. Brian Brown, 538, 127 miles an hour. Don Scalf Jr., 596 at 114. How to bring up Macaulay Young from Bedford, Indiana. He's, well, it says 70. No, but that don't look right. He's for Lions Raceway Park, left-hand side. No data on the S10 right-hand side. Probably not organizing. Devin Eisenhower getting his name shoved around as we have a little bit of fun up here. S10 right side goes 005 red, 616 at 113 mile an hour. Macaulay Young, 512 at 135 over on the Ray Skillman side. Okay, we got a change for you. The track owners, operators, luncheon because of ongoing construction in the new Top Eliminator Club, going to be in the press room, second floor of the tower, down on the north side. Not in race control, but on down the hallway from race control. So update on that. Jeff Burdess from Saginaw, Michigan. The Malibu wagon goes 586 at 116 mile an hour. The car left-hand side, 481 at 143. So once again, an update on that. The luncheon for the track owners going to be down at the press room, second floor of the tower, all the way down to the right-hand side. Jason Ford from Beaver Creek, Ohio. He's in the dragster for Killcare Dragway. Will be in the Race of Champions this afternoon for Killcare. He's in the Ray Skillman lane going against Jake Hodge from Spencer, Indiana. 74 Vega wagon running for Beacon Dragway. He's over in the Chevrolet lane. Well, Hodge is in right-hand side, waiting on Jason Ford to tickle that dragster up there. He's got it in now, third stage. Three comes down. 018 reaction for Ford on the left side. Goes 463 at 150 mile an hour. Jake Hodge, 607 at 113. Next up, Camaro Costello from Evansville, Indiana. The 80 Camaro for Lions Raceway Park, left-hand side. Racer X in the early model Camaro over in the Chevrolet lane. Costello left-hand side, a little quick on the trigger. Turns on the red, goes 613 at 114. Racer X on the right side, 553 at 124 mile an hour in the early model Camaro. This next pair, Tom Flowers from Bowling Green, Kentucky, 67 Camaro left-hand side for Beach Bend Raceway Park. He's in the Ray Skillman lane going against Mitch Schomber from Zanesville, Ohio. The dragster right-hand side for National Trail Raceway. Hey, I want to take the opportunity for my tour of duty ends here this morning to welcome the new owners of Bunker Hill Drag Strip. Adam and Stacy Confer, want to welcome them to NHRA Division III in the ET Finals. And I want to shout out to my girl, April Confer, who's had a stroke. She's in rehab, and I know she's watching today. April, sending some love out to you, and Team Bunker Hill here doing it for you this weekend. We want you to get well soon, sweetheart. Tom Flowers, a little quick on the trigger, 010 red, 654 at 104 mile an hour. Schaumburg on the right-hand side, 515 at 131. All right, folks, that's going to do my tour of duty here this morning. I'm going to turn it over to Mike Coyle from Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis. He's going to carry you on.
And all motorcycles, all my SuperPro motorcycles, want you on the west side, please. West side of the track, west side staging lanes, lanes 7 and 8. That's 2 lanes furthest to the left. Well, over near where all the golf carts are going to be parked, that's 9 and 10. So lanes 7 and 8 on the west side of the track, that's what we're planning probably on doing with the motorcycles all weekend. As Bill Rowe and Trance Breaker go to the other end of the track, 479, 145 for Rowe, 607, 113 for Trance Breaker's Camaro. And I want to apologize in advance to all you people out there that might be watching the video. I ain't got a face for television. I'm a radio kind of guy, you know? So I'm sorry. If I injure your TV or if you need to turn the brightness down or whatever you need to do, I apologize. Got Dale Cooter, Gale out of Valparaiso, Indiana, in the 02 Firebird Roadster, 402 Chevy powered. Now, that could be big or small. And over there on the left side, don't have that driver's name yet on file, in his dragster. As we continue along here with the SuperPro category. And they're off, both are green. Dragster saw the green a little quicker than the Firebird. 491, 141 for the dragster, 561, 122 for Cooter's Firebird over here in the Chevrolet lane. Chevrolet lane. Fred Krikora, out of Grafton, Ohio. His dragster, 582 inches of Chevrolet power. And again, over there in the Ray Skillman lane, not on file yet. It's not a car I recognize. With all of the teams here from all the different tracks, I'll recognize a bunch of them, but I'd say not the majority. So some of them we won't tell you who they are until we get probably to the next round. And again, we'd like to welcome everybody that's watching us here on D3 TV. Wonder how many of you yesterday were watching on MotorTrend.com when the Hot Rod Drag Weeks came through Lucas Oil Raceway here. That was pretty impressive. Krikora, 489, 147, and looks like they updated the number, and that was Mitch Vincent out of St. Charles, Illinois, over there on the left side. He went 003 red and then went a 481, 143 miles an hour. Stephen Schmidt out of Massillona, Ohio, in an American dragster. He's over here in the Chevrolet lane, representing Summit Motorsport Park. And Michael Gramlich out of Maybe, Michigan. Now, I'm not saying maybe he's from Michigan. I'm saying he may be Michigan. Appears to be the town he's from. He's got a 14 American dragster, big block Chevy, running for Mid-Michigan Motorplex, and he'll be our representative in the Race of Champions from the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Both cars staging carefully. I'd say Schmidt was real close to top. And Schmidt shuts off the clocks, 464, 149. Gramlich, 497 at 139. And just a reminder, I know it's hard to hear us with all these cars running, but we'll hit it a bunch of times today. The only gate that will be open for entrance and exit the remainder of the weekend, although there will be probably 3 gates open Sunday evening. But prior to that, the only gate that will be open 24 hours a day, day and night, will be gate 8 over there on the west side of the track. So that will be the only gate. You can go in and out 24 hours a day. Then probably Sunday afternoon at some point, we'll open other gates to exit, so it's a little easier to get out. But prior to that, gate 8 over there on the west side of the track is the only gate that will be open for entrance and exit the rest of today and tomorrow and Sunday morning. So Josh Woods, Beretta right side, and Jeremy Clemens, Malibu over there in the Ray Skillman lane. Clemens Malibu 651 102, Josh Woods Beretta 593 at 116. Rob Barrow out of Cecilia, Kentucky, right side in his S10, representing Ohio Valley. Alex Miller's Monza out of Mansfield, Ohio, representing Summit. Rob Barrow and Alex Miller, both representing Ohio Buckeye Trucks. Barrow and Son of Motorsports Park for Miller. Miller will get there first. 582 119 in the Ray Skillman lane. Chevrolet lane, the S10 of Barrow, 685 at 98 miles an hour. Next up over here on the Chevrolet side, we got Jeremy Lucas. Jeremy out of Akron, Kentucky. Never heard of that one. Akron. He's in a 67 Firebird representing Ohio Valley. We've got the S10 over there in the Ray Skillman lane. Another driver that's not in our database in the computer yet. Hope y'all are out there enjoying this D3 TV. This is pretty cool that we're able to stream so much of our racing these days, especially the divisional stuff that I've personally always liked to watch. They're off in green. Lucas, a little bit of smoke there early, but he cleaned up. Lucas's Firebird 658 103 and a 632 108 for the S10. And a pair of not on files. Good looking 64 or 5 Malibu over here on the right side. And over on the left side, an S10. I can't quite read the teams they're representing, but I'm sure we'll know that the next round. Looks like the S10's the quicker of the two. He'll shut off the clocks 548 127. The red Malibu 643 at 108. Well, we're getting almost to the end of SuperPro, which could mean some people that were late arrivals, because we got 2 more not on files. Monza and a rear engine dragster. Dragster's completed his burnout. Now the Monza's getting ready to back into the stage beams, or more accurately, back through them and pull in as per the rule book. Some of you may or may not, that are listening, may or may not be aware that there is a rule that the last movement when you stage must be forward. Back years and years ago, there were people that liked to drive through and then back up so they knew where they were on the back side of the beam. That became illegal. And both cars are about to stage. There we go. Tree coming down, and off we go. Dragster will get there first. 481, 143 miles an hour. The Monza shuts her off 631 at 108. Here we go. A couple I can tell you who they are. Eddie Anderson. Eddie's out of Louisville, Kentucky. His 04 Undercover, big block powered entry, representing Ohio Valley. He's over here in the Chevrolet side. Over in the Ray Skillman side, we got Christopher Morris. He's out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. Well, that may or may not be right, because it says it's a dragster, and it really ain't. It's an S10. Hey, racer in need. Racer in need. Need a 7/16 polylock. Well, it's for a big block Chevy, but a 7/16 polylock is a 7/16 polylock. Eddie Anderson over here on the right, 483, 143. The S10 runs 739, 97 miles an hour. I have a feeling that number was incorrect. John Sheldon's undercover dragster over here on the right, out of Louisville, Kentucky, representing another Ohio Valley representative. Over in the Ray Skillman lane, we got Bill from Naperville, Illinois, Butchosove, or something in that ballpark, in a 74 Opel GT representing Byron. $525, $129 for Sheldon's dragster, $628, $108 for the Opel GT. Next up, Chevrolet lane, Daniel Johnson out of Gallatin, Tennessee. His Vega representing Beach Bend Raceway Park. And over in the Ray Skillman lane, Dennis Mead. He's out of Newark, Ohio, representing National Trail Raceway in his 83 Z28. One on the red side of the tree for Johnson, but in time runs, who cares? 682, 101 for the Vega Johnson, 605, 113 for Meads Z28. Next pair, 67 Camaro of Will Crawford, over here in the Chevrolet side, out of Saline, Michigan, representing Milam Dragway. Over in the Ray Skillman lane, we got Aaron Witzman. Witzman out of Bloomington, Indiana, in the 81 Monza. He's representing Lions Raceway. Sure, a lot of you know Lions Raceway is closed these days, but these are the folks that made their team before they shut down here a few weeks ago. So we will still have a Lions representative here. Oh, baby, Weitzman, trip zip on the tree. Perfect light, 560, 125. Over on the right side, we got Will Crawford at 619, 111 miles an hour. Chevrolet lane, we got Andrew D. Piazza out of Chicago, Illinois, in his Camaro, representing Byron. Over in the Ray Skillman lane, we got Ryan Burba. He's out of Peyton, Ohio, in a 2012 Hitman dragster. He's representing Killcare. And 521, 134 for the Camaro De Piazza. 514, 131 for the dragster of Burba. Got another one on, not on file over here in the Chevrolet side, the dragster. Over in the Ray Skillman side, a bracket racer extraordinaire, Edmund Richardson, out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. I bet most of you recognize that name. 2012 American dragster out of representing Beach Bend Raceway Park. Hey, first call, Sportsman, West Side, Sportsman, West Side, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sportsman, West Side, first call. Start making your way to the lanes. Chevrolet lane shuts off the clocks 465, 149. Richardson's dragster shuts her off 502, 137 miles an hour. Next up over here on the Chevrolet side, Tim Louderback. Tim's out of Xenia, Ohio, representing Killcare. Of course, Xenia is exactly where Killcare's at in his rear engine dragster. And over there in the Ray Skillman side, another one of my not on files. We'll know who that is probably next time, as I've got one pair on the line, one pair in the water. Then we go to motorcycles. And the Ray Skillman side gets there first. The dragster shuts off the clocks 490, 141. Louderback's dragster shuts her off 511 at 134. And my last pair of the Summit Super Pros, Dave Heller. Heller's out of Defiance, Ohio, in his 70 Barracuda. 451 inches of Mopar power. He represents Milam Dragway. Over in the Ray Skillman side, we've got Dennis D. Valerio out of Algonquin, Illinois. His undercover dragster representing Byron. And the dragster shuts off the clocks 478, 145 to Heller's Barracuda 617, 113. And we'll be just a minute for the switch over. They'll probably look at the starting line just a tick here as we switch categories. Yeah, looks like we're rolling right into the water. So track must be ready and in good shape. First pair of bikes will both be Sunoco Race of Champions representatives. Dave Hill out of Mount Vernon, Ohio, over here in the Chevrolet side. His 86 Suzuki represents Pacemakers Dragway. And over in the Ray Skillman side, Bob Boruta, make it Boruta, out of Kent City, Michigan, on a 08 Hayabusa. He represents Mid-Michigan. So there's a chance these guys will see each other in the Race of Champions. Pair of young fellas, 50 and 56 years old. And they're off. The green lights both sides. Hill, much quicker. 004 on the tree. He gets there first. 817, 160 miles an hour. Boruta's Hayabusa, 948, 140 miles an hour. Next up, Chevrolet side, Mark Holly. Mark's out of Reynoldsburg, Ohio, on a 76 Kawasaki, representing pacemakers. Steve Whitham, out of Enon, Ohio. He's on an 89 Ninja, and he represents Killcare. Second call, Sportsman West Side. Second call, Sportsman cars, West Side. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Mark Holly gets there first, 881, 147. Steve Witham, 1026, 127 miles an hour. Kinsey Witham, also out of Enon, Ohio. 76 Kawasaki. Sunoco Race of Champions representative for Killcare. It's over here in the Chevrolet side. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Andrew England, out of Westchester, Ohio. 84 Suzuki, representing National Trail Raceway. $10.02, 130 for Kinsey and England, 10.26, 119. Jonathan Vickers up here in the Chevrolet lane out of Streeter, Illinois, representing Route 66 on a Kawasaki. And over in the Ray Skillman side, Andy Sandquist out of Sherrard, Illinois, on a Kawasaki, also representing Byron Raceway. And Jonathan gets there first, 874, 142 miles an hour, and an 890, 143 for Sandquist. Bill Homuth out of Hampshire, Illinois, on a Suzuki in the Chevrolet side, running for Route 66. And over in the Ray Skillman side, Tom Whiteman. Whiteman's out of Reynoldsburg, Ohio, on a Kawasaki, and he's representing National Trail. Third call, Sportsman cars, West Side. West Side, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And for all racers, I don't know if anybody's announced this yet, but I'll announce it a few times. No matter which side of the track you're on, odd-numbered lanes put you in the right lane. Even-numbered lanes put you in the left lane. Odd right, even left. Bill Homuth, 886, 149. Whiteman, 972, 134. Next pair up in the Chevrolet lane got Sean Robson out of Johnstown, Ohio. Riding a Kawasaki, representing National Trail. Over in the other lane, also representing National Trail, and their Sunoco Race of Champions representative will be Bruce Sauer out of Reynoldsburg, Ohio. He's also on a Kawasaki. Robson, right side, 9/1642. Sauer, 9/1941. Greg Darm out of Streeter, Illinois. Kawasaki representing Route 66. He's in the Chevrolet lane. Homer England Jr. out of Westchester, Ohio on a Kawasaki representing National Trail over there in the Ray Skillman side. England turns on the red light, leaves about 41 thou too soon. That's why we have practice runs. 886, 147 for Durham, 1054, 124 for England. Kurt Clark next up in the Chevrolet lane out of Davenport, Iowa on a Kawasaki representing Byron. And he's the Race of Champions representative for Byron. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Marshall Hutchinson. He's out of Columbus, Ohio, also on a Kawasaki representing National Trail. Hey, first call, East Side Sportsman. East Side Sportsman. Lanes 15, 16, 17, and 18. First call, East Side Sportsman. Clark shuts off the clocks 8:59, 148. Two Hutchinson Juniors, 9:54. 136. Dan McCartan, he's out of Ingleside, Illinois. 97 Kawasaki, he's the Race of Champions rep for Route 66. Also, my Race of Champions rep here at Lucas Oil Raceway. In the Ray Skillman lane, Wesley Wells out of Greenwood, Indiana on his Suzuki. You see Wesley at a lot of the national and divisional events with Ray Skillman group. He's one of their chief mechanics. And McCartan gets her 762, 171. Wesley Wells, 830 to 160. Rick McWaters out of Bucyrus, Ohio on a Hayabusa representing Summit Motorsport Park. In the other lane also from Summit is Ted Harvey. Ted's out of Mender, Ohio. He's on another Suzuki. And the clock shut off 8:22, 158 for Mick Waters, 8:23, 154 for Harvey. Roy Saferied II out of New Cumberland, West Virginia on a Kawasaki representing Summit Motorsport Park. Wow, West Virginia, that's a long drive to run for Summit. Joe Novak, he's over in the Ray Skillman lane out of Carlton, Michigan, also on a Kawasaki, and he's Milam's Sunoco Race of Champions rep. And right lane, 872, 147. Left lane, 837, 155. Nick Shaw, right side, on a Hayabusa from Mount Blanchard, Ohio. He's the Sunoco Race of Champions rep for Summit Motorsports Park. Justin Hughes out of Lambertville, Michigan. He runs for Milam Raceway. Nick Shaw, 796, 161. Justin Hughes, 829, 156. Kyle Delamore out of Wellington, Ohio. He's on a Suzuki. Runs for Summit Motorsport Parks. And over in the other lane, the Ray Skillman lane, Frank Landers out of Washington, Illinois. Also on a Suzuki, representing Byram. Second call, East Side Sportsman. Second call, East Side Sportsman. Lanes 15, 16, 17, and 18. Fourth and final call, West Side Sportsman. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. West Side Sportsman. Final call. West Side Sportsman to 1, 2, 3, and 4. Delamore, 865, 152. Lenders, 1004, 130. Phil Humphrey out of Collinsville, Illinois. Sunoco Race of Champions rep for Gateway. He's over in the Race Gilman lane. Chad Isley, he's the Race of Champions rep for Coles County. Isley's won this dude before. And Isley, 899, 148, 875, and 156 for Humphrey. And looks like I have my last pair for this round on the line now. Got Eric Cooper. Eric's out of Martinsville, Illinois on his Kawasaki. He's representing Coles County. And it looks like I got one motorcycle that didn't make it in the computer before we ran. Because my last one in the Chevrolet lane, I don't have the driver's pedigree. But I'll bet I do next time. Eric Cooper, 943, 138, and the unknown rider. 1120, 115 over on the right side. And that completes this first time run for the Summit SuperPro motorcycles. Got the first pair of Sportsmen crossing the ready line. Steve Markham. Steve's out of Cincinnati, Ohio. He's at an 01 Mustang. He runs for Edgewater. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Tony Phillips out of West Terre Haute, Indiana, in his S10. He runs for Crossroads, which for those of you that don't know, that's the old Terre Haute action track there in the fairgrounds track in Terre Haute, Indiana. In fact, he was here with that way big turret S10 last week, evidently testing Lucas Oil Raceway. And Phillips gets there first in the truck, 1232, 109. Markham's Mustang, 1385 at 100 miles an hour. Amy Hennies. Amy's out of Cincinnati, Ohio. Also runs for Edgewater, her 89 Mustang. And the first of my guys from here at Lucas Oil Raceway, Coy Ben Sr. out of Stylesville, Indiana. Evidently, Coy doesn't write very clearly, and they didn't spell it right, but I know where he lives. He's 67 Belvedere. Coy's running for Lions. I thought he was running for us. I missed. He races at Lucas Oil Raceway a lot, but he's running for Lions. 1239, 109. I got to stop rooting for him, don't I? Huh. Okay. Amy runs 1635, 86 miles an hour. Next, Pearl B. Aaron Blust in the Chevrolet lane. Out of Cincinnati, a third one in a row from Edgewater. He's at a 70 Duster. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Daniel Roy out of Heartland, Michigan, and a 96 S10 running for Mid-Michigan. And 1284, 104 for Blust. 1214, 112. 1214 for Daniel Roy. Sammy Loudon, he's over here in the Chevrolet side. He's got a A02 Z28. He's representing Lucas Oil Raceway. And Jeff Vaughn, he runs for Crossroads. He's from Terre Haute, Indiana, and that's 70 Nova. Vaughn, he's been running at Terre Haute forever. I don't think he's quite as old as I am, so probably not quite as forever as I was. Vaughn, 1207, 110. Loudon, 1294, 104. Ted Lipka out of Fallon, Missouri, represents Gateway Motorsports Park in his Camaro. He's on the Chevrolet side. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Brad Fisher. Brad's out of Peru, Indiana, in his 86 Oldsmobile. He runs for Bunker Hill. Looks like the Camaro Lipka is going to shut off the clocks first. 1224, 111 to a 1308, 103 for Fisher. Dalton Deffenbaugh, our Race of Champions representative here at Lucas Oil Raceway. Dalton's out of Lebanon, Ohio, 18-year-old high school student, 67 Chevelle. Absolutely obliterated our point system this year to run away with it as our champion. First full year out of junior dragsters. Pretty impressive kid. John Knapp, he's out of Alexandria, Indiana, 74 years young in his 77 Vegas. So there we go. Probably the oldest and the youngest. Chances are. 77 Vega running for Muncie Dragway. Dalton's going to get there first. 1272, 106 to a 1381, 102 for Knapp's Vega. Amber Price out of Terre Haute, Indiana, and her Dakota pickup truck racing for Crossroads. She's in the Chevrolet lane. And over in the Ray Skillman lane, Dave Satchwell out of Andrews, Indiana, in a 96 S10 running for Bunker Hill. And Price shuts off the clocks with their Dakota, 1313, 100 miles an hour. The S10, 1387 at 89 miles an hour. Alex Winkler over here in the Chevrolet side, out of Mattoon, Illinois, in a 2000 Trans Am. He's Coles County's Sunoco Race of Champions representative. Over in the Ray Skillman side is Aaron Warstell, out of Union, Missouri, in an 89 Mustang, representing Gateway. And Winkler shuts off the clocks 1211, 111. Warstell 1215 at 111. Dave McVicker out of Lagro, Indiana, in his 55 Chevrolet Del Rey. Runs for Bunker Hill, and he's over here in the Chevrolet side. Ray Skillman side is Mike Ramali out of Columbia City, Indiana, in a 68 Camaro, also representing Bunker Hill. Good looking 55 Del Rey of McVickers. 1218, 108 for McVickers 55 shoebox. 1209, 109 for the first gen Camaro of Ramali. Cody Frederick out of Terre Haute, Indiana. ADL Camino, small block powered, running for Crossroads Dragway. And over in the other lane is Jim Rouse out of Hamilton, Ohio. 63 Ford Falcon. Runs for Edgewater Motorsports Park. Must have some kind of a stroker in it. Calls it a 306. And a 1321 100 miles an hour for Fredericks El Camino. 13 flat 102 for Jim Roush's Falcon. Mike Ratulowski, from Highland, Illinois. He's in a Z28 over here in the Chevrolet lane representing Gateway Motorsports Park. Over in the Ray Skillman lane, Josh Pickett. From Indianapolis, Josh runs for Lions Raceway Park and he is the Sunoco Race of Champions representative in his 67 Camaro. Ratulowski turns on the red light, leaves 9 thousandths too soon. Pickett gets there first, 1297, 104 to a 1361 at 102. Jim Jessup out of St. Joseph, Illinois, in a 99 Firebird over here in the Chevrolet lane, representing Coles County. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Chad Eaton out of Paris, Illinois, in his 85 Monte Carlo, representing Crossroads Dragway. He was here last week at our bracket race testing and went to the final. Called it the Monte Carlo class. Had 2 Terre Haute Monte Carlos in the final. Trying to motivate our guys, I guess. And a 1205 110 for Eaton. Jessup 1361 101. Jason Wishman, he'll be next up in the Chevrolet lane. 73 Challenger, 340 powered. Runs for Lucas Oil Raceway. One of my guys. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Steve Zuner out of Imperial, Missouri, in a Dodge Dakota, representing Gateway Motorsports Park. Third call for the East Side Sportsman guys and gals. You should be in the staging lanes, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Third call for the East Side Sportsman cars. West Side Sportsman, if you're not in the lanes, you're pretty significantly late. Wishman will get there first in his Challenger, 1284 105. Zuner, 1439 at 95 miles an hour in the Dakota. Next up in the Chevrolet lane, the Mercury Capri of Jerry Fryer Jr. out of Moores Hill, Indiana, it says, representing Edgewater. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Ken Hansen. He's out of Crystal, Michigan, 66 Impala drop top. He's the Sunoco Race of Champions representative for Mid-Michigan. Fryer's Mustang gets her first, 1254 108. Hansen's Impala, 1376, 97 miles an hour. Next up in the Chevrolet side, Zach Gosnell. He's out of West Lafayette, Indiana, and his Z20 running for Lucas Oil Raceway. And over in the Ray Skillman side, Eric Lipke out of O'Fallon, Missouri. In his 99 Camaro, he represents Gateway Motorsports Park as their Sunoco Race of Champions representative. My tongue got in the way. I had to slap it around a little bit. 1210 107 for Gosnell, 1233 109 for Lipke. Oh, let's see. The first not in the computer for this round. Got a Firebird over here on the Chevrolet side. Over on the Ray Skillman side, I got Earl Grayson out of Terre Haute, Indiana. His 68 Nova representing Crossroads Raceway. Green lights both sides, one greener than the other. The Firebird arrives first, 12:35, 110, 12:48, 104 for Grayson. Brian Crisp's over here in the Chevrolet side out of Miamisburg in his 96 Caprice, running for Kilcairn. Over there on the left side, Austin Toole out of Winslow, Indiana, in his Monte Carlo. Race of Champions rep for Terre Haute. That's the other Monte Carlo that was in my final last week. 12,111 for Toole, 1369.99 for Cripps. Wes Butler, another representative for the Lucas Oil Raceway. His Firebird over here on the right side, and in the left lane, Tony Lyons. Tony's Mustang out of Ashcombe, Illinois. He runs for Coles County. And Tony shuts off the clocks 12:15, 110, 12:98, 104 for Butler. Mike Davis, his 67 Mustang out of O'Fallon, Missouri, is in the Chevrolet side representing Gateway Motorsports Park. Mike Malley, he's over in the Ray Skillman side out of Patricksburg, Indiana, 75 Firebird representing Lions Raceway Park. Davis, 12:18, 110 for that 67 2+2 Mustang, and the Firebird of Malley, 13:01, 103. Gary Lewis, he's got a 69 Buick Skylark out of St. Anne, Missouri. He's over here in the Chevrolet side representing Gateway. And Mark Lynn out of Paducah, Kentucky, his 79 Z28 representing Beacon Dragway. $12.44, 109 for Lewis, and $13.21, 101 for Lynn. Next up, Chevrolet Lane is Wendy Pemberton. Out of Bloomington, Indiana, she runs for Lions Raceway Park in her 73 Scamp. And Ron Hayden out of Keyville, Kentucky, his 06 Mustang, he runs for Beacon Dragway. The Scamp of Pemberton shuts off the clocks after she red lights, 12:85, 103. And Hayden, his Mustang, 13:25, 102. Dave Lewis Sr., left side, Cincinnati, Ohio is his home. His Ford Ranger represents Edgewater Motorsports Park.
Scott Shagley in the right-hand lane representing Bunker Hill. He's from Bringhurst, Indiana. Taught him everything he knows.
And when Sunday's over, we'll know if you taught him anything he really needed to know. 12:08, 111 for Shigley, and a 15:18, 89 miles an hour for Lewis.
And there's the fat farmer. Are you allowed to say that?
Don Roush over here on the right side out of Winamac, Indiana. 71 Vega out of Bunker Hill. And over there in the Skillman lane, we got Doug Thompson out of Columbus, Ohio. And his Firebird, he's the Race of Champions representative for Killcare. And at the finish line, 12:56, 106 for Roush's Vega. Thompson's Firebird, 12:47, 110. Next up, Chevrolet side, Brian Hendrickson out of Hamilton, Ohio, in the 72 Demon. He's the Race of Champions rep for Edgewater. Race of Champions rep for Muncie over there on the other side. Larry Schubert in his Vega, but I can't remember. He calls that something else. He's out of Windfall, Indiana. It's a Vegamino. Home-built Vega. Schubert gets there first, 12:07, 115. Hendrickson, 12:41, 108. Terry Knight over here on the Chevrolet side, out of Fairborn, Ohio, 85 S10. He races for Killcare. Over in the Ray Skillman side, got Jordan Wilhelm out of Delphs, Ohio, 72 Camaro, representing Muncie. Ted Knight, 12:30, 109. Jordan Wilhelm, 12:42, 111. Next up in the Chevy side, Kendall Schmidt, 64 Chevelle, out of Elberfeld, Indiana. Never heard of that one. He runs for Beacon Dragway. So obviously it's way down south somewhere. Randy Wolf over here on the left side. He's out of Bunker Hill, Indiana, and guess who he represents? Bunker Hill Drag Strip in his 75 Nova. I'm pretty sure the lady to my right on the other side of the window that I can't hear can tell me where Elberville's at. Or at least that it's definitely in southern Indiana. 13:59, 98 mile an hour for Schmidt, and a 14:14 at 95 miles an hour for Wolf. Jason Kersey out of Brookville, Indiana, 91 Mustang, representing Edgewater. Over there in the Ray Skillman side, Sean Morgan out of Galveston, Indiana, 92 Vega Wagon, representing Bunker Hill. $13.56 for Kersey at 100 miles an hour, and a 12.68, 106 for Morgan. Rick Shreves, Rick out of Dunkirk, Indiana, in the 69 Deuce, runs for Muncie. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Mike Glancy Jr. resides in Hamilton, Ohio, in a 66 Rambler. 401 AMC powered, runs for Edgewater. Not very many Ramblers out here. But then again, they're big time. You know, they can go to Monster Mopars now. And a 12.43, 109 for Shreves, and a 12.24, 109 for Glancy. Brandon Creasy out of Springville, Indiana, 09 Charger. He represents Lions. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Kelly Edwards out of Charleston, Illinois. His Z28 represents Coles County. Creasy will get here first, 13:26, 100 miles an hour in the right lane, 13:27, 103 for Edwards. Greg Rice out of Ross, Ohio. Another 66 Rambler, only it's 360 powered car, running for Edgewater. It's a Rambler Conspiracy from Ohio. Ellis Booth, Ellis out of Decatur, Illinois. Nah, I don't believe that's right. I'll have to check on that in the 93 S10. Well, yeah, he's in Colin Richardson's truck. Okay, I got it. Lucas Oil Raceway representative. Took me a minute to realize who owned it and who was driving it, but it is Ellis Booth. The Rambler of Rice will get there first, 12:43, 108 to a 13:26, 100 miles an hour for Ellis in the S10. Next up in the Chevy lane, Scott Pickens out of Marshall, Illinois. 83 Monte Carlo represents Crossroads. Next up over here on the Ray Skillman side, Chad Isley. Isley out of Charleston, Illinois in his 84 Mustang. Actually, it's Little's Mustang. Represents Coles County. I know Isley's in at least 2 classes this year because I saw 2 cars with his name on it. His Camaro and Little's Mustang. I didn't see him in motorcycle. Maybe he retired from motorcycle. I can't remember whether he ran. Anyway, 1194, 111 for Pickens. Going to have to slow down a little bit for this category. 1222, 110 for Isley. Paul Hagan out of Fenton, Missouri. Over here in the Chevrolet lane. He's representing Gateway with his Firebird. And over in the Ray Skillman side, Eric Cooper in the 74 Vega out of Martinsville, Illinois, racing for Coles County. And Cooper will get there first, 1197, 113 to a 1264, 110 for Hagan. Next up, Aaron Hagan. He's out of High Ridge, Missouri, in a Firebird representing Gateway. And over in the Ray Skillman side, Billy McCarty out of Washington, Indiana. Ooh, Billy jumped the river this year. He represents Beacon. I didn't know Billy ever crossed the river. You know, those of you that know anything about Billy McCarty, one time he won every class at Lions in the same night. Billy's pick-em-up's going to get there first, 1249, 103 to a 1287, 106. Next up in the Chevy side, got Travis Booth. Travis and his brother Ellis both represent us here at Lucas Oil Raceway. His 93 Mustangs and the Chevrolet side. Steve Collier over there on the Skillman side out of Xenia, Ohio, and his 70 Cuda represents Kilcare.
Okay, right after this race, folks, we got a special announcement for Race of Champions competitors. Hang on.
This ain't the announcement, is it? Okay. Steve Collier will get there first, 1205, 110. 1357, 98 mile an hour for Travis Booth. And now a word from our chief announcer.
Sunoco Race of Champions competitors. All 19 of you in each class. Pro, Super Pro, ET motorcycle. We need you to line up on the west side. Pro cars, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, 3, 4. Motorcycles, 5, 6. Sportsman, 7, 8. But only Sunoco Race of Champions people. West side, Pro cars, we need you now for a time trial. Pro cars, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, 3, 4. Motorcycles, 5, 6. Sportsman, 7, 8. Thank you very much. Cars there.
That was very well done, Dennis. Ronnie Overstreet's pick-em-up truck gets there 1610, 85 mile an hour. Homer England's Saturn 1699, 81 miles an hour. So again, Sunoco Race of Champions and Sunoco Race of Champions only. To the lanes on the west side. On the west side. Pro nearest the fence, 1 and 2. SuperPro, 3 and 4. I can't remember what he said for the others. You'll figure it out. 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, I know it's 5, 6, 7, and 8, but it's 2 different classes. What do you think? Motorcycle 5 and 6? Okay, motorcycle 5 and 6. Sportsman 7 and 8. Sarah Cassidy gets there in her Grand Am, 1584, 85 mile an hour. Carson Griffith gets there in 1253, 109. They represent Coles County and Kilcare. Jesse Bryant out of Windsor, Illinois, Chevrolet side, Z28, Coles County, the track. Left side, Ray Skillman lane. Jason Buchanan out of Wickliffe, Kentucky in an 89 S10. He's the Race of Champions representative for Beacon Raceway. Yes, ma'am. And Jesse Brandt shuts off the clocks 14:30, 97 mile an hour. Over in the Ray Skillman side, Jason Buchanan, he also shut off the clocks, but my computer shut him off too quick. Christy Yielding out of Humboldt, Illinois, Coles County Dragway representative in her 78 Malibu. And by golly, I believe that ends my Sportsman. And that about ends my hours, so I think I'm just going to turn it over because I got 2 guys can sit here and BS while there's no cars on the track instead of making me do it by myself. So I got Scott Daniels and Steve Riggins going to take over here. I'm going to hand one of them the wireless and the other one can use that one. I'm Mike Cole. I'm out of here for a while.
Well, here we go, folks. Another year. Yeah, who would have thunk we would have made it? Bracket Finals 2016. What do you think, Steve? Hey, now we got to get our contest going. Steve and I didn't. Oh, okay, hey, let's get out there and attention in the pits. We need our Race of Champions. East and West side both. You will be coming up on the west side. West side, we need you now. Pro, lanes 1 and 2. SuperPro 3 and 4. Bikes 5 and 6. Sportsman 7 and 8. We need you now. West side, both East and West side Race of Champions representative for your second time shot of the day.
Wow, Scott, unbelievable. We are live on D3 TV.
Hey, everybody watching us.
We have a face for not D3 TV. It's not good. They never told us we'd be on TV.
They might shut it down.
I would. Whew.
Don't worry. I remember I've been on there for an hour, and I already told them if they wanted to turn the TV off, it's all right.
I would.
They may not be able to see it if they ain't turned it back on yet.
We're good for surround sound, not picture in picture. Man, that's the only thing worse if you see 2 of us. The good news is, Scott, we have cars on the track, so our faces will go off.
Yeah, so this must be still in sportsman class.
We'll go with that.
We'll go with it because that's all we have. I'll take the Chevrolet lane, Steve, and I've got Steve Quickle. 16 Silverado for Route 66.
All right, over in the Ray Skillman side, got Chris Klein out of Brownstown, Michigan. The 2013 Dodge Challenger, Hemi powered out of Milan Dragway.
Well, my guy had the better light, got him doubled up if it matters in time shots.
It always matters, Scott.
Yep. Well, see some of the teams starting to decorate out there. So, hey, Team Muncie, Team Muncie, use some help getting your stands decorated. So see Dawn Daniels, and see if you can help her out and get the decorations up.
So again, reminder for the Sunoco Race of Champions competitors, you should be on the west side at this time for your time trial. Pro ET, you should be in lanes 1 and 2, SuperPro 3 and 4, ET Motorcycle 5 and 6, Sportsman ET 7 and 8. Melvin Robinson Jr., Matthew,
I didn't know
that was
let you
yours.
have that one 'cause I'm not touching
Massajuski, I don't know. I'm sorry. I just butchered your name right on D3 TV. 1222 for Matthew, 1695 for Melvin at 75 mile an hour. I got the hot button too. Look at that.
You do. Really?
You can do it. Come on, Scott.
We're going to say this is Chris Runanowski out of Route 66, the 78 Cordoba, here in the Chevrolet lane.
And the race skillman side, I've got Russell Robinson out of Newark, Ohio, 98 F-150, racing for pacemakers.
My guy's going to get there first. Nice 062 reaction time here in the quarter-mile crazies. I want to click them off down there at 1244 to $1.07.
There's the spread you get here in the sportsman class. You get a 1240 car going down with the pickup truck going 2003, 66 mile an hour. All right, race skillman side, Katie Helfrey out of Utica, Ohio, the 86 S10, racing for pacemakers.
Stephen Roz.
Looks good.
Hey, Route 66, what's going on with you guys? These last names, I think I'm butchering them all up for everyone that's come up for Route 66 in the 14 Camaro here in the Chevrolet side.
Man, every time, Scott, your side's away first, 19 to a 60 for Katie. But Katie's going to get there first this time, race skillman side. Checking in. Quarter mile goes 1371 at 96.53.
Steven clicks them off 1457 at 94.65. So once again, you Race of Champion competitors, lanes have been assigned, you've been called. It is your final time shot before your first round eliminations today.
That might be. These are both Race of Champions, folks. Hey, look at that name right there, Scott. You can do that.
Yeah, Buddy Rogers. Radcliffe, Kentucky, the 96 Mustang. He is the Sunoco Race of Champions for Ohio Valley Dragway.
As is Paul O'Keefe out of Morris, Illinois, 72 Chevelle, racing for Route 66. Paul clicks it off first, goes 12:17 at 1:11:23.
Buddy, 15:44 at 89.26.
All right, Bill Larson, Lamont, Illinois, 92 Mustang, racing for Route 66.
Joshua Morgan, the 90 Camaro for Milan Dragway.
All right, one of our own here, Bill Larson, Track Announcers Guild member. So see, there's several of us trying to take our hand to hold the microphone and go down the racetrack as well. So,
Well, I'll hold the microphone.
yeah, I probably will wish I did.
My guy's off first again. Nice 0.26 reaction time for Joshua. He's going to click down there through that quarter mile at a 12:10 at 1:09.
Bill shuts it off 13:33 at 102. Uh-oh, I got one now. Brett.
Good luck.
Oh, help me. Brett Malalepsy. I don't know.
That sounds good.
I'm sorry. That's bad. 84 Camaro out of Byron Dragway.
Greg McCrory, the 72 Skylark out of Milan Dragway also.
If I mess your name up, please direct all complaints to Dennis Weininger.
Yep.
He'll handle all those. 12 flat, 112.41 for Brett.
12:47 at 109 for Greg. So once again, Steve and I are two announcers that like to eat.
We are.
Yeah. So last year we got a really nice team to bring us some Oreos
And milk.
and milk.
Yeah,
Hey, so who wants to get their team name announced again?
exactly. They brought us bread and water today.
Yeah.
That's
So if
not
you want your
good.
Team, we can announce your name for bribes for milk and cookies.
Something.
Something. All right. Hey, if you're cooking steaks, hint, hint, Gerald Engel. If you're out there cooking them steaks, get get them in your egg and get them up here.
I mean, he's got nothing better to do. He's not doing pyrotechnics. So
Well, yeah, somebody
somebody
outdid him
was.
last night.
Somebody blew the place up last night.
Yeah,
Holy cow.
he pretended it wasn't him.
Yeah, I'm not sure yet. He had an alibi though, so he might be safe.
Yeah.
All right, race Gilman side. Randy Taylor, West Point, Kentucky, 78 Trans Am, racing for Ohio Rally.
Oh, look at my guy, TJ Jordan, nice 007 in the 84 Ranger for Summit Motorsports Park.
Randall goes 1369, 97.74.
TJ 1219 at 109.80.
You notice there's a lot of them hugging that 12-second zone. Always
Yeah.
good to be the fast one.
Yep, they want to be caught. They want to be catching down there. Don't want to be caught, so they're trying to get that 12-second. So if you're out there on D3 wondering what we're talking about, the brake, the ET brake, cannot run faster in this class than 12.00.
Well, think about what you just said, Scott. Anybody listening probably is thinking what we're talking about all the time.
Yep. And what are they doing? Don't they
Yeah.
have anything better?
Oh, look at that.
Wow, these guys are Larry Strosher. Summit Motorsports, he's 009 in the little Chevy 2.
Ethan Breger, Monroe, Michigan, Team Milan Dragway. He's 001, goes 1227 at 110.83.
Right there you go, Larry, 1201 at 110, so he's right there on that bump.
You see Ethan, though. Ethan's a quarter of a second slower, but he's got more mile an hour. So some of these guys, I think, are running 12 flat by choice.
Yep. Driving down there. Jeff Fishnell, Summit Motorsports Park, the 69 Nova.
And Beach Bend Raceway Parks, Blake Richardson out of Greenbrier, 69 Camaro. 30 on the tree for Blake. Jeff cut him in half on a 15. Blake there first, 12:02, 109.40.
Jeff, he breaks out. He can't run that. Can't dial that. 11.99 at 108. Look at the mile-hour difference. Earlier we had 12.20 at 110. He's 108 at 11.99. So
Yep.
somebody down there on the big end.
They say speed kills. There's nowhere any more true than the finish line. Bill Crutcher, Cedarville, Tennessee. Sunoco Race of Champions from Beach Bend.
Lynn Searle, the 98 Camaro for Summit Motorsports Park. They must all come up together. It's like four in a row.
Their team probably likes each other, Scott.
They could. They
I
could.
mean, that could be our problem.
Yep. That
Starts at the top, though.
that was like the Coomers last year.
Right. When we
We
met
had,
Jared Coomer last night.
When we met Jared Coomer
What a
last
great guy,
night.
I
Yep.
tell you.
Yeah, thanks for coming over there, Jared, and being part of that last night.
Brenda Blair out of Elmwood, Tennessee, 77 Caprice, racing for Beach Bend Raceway Park.
And Patrick Brumball, another Summit Motorsports Park. You're right. I think they like each other, so
Yeah.
they just come up. There's one in the box.
Yeah, I mean, you notice our team, it's like about every 10 pairs. They don't,
Yeah, come on, Muncie, get together. Oh, but my guy's good. Or
Look at that.
Girl, Patrick, I mean, could be either, but 008 in a little Grand Prix, going to get there at 12:34 to 107.
Brenda right there at the 12 flat, 110.49, 045 on the starting line for her. Next up, the race going side. Ron Hunt out of St. Louis, Missouri, 96 Impala, racing for Beach Bend Raceway Park.
And Nate Holhauser, this 86 Mustang, and you know who it's from.
Yeah.
Summit Motorsports Park.
Speaking of Summit Motorsports Park, who's going to bring us some food?
We're waiting.
We got 2 cookies left, Scott. This is
Yep.
good.
Come on, team members. You knew we'd be back this year. Well,
They probably prayed nightly about that.
yeah, I was gonna say, I think I got 8 mail.
Nate Holhauer there first, 12-13 at 110.24. Ron goes 15.53 at 88.5.
Well, I got Todd Norman, the 79 Fairmount. Another Summit Motor. They really like each other. They follow each other up. They race.
They like no boxing, too.
I wonder if they do that each weekend after track.
I don't know, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to say. I got Jason Newell at Zanesville, Ohio. Team National Trail. Todd's flipping it red. Jason 067 green. Going to get there first. The pickup truck. No, he gets there second. I got to quit saying that. 12:39 at 106.67.
12:36 at 107 for Todd. So once again, Race of Champions, we're winding down here. Pro should be in 1 and 2, SuperPro 3 and 4, Bikes 5 and 6, and Sportsman 7 and 8. Race of Champions, both sides should be on the west side.
Jim Kincaid, nice reaction time, 0:14 for Jim out of Kirkersville, Ohio. Team National Trail. Ron Zolman, Mount Vernon, Ohio, the Mustang for Pacemakers. Jim there first, 12:21 at 109.03. Rod 13:37 at 99.06.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, oh my goodness.
Oh,
hey,
boy.
hey, this
Hey,
is good.
Hey, at least so far, I mean, I know we're Team Muncie, but hey, Team Muncie got here and brought us some fudge mint cookies.
And a month-old free passes.
A month-old free
This
pass
ain't
to
bad.
my own track.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, thank you, Mr. Shipman.
David Baker, Newark, Ohio, not on file in the Chevrolet side.
Now who's going to bring us milk?
Did we just beg like whether they're still here?
As a hint.
I kind of was.
I mean, what are we going to do with a month-old rain check?
I don't know. It probably rained that
Let's
day,
see
I'm
what the
sure.
rain date is. 8:27.
Every day.
Yeah.
Every day.
So,
If it's Saturday, it's the way it goes anymore.
well,
At least at Muncie Dragway. I don't know about everybody
Exactly.
else, but
we're going to do boat races, I think.
yeah.
Or something.
Next year, what we should do is put like 4 rain dates on them. That way, maybe eventually we'll get one in.
No, on Saturday. If we rain out Saturday, Sunday. If we rain out Sunday, we race Monday.
Huh. That'd be awesome. Dana Thompson, Hebron, Ohio. 67 Camaro, Team National Trail over in the Ray Skillman side.
And I think this might be his brother Ted over here from Byron Dragway in the old 12 Mustang.
Yeah, they just live a little far apart. Dana there first, 1260 at 106.33. Ted goes 14-17 at 99.05.
So we got one half of our call out done.
Maybe we shouldn't tell them. Maybe you can still bring them. We're taking more. I mean, there's
Yeah,
more.
we'll take whatever you bring.
There's a whole list of people to announce on here, and I'm sure they're hungry too, even if we have to do all the work to get it.
I would think, Gerald, because we have to put up with him every week.
It's too much.
Would hear this out there. As much as he likes cooking and eating and bringing us something. But hey, Derek Simon, the Summit Motorsports driver, 01 Camaro.
I got Marlon Howes, Livonia, Michigan. Team Milan goes 1250, 109.40.
Derek, 1562 at 87 mile an hour.
Austin Eveland over in the Ray Skillman side out of Zanesville, Ohio. Sunoco Race of Champions competitor for Pacemakers Dragway Park.
Well, I've got a Sunoco Race of Champions competitor also, James Ring, the 72 Nova for Summit Motorsports Park. I know it. I mean, I wish Rodney was here. I'd show him how you're supposed to take care of the grounds.
Yeah, we're talking about you guys. You're doing a great job.
Yes, doing a good job, guys. James, he turns a little red. Getting it dialed in for that Race of Champions coming around here shortly.
Austin's pulling the hustle. He's a little tardy, but I guarantee first round he'll be right back. Goes 12:28, 112.34. James 12:27, 108.18.
Hey, as I sit here and ponder my thoughts,
This will be scary.
yes, it was really nice of Bill Shipman to bring us these cookies, but when my wife asks for something for him, he makes her homemade ice cream
Are you serious?
and strawberries and all and brings it to her. And we get a pack of cookies.
Huh. Not good. We don't. You should know this.
Johnny Cook, Milan Dragway.
John Whitmer, New Albany, Ohio, 69 Camaro, racing for National Trails. Going to get there first, goes 12:03 at 111.02.
Wow. 12:31 at 107 for Johnny. Yeah. Yeah, after I seen her light that first round, she had plenty of time to go bake cookies or cook us dinner or something. Oh, sorry, Kaylee. I forgot the mic's on.
He'll pay for
you're
that.
the talk of the tower. They're like 22 red. What was she thinking?
Wow. You will pay for that. Sean Pitts, London, Ohio. 2000 Camaro, National Trail Raceway, turning it red.
Mitch Williams, National Trail, 026. Oh, look on the other side of the window.
Whoa, look at Larry Robertson.
Look at this.
You notice he was giving those shout-outs earlier? He did
Yeah.
not mention us one
No,
time.
no, that's why I call him a traitor.
He gave Kaylee's
Yep.
life story, talked about everyone else. He never said, hey, Steve, hey, Scott.
Nope.
No.
And then he stands on the other side of the window and eats
Eating
at
in
us.
front of us.
Yeah.
Man.
Wow. It's bad.
Want
Not
to race
like
down the
Jonathan, but
same
that's
track as
for
the
sure.
stars of
Larry's starting to drop on the old
Yep.
meter. Nasty Nick Hastings, Shelby, Ohio.
Oh, yes. And hey, I got the
Pacemakers.
unknown driver. Not on file. What? Yeah, yeah. I don't know if Gerald could get away with that here.
No, he can't. 003 red for Nick. Goes 12:32 at 108.45.
And
Whoa.
driver unknown goes 11:88 at 96, so he's got some slowing down to do because he's already way down a mile an hour. So,
Yeah. Holy cow.
well, it looks like I don't know if this is the Pro Race of Champions coming now or last sports.
We'll know in a minute. There's only one, so.
So last call for them Race of Champions. I know some of you may have just went down, but your second and final time shot before round one is coming around. So if you're in that Race of Champions, you should be over on the west side lanes. Pro 1 and 2, Super Pro 3 and 4, Bikes 5 and 6, and Sportsman 7 and 8.
You know what that E stands for? Eat more cookies.
Eat more cookies. Okay.
It's got to be.
Got it. So let's show D3. We got cookies, D3.
These are Subway cookies. I know they are. They're just doesn't get any better. So we take just a minute getting everything ready for the Sunoco Race of Champions for their time trial before they start getting things ready for round one.
So yes, Super Pro, the winner, champion gets $1,000, $400 to runner up, $200 for semis. Race of Champions, the Pro is $700, $300, and $150. Sportsman is $4, $2, and $1, and Bikes is $7, $3, and $150.
And this quality entertainment we're giving you right now, priceless. All right, attention, East Side Pro competitors, East Side Pro. We're making the call now for your second time trial. Also, this will be your Summit Shootout qualifying run. So if you entered that in the tower at registration, you'll be eligible for that. So make sure you got your dial in, all that stuff on there, because this will be your hit. Otherwise, it'll just be a time trial. But so Pro. East Side only Pro, 15, 16, 17, and 18 at this time, please. Pro, East Side, 15, 16, 17, and 18 for your second time trial and your Summit Shootout qualifying attempt.
Yep. Make sure you got that dial in on there if you're in that Summit shootout because there won't be any backups and redos. So
Right. I'd like to just dial mine like down there.
yeah.
Then I'm better at it.
It looks like we're getting ready to have the best of each track come around the corner. This is your points winners at their respective tracks that won their class. So it's a race of champions. Yep, Mr. Danbaum, yeah, that worked out just for you, didn't it? The best of the best, and Chuck walks in the door. So. Yep, thank you, Dale. Can't be right every time. Wow. The love up here.
Law of averages.
Hey, it's like I say at my shop in town. Feel the love Friday, and that's what it is up here.
Yep.
How you doing? Good, how are you? Well, while it's a little quiet out there, we're waiting to get these guys up. I'll give a plug while I'm up here. Next weekend, Muncie Dragway, the Mosier Engineering Big Buck Shootout. Muncie's just north of here, folks. 5 granders in box and no box. Yes, each day, each class. So come on up, folks. We invite you. Mosier Engineering. And got some shootouts. Got a gambler's race on Friday night, free if you do the weekend entry. So, hey, we invite y'all.
We'll be nicer there.
Yeah, we're a little nicer there.
They kind of it's kind of like we're unplugged down here.
Hey, look, is that famous Rod Bailey standing down there in front of the tower?
Oh my! It's really him.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Wow.
You see it all. You get up here, Scott, and it's
Just
just
get
like
up here and you can see down on everything.
you can see our stands down there. Not
Well, I see the stands, but
yeah.
come on, Muncie Dragway, get up in the stands, get it decorated. Let's roll, let's roll.
Maybe we're going with less is more theme this year.
Could be,
mean-
yeah. Wow. If that's the case, there's a lot of them keeping up with that theme.
Right. We're trendsetters.
But it's early. It's early. Yeah. Hey, Muncie Dragway, let's be trendsetters.
Look,
Let's
look,
get rolling.
Scott. Look what the cat drug in.
Oh, hi, Larry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Muncie guy.
We'd like to give a shout out to Larry Robertson, even though he didn't give us one. We would.
Yep.
I mean, oh no, if we're not good enough for the first time, Larry, we don't. I mean,
We're not second best.
No.
Yeah, that's-
We're at least 4th or 5th.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I wonder if your son is actually working or if he's tuning in. All right.
All right. Yep.
So we're doing a little bit of maintenance. It looks like.
Yep. Dragging, spraying, getting ready for the best of the best to come around the corner.
And you know what Scott honestly enjoys about this right now more than anyone here? He's not the one on the tractor. That's
Well, yeah, and the complaint department. I'm not handling that this weekend.
no, that's true. Well, you still might before it's all said and done.
Nope. We already designated that to Dennis.
Yeah, we could. That's true. But yeah, it's they come over and Warren says, "Hey, you guys are live. You know what that means? Our mugs are on the TV
Yeah.
live."
Watch what you're saying.
Oh,
Hey.
here we are. Hey,
We're being warned.
Man.
Watch what we're saying.
did you say
We're live.
superstar? You know what superstar reminds me of? Aaron Dyson,
Aaron
baby.
Dyson, yep.
That is
Superstar.
He is a superstar. He signed an autograph for me last night. I offered to help push his car today, and I'll tell you what, there's nobody better to be in the presence of than Aaron Dysinger.
Yeah,
Man.
I'm sure he wanted your help.
I offered. I mean, it's kind of like when people have problems with their car and I offer. It's just like they run. They're like,
Yeah.
no,
outta here."
I'll leave it broke. It's okay.
So the track crew here at Lucas Oil getting set, getting it all ready. I think we've been through one round of time trials for everyone now. So do this time shot for the Race of Champions, and we'll get going with the East Side Pro guys, you should be in the lanes, 15, 16, 17, and 18. East Side only at this time.
So we do want to welcome everybody. Glad to see all the NHRA member tracks here gathered this one weekend. It's a fun time, whether you're announcing, racing, watching, whatever. This is the one weekend a year that kind of everybody kind of gets away from the whole points battle and joins together for a common good. It's just a great time. Look forward to it every year, and always look forward to Dennis opening up the mic up here and bringing Scott up here too. It's but us together, we're too much for most people, and we know that. So,
Yeah, but
our sincerest apologies all you watching on D3 TV. We know.
can't believe we haven't got any milk, though.
Well, maybe somebody watching on the TV will get here before these folks will.
Yeah.
I'm saying. So D3 TV, for those that are at home checking it out, never have to miss a minute of the action here at the Division 3 finals.
Yeah, I think you just go to NHRA D3 or Division 3, and you can click right on the link.
Streaming live, there's a little bit
Yes.
of there's a little bit tape delay. It's like Larry Robertson sounded so good earlier that I literally was gonna go. I went to D3 TV and listened to him again. Just I wanted to hear those
Hear that
wise
voice?
words that come out of him. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
I mean, whew, Larry, I don't know what you did, Larry, but he's all over you.
Man,
Yeah. it's Feel the Love Friday.
he's
Larry.
leaving. He said, I don't have my boots on. I am out of here. So it looks like they're all
getting
ready to
close.
go,
He's,
looks
he's
like.
spraying the track now. He's
Yep.
touching her up, so it won't be long. We'll have him coming down the chute here very shortly.
So if you are in the Sunoco Race of Champions and you are not in the staging lanes, you are late. So Pro ET should be 1 and 2, Super Pro 3 and 4, ET Motorcycle 5 and 6, Sportsman ET 7 and 8 for the Sunoco Race of Champions. This is your qualifying pass right here. And then Pro East Side, you guys should be in the lanes for your second time trial and your Summit Shootout qualifier to lanes 15, 16, 17, and 18. That's East Side only. So East Side Pro.
And also, just to let Race of Champions know, do not come back up with your class for another time shot. This is your second time shot of the day and final time shot of the day. So don't take this time shot and come back up with your respective class, because they'll turn you away, disqualify you. So your next time when you come back up, they'll be calling you for elimination.
Be real stuff.
Yes, it'd be real. It'd be
Yeah.
time to go.
Well, technically, I guess the next time we call you will be for your pre-race ceremony.
Exactly.
And then we'll honor them. Let's say they're getting that stage all set up down here, so
you
we
think
can.
they'll let us announce that?
I doubt that.
I do
I wouldn't. We're fortunate enough to be able to get to do the time trials. It's the real action is some real mature people, Scott.
Yes,
Yeah,
not
it's
us,
not that
not
we're
us.
immature necessarily. They're just more mature than us.
Yeah. So, folks, beautiful day out there. I hope you're all enjoying it. We're here at the Summit Racing Series bracket finals. Bad thing about this is it's like the season's winding down. When you get here, you're on the downslope of your season, and you know that Mother Nature's going to start turning.
She turned already, Scott.
Well, yeah, but it's the liquid stuff, and then she's going to go to the snow, and ice, cold.
True.
So
All right.
here we
We're
go. We
rolling
got
them up
coming
right
down the
now.
lanes.
Yeah, I looked at that, Scott. That's a bad part. I mean, coming into the ET finals, I think we have I think we ran maybe 10, 11 points race. Is it?
11.
It's crazy.
Yes.
It's been a crazy, crazy year.
Yeah, Mother Nature, I've already figured it out, does not like track owners.
So we're lining them up.
Yep, folks, this is your track representatives, your Race of Champions coming down the chute. So get up in the stands and cheer them on. These are the guys you battled with all year long, and they're making their way down the chute. Oh, boy, look, sitting over there. Is that Tom Bueller?
Oh,
He come out to race with us this weekend.
man, I tell you what, it does not get any better for us.
I mean, we got it all going on here.
Give us a wave, Tom. There he is. Hi. He's like, please don't ever say my name again.
My understanding is his wife's taking over the driving duties. That was a word in the pits last night.
It had to be true if you heard it. If it's
heard
on the
it.
internet
I-
or
I
in the
seen it on
pits.
Facebook.
Oh, it definitely is
true.
true then.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep. So here we go. They're at the ready line. We're just waiting on the okay.
I wonder if these guys all know that Tom Bueller's watching them. That has to add an element of pressure.
Yeah. Oh, and then
Trying to
now
live
you
it
got-
up to that.
Now you got Jeff Reif walking out.
Oh my!
So,
Look at Jeff Reif.
man, we got guys. We're not up that high.
I
We're
see-
not. We're not on top of the tower. And we're here in race control.
He's like, if they're in control of this race, we're all in a world
John
of
Johnson's
trouble.
looking up like, where are they coming from? We're like, they're coming from the heavens above.
Jeff's talking about us right now.
I know he is.
Yeah,
I know he is.
running that mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, just go get on the golf cart with Aaron. Just go get with your little boy there.
Well, we know who you was talking to last night.
That wasn't a rumor, Scott.
No, we
that
seen it.
was true.
All righty, here we go. I've got Adam Klein, the Franklin, Kentucky racer, 78 Malibu, Beach Bend Raceway.
I've got Mike Larash out of Crawfordsville, Indiana, the 66 Falcon, racing for Team Crossroads. This is your Sunoco Race of Champions time trial. Two tough cookies right here, Mike and Adam Klein. You never know what Adam Klein's going to be racing, but he's always good in any of it.
Both drivers carefully staging up. Here we go.
Look at that.
Adam, he's 0-14 to the good. Clicks him off at 6:25 at a $1.09.
I've got Mike at 6:52 at 105.20. Look at this guy. Look at this.
Oh, we got milk now.
Tell you what,
You know what? It's Team Muncie taking care of us.
That's right.
Speaking of Team Muncie,
they're the only ones that put up with us because they
I
have
got
to.
Larry Wright.
That's
the
your
Muncie
guy.
Dragway. Yes, sirree.
I've got Craig Richardson
So-
out of Shelbyville, Indiana, 86 Camaro.
So the Hutters bringing us up milk, shipments, cookies. Nobody else likes us in this grounds but Muncie.
I'm not saying they like us either. They feel bad.
Yeah. No, they want us to put that in our mouths so we shut up.
You could be right.
So here's Larry in the Sam Pierce Chevrolet. Here on the Chevrolet side, Craig and the Billy Fields Camaro over there. 0-44 for Larry.
0-34 for Craig. Craig getting there first. He goes through 6:34 to 103.
697 at 97 for Larry. Thank you so much to
Good looking
Muncie.
shoebox of Don Dundee out of Sycamore, Illinois. 57 Bel Air racing for Team Route 66.
And I've got Hoyt Johnson, the 89 Mustang for Pacemakers Dragway. Yep, we got, yeah. Yeah, it's the gift that you got, not the date. Boy, nice 038.
Oh my God, Don's 006. Gonna get there first. Goes 594, 116.15.
Wait, 645 at 104.58.
Andrew Seller over in the Ray Skillman side, Orleans, Michigan. 27 Roadster racing for Team Mid-Michigan.
And Jeff Ronan, the Newark, Ohio. 79 Aspen for National Trail Raceway. So this is your Bracket 2 Pro Class Race of Champions at their respective tracks. Won their points. Come down here and run in the Race of Champions.
Man, that might be, I'm not sure, that might be 2% milk right there. Not bad. Red light start for Andrew Seller.
Oh, Jeff, nice 005.
Andrew goes 604, 112.76.
799 at 87.27 for Jeff.
Oh, look at this guy.
Oh, Gibby.
James Gibbs, the guy that sits in the stands with no shirt on just to taunt us in the tower. Monrovia, Indiana, Lions Raceway Park.
Hey, I got Kim Sparks here, the Cutler, Indiana racer, the 68 Firebird for Bunker Hill Drag Strip. Kim and James probably battled down here a few times.
I would guess so. They're staging duel right here in time trials.
There we go. Now we got it ready. Well, Kim's 42 to the green.
And Gibbs is so close. 001 red for James.
623 at 110 for Kimmy.
Gibbs goes 673 at 100 mile an hour. Terry Willard, Mattoon, Illinois. Ray Skillman side, the Z28 Camaro, Coles County Dragway.
Well, I've got Wes Buckley and his Z28 from Summit Motorsports Park. So we're making our way through this round of Bracket 2 Pro Class. Wes and Terry getting their final time shot, getting the cars dialed in to come back for first round action here shortly. Running for that extra money this weekend. 042 for Wes, 015 for Terry. Wes gets there at 597 at a $1.13. Terry, 727 at 91.71. Jake Overstreet, 89 Mustang, here from Beacon Dragway.
As is always, Scott, you know, when we get up here announcing, the text messages start to roll. You know, Greg Dillman texted me and said, "Camera's on you guys live." I don't know what we were doing at the time,
Hey,
but
Greg, that should be the best thing you're looking at all day.
I doubt
I
it.
mean, come on, we know they're live. That's why they told us. You guys are going live. So. Jake, nice 015 reaction time.
Rob Nixon, 007 red there in the Barracuda for Edgewater. He gets there first, 670 at 100 mile an hour.
Jake, 694 at 98. Wow, we got a couple tough competitors here. I got Jason Ford here. And a little 72 Vega for Killcare Dragway.
Yeah, Jason's like, you know, Race of Champions, that'd be a cool deal. Let's just do it twice.
Yeah.
He's a super pro and pro both.
Wasn't he last year too? And
Oh,
one of
probably.
them at least.
Like 10 years in a row or something. Man. Chuck Lewis, Adrian, Michigan, 70 Duster, racing from Milan Dragway.
So you look at both of them cars, you see all the winners stickers all over their cars because Chuck and Jason are two of the better bottom bulb racers around.
Right there. They didn't fall for that announcer's curse. Chuck Lewis, 573, 121.17.
653 at 104.49 for Jason.
All right, up next, Ray Skillman side. I've got Bob Anderson out of Freeport, Illinois. 66 Nova. Good looking ride over there. Racing for Byron Dragway.
And for Ohio Valley Dragway, I got Don Scaff Jr. in the 87 Camaro. Winding down this session of the Pro Class.
So next, we'll go into the Sunoco Race of Champions time trial for SuperPro. Be my guess. I don't know.
Looks like it. Yep.
It does. There's a dragster over there.
I tell you what, we're smart.
That's right. We don't mess around. It's, when they give you these little papers and stuff, it's amazing how smart we can appear.
Well,
Better than our faces appear.
then we get directed on what we can.
Well, yeah, what we can say. we might be censored. I'm not sure.
They don't know me very well.
No. I think they double the tape delay for us. 030 red for Bob Anderson.
33 green for Don.
Bob, their first triple nickel, 126.57.
653 at 103. I think Bob's going to have to slow down a little bit.
It's pretty fast, isn't it?
570's the break.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. I mean, if you can't
hit there first.
if you can't hold 15, what are you really doing?
I don't know. Could you tell us on that, Tom? Do it. Chad Lighty here from Gateway Motorsports Park. Yeah. Well, that concludes it. Chad going 657 at 102. So that's the last time shot of the day for the Pro Class guys. Next time you see them, they'll have the dial-ins on the board and racing.
Hey, Scott, you notice something? When we started, we had like a little crowd down here.
Now they're gone.
Every one of them.
Come on, guys. Show us some love.
They did. They left.
They left.
I loved it. All right, here we go. SuperPro. Michael Needham, Hamilton, Ohio. Edgewater Sports Park.
Bill Pirtle, the 69 Nova for Crossroads Dragway. I think Needham was one down there. I think he won the dice pot last night.
You think so?
I think it was.
There was some high finance down there. All I know is I heard somebody walking through saying it's just $3 and you're never really out.
Yeah.
I seen a lot of people losing money. So
That
I don't know
was
what.
just that was them luring you in.
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't go. I didn't play, Scott.
Yeah.
I just watched.
Well, I was sitting there and I played for a gentleman and his money, and
Well, I watched Todd Clark, and like he tried to have some sort of method, whatever he was doing, and
Todd don't have a met. He don't even remember being there last night.
that's true. But he was like,
He couldn't even remember turning his fuel pump on after he'd done his burnout today.
he was massaging the dice and stuff, and
I
every
know.
time he did,
Crazy.
he'd roll a
Crazy.
6. Wasn't good.
Oh,
All right, enough about the dice and the antics over on the West Side pits.
yeah, we better quiet down.
Yes. All right. So Needham and Pirtle.
Well, okay, there we go.
Whatever he did work though. Needham's 006 on the starting line.
Yeah, Bill, a little late. 061,
529, 128.55 for Needham.
589 at 117 for Bill.
I know that car right there. Yeah, it's Joe
Joe Bowman,
Bauman.
the 58 Corvette from Michigan Motorplex.
I got Shane Williamson out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. 98 Monte Carlo racing for Ohio Valley. Shepherdsville, Kentucky. I know right where that is.
Looks like the old cloud cover is starting to roll in. Nice, 002 for Joe.
025 for Shane.
526 and 130 for Joe.
Shane goes 661 at 105.76. Up next, got the rear engine dragster from Coles County Dragway. That's Walt Edwards, Charleston, Illinois.
Well, I know this gentleman here. This is Sexy Rexy Ambrose from Bunker Hill Drag Strip in the Chevy 2.
He is a gentleman, too.
Yes,
One of
he's
the
a very nice guy.
nicest people you'd ever. I talked to him in the staging lanes
Second
today.
to me. Second to me.
One of the nicest people you'd ever want to talk to. Strike Scott's last comment. I don't know where that came from. Next to me. Wow.
So, Bunker Hill and Coles County getting their time shot. So, see some of you getting in the stands or rooting your racer on.
They're coming to listen to us, Scott.
Yeah, I sure don't see Muncie down there doing that.
They don't want to listen to us.
I know it. They hear us every week.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they're like, we've had enough.
My wife's probably in the motorhome with the doors closed, the radio off, and earphones on.
Well, she's got 18 minutes to be here to get us, is all I know.
Nice, 003.
Dragster's red by 13 foul, getting there first. Walt goes 523, 132.40.
Wreck 670 at 101.44.
Another dragster, Corey Landolt, Herman, Missouri. The 2010 American out of Gateway Motorsports Park.
And for Beacon Dragway, we got Dennis Duckett, the 90 Camaro. D3 TV streaming this live all weekend, folks. So,
And if you can't get enough, you can go back and watch it.
yes, you can,
You can watch the
it.
replay, do what you need to do. It's all available, so check it out. Great work that they're doing. So those that can't be here can still take in the action.
Dennis. 008 Red's going to get down there at 522 at 132.35.
Corey 005 on the starting line. He goes 475, 146.07. Bill Rowe out of London, Ohio. The Diamond Rear Engine Dragster in the Ray Skillman side out of National Trail Raceway.
And Summit Motorsports Park brings us Alan Moore, the 10 Max Sherrill Rear Engine Dragster.
That's kind of what I'm more expected to see. I thought all the dragsters would come rolling. We start out with some door cars, but they are quickly filling them in.
Yep. So this is the Sunoco Racing Fuels Race of Champions time shot number 2. Final time shot. Do not get any more. today. So they won't get one tomorrow, and that's it. But today is it.
Shane Doherty's watching too. Yeah, he said, does Scott get to talk? He wants more Scott Daniels.
We'll leave that one alone.
Yeah.
Allen, he's 069, goes 488 at 141.82.
Bills 007 on the starting line, goes 479 at 145. Bill Leahy of Columbus, Ohio, 99 Race Tech in the Ray Skillman side out of Pacemakers.
And Nathan Jones from the Lions Raceway Park.
Hey, you know, it's true. While we have it quiet, we got a birthday boy in our pit area. Tim Jones, happy 40th birthday to Tim Jones.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he at the stroke of midnight, he was still out partying and turned
Yeah,
40.
Then he knocks his dog off his golf cart, runs over it, and everything else.
I
today,
missed
'cause
all
it's
that.
Yeah, it's just
Happy birthday
crazy.
to him. So
Yeah.
happy birthday, Tim Jones. Happy 40th. And just remember, you will always be older than me. It's a great thing.
Hey,
Look at that.
007 goes down there at 460 at a 151.04.
Bills 008 goes 476 at 146. Oh, look at this guy. Speaking of the one, he was shirtless most of the day yesterday. He ended up with a golf cart that was caked in mud, shirtless again this morning, and yet here he is answering the call over the Ray Skillman side. Todd Clark, Albany, Indiana, the 79 Malibu.
I've got James Monroe, the Killer Ron's car here in the Lucas Oil Raceway Race of Champions representative.
But if you see Todd, I think he is affectionately wearing a dog collar.
Yeah.
And very nice
See if he's got the
bling.
fuel pump on this time.
Yeah, we hope
Well,
so.
pretty inspired there.
Oh, Todd. Todd is still.
Well, that was. Yeah, I don't know.
But it goes 651. That's what it does. 651 at 104.
James is 13 on the tree, goes 498 at 138.
So it's so just words of encouragement from his Uncle Stan. Todd, put your shirt on. Making me sick.
Yeah. Get your head in the game is what he's going to tell you.
Stan's a few words though, but he was excitable yesterday.
Okay, Route 66 brings us Mike Rosin, the 88 Camaro.
And I've got Carl Kyle out of Milan Dragway out of Rossford, Ohio. The 15 Diamond rear engine dragster.
Look, it said pronounced.
I know
Kyle.
that's the only way I would got that right because that's not what I would have said.
It's,
I would have said keel or something like that. So
Yeah,
thank
but
you
it's-
for the pronunciation
yes.
guide. That's good stuff.
yes, that helps people like us.
Yes. And for once, we actually read the instructions.
Well, Mike's Little Red, 009.
Carl goes 007 green, 519, 132.35.
Mike is 652 at 105.51.
All right, Ray Skillman side. I've got Dennis DiValerio out of Algonquin, Illinois. The 05 undercover out of Byron Dragway.
You're taking it all there. Adam Klein, the Franklin, Kentucky racer, 78 Malibu wagon.
Yeah, please
Beach
take note.
Bend.
Please take note. Didn't he just go down in a regular Malibu just a few minutes ago? I believe he did.
Did he?
I'm sure he did.
Yeah, I'll have to write that down. Maybe somebody out there that's on D3 that keeps texting. He's 042 to the green.
Dennis is 008 green, goes 479, 144.92.
670 at 100. Well, like we said, folks, we told you about him bottom bulbing, winning the Race of Champions. Now he's top bulbing Race of Champions for Killcare Dragway. Jason Ford coming back. Wow, yes. So Adam Klein for Beach Bend, SuperPro and Pro Race of Champions. Wow, who's that from? Wow, Tim, come on now. That is not showing the love on Friday. I'm sure glad they don't all have my numbers. I'd have to change it. So the Beaver Creek, Ohio Racer.
It's a suburb of Dayton, home of Ed Byer.
Ooh,
See, I mean,
Ed and Stephanie.
yeah, absolutely.
I don't think they race anymore.
They boat.
They boat.
Yeah, they boat. You can do that. You can do that in the water.
They're motorcycle. Uh-oh. My phone's ringing.
Uh-oh. Jason 001 Red goes 464 at $1.50. Hey, please all hold while Scott takes a phone call. All right. So we move on to our SuperPro Bike Race of Champions. All right, first pair rolling towards the water box. We've got Dave Hill out of Mount Vernon, Ohio, in the Ray Skillman side. 86 Suzuki out of Pacemakers Dragway Park, alongside Kurt Clark out of Davenport, Iowa. 76 Kawasaki in the Chevrolet lane out of Byron Dragway.
What? What's so funny over there? Oh, look. Picture's got Larry in it now.
Wow. We're getting photobombed on D3 TV by
Yeah.
Larry Robertson. Who put him in control of the camera?
I don't know.
This is too much.
Yes.
So we got to be on our best behavior now, though. Come on, Scott. What's that?
Well, I got. We might have to go live and do some trackside interviews. you know.
I don't know. We probably offended enough people. We better watch going through the pits at
They
all.
love us. I mean, how many countries are we being streamed in now? I bet you their numbers are up. If they look, they're up.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's a we ran Bueller off too. He's gone.
Yep.
All right. So our first pair of bikes are on the starting line, staging up.
Kurt Clark from the Byron Dragway group.
Uh-oh. LB3A for Dave Hill.
Oh, Kurt, he's 002.
So going to kind of throw everything off there for Dave.
8:59 at 1:51:02.
All right. Kinsey with them, Enid, Ohio, 76 Kawasaki from Killcare Dragway.
And Bruce Sauer, the 76 Kawasaki from National Trail Raceway.
So we roll on Sunoco Race of Champions time trial.
Once again, Pro Class East Side should be in the lanes. If you're on the East Side and in Pro Class, you should be 15, 16, 17, and 18 because we are winding our way through this final time shot for the Race of Champions competitors. And we'll be going into your final time shot. It is the shootout race qualifier. So if you paid your money at the base of the tower when you went through,
019 red for Kinsey.
032 for Bruce. Bruce going to get there first at 9:15 at 1:41:92.
Kinsey slowed on the big end. Looks like 10:02, 1:24:81.
All righty, Bob Baruda, the 08 Hayabusa for Mid-Michigan Motorplex.
Hey, I know this guy. Wes Wells, Greenwood, Indiana. 2000 Suzuki racing for Team Lucas Oil Raceway right here. It's his home track.
Yeah, Wes comes up and joins us every now and then. Bob and Wesley.
Wes has been at this a long, long time. Every time I mention that to him, he's like, just stop. You're making me feel old. He's away first, 027.
045 for Bob.
Wells checks out, 824, 161 and a half.
9:45 at 1:38:93.
Boy, it seems like poor Ron always has to follow us. I'm looking at the schedule, and Ron's after us. That poor guy. Like, man. So I would say we're a tough act to follow. We're just a tough act.
Probably hate bomb. And I got Chad Isley here, the Coles County Dragway.
And I've got Phil Humphrey in the Ray Skillman side, Collinsville, Illinois. Gateway Motorsports Park.
Chad having a little trouble there. It was 9:08 at 1:45.
Phil goes 875, 159.40.
Oh my God! Look to your left. Look at what walked in up there.
Oh,
Yeah, man. So Joe Novick, the Milan Dragway racer, and Dan McCartan, the Route 66 racer. I just was left. I'm left standing alone. He's like that commercial squirrel, and he's off and running. He's a squirrel, he's gone. You have to follow us. We're sorry. We tried to get the crowd prepped for you. Well, I don't know what happened there, but we didn't get an 8th mile. No,
it's overrated, Scott. Dan goes 762, 171.97. Nick Shaw, Mount Blanchard, Ohio, 02 Hayabusa, Summit Motorsports Park.
I wonder if our chariot has arrived.
Nick goes through 797. Wow, 160.54.
Well, that concludes that round of the two-wheelers.
So again, Eastside Pro Cars. Eastside Pro Cars, you should be in the lanes 15, 16, 17, and 18. Eastside Pro Cars, 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Well, Steve, we did it. We pulled it off. We got our milk and cookies.
And we survived another hour up here.
Another hour, so...
Hey, why is the rest of the schedule for the rest of the weekend blocked out, Scott?
Well, they want to make it look so we don't come back up.
That's what I'm thinking. Man.
Well, okay, I think that about does it for Steve and I today. Till later.
And probably, you know, I mean, not too deep in the race, I'll be available, I'm guessing.
Yep.
So, I am. I'm positively thinking that that if I set my expectations low, I can only overachieve. Austin Toole, Winslow, Indiana, Crossroads Dragway in the Ray Skillman side.
And Eric Lipka. So we're getting ready to finish up with the Sportsman class. These guys are on the quarter mile. I just got a text message that says, no one is bringing you two losers cookies. And we've got cookies sitting in front of us. Looks how much he knows. Well, you know, from the Peanut Gallery, Josh Thacker.
Oh, we don't care
It's
anyway.
his birthday today, too. So
Yeah, happy birthday, Josh.
I guess since he thinks it's his birthday, he can chime in.
Yeah, he acts like, oh, look at me, I'm
Yeah,
tough now.
Well, I'm Josh Thacker. I'll text them guys up there.
Yeah,
'Cause it's
bet
my
he'll
birthday.
be nowhere to be found when we get back to the pit.
Exactly.
He'll be hiding.
Hiding from us. So Eric and Austin getting staged up here. Nice. 18 for Eric.
034 for Austin.
$12.26 at 109.98 for Eric.
Austin goes 12:11 at 110.84. All right, we'll announce this next pair, and then we're going to turn it over to Ron. Ken Hansen out of Crystal, Michigan. They're the Ray Skillman side.
Alex Winkler, the Mattoon, Illinois racer, the 2000 Trans Am for Coles County Dragway.
Ken's racing for Team Mid-Michigan. So we'll take you down on this one, and we'll let Ron have his time in the hot seat. If he's ready, we'll see. We're not just volunteering to run out of here, but Oh, we got to get here before Larry goes down. Yeah.
Where's Larry? Oh, there's
Larry.
Larry.
There's Larry. There's Greg. He made it.
Greg, Wyatt. At least we got some of the munchie
Yeah.
people.
I wish Wyatt was in there. I'd feel a lot better.
Yeah.
So here we go. Ken's away first, but he's red by 12 thou.
Nice. Oh, 60.
Ken goes 13.78 at 97.64.
Alex, 12:11 at 1:11.70.
Larry? Oh, yeah.
Ken. Okay, 9. All righty. I got Jason Buchanan here, the Beacon Dragway driver.
And Team Muncie's Larry Schubert, 72 Vegamino, 021 on the starting line.
Jason was trying to drive a 001 red, but red is red.
That's right, red is red, $20 is $20. Larry goes 12.05, 115.47.
12:32 at 109.02. Yeah, I heard $20 is $20. What I just heard.
Yeah, I don't remember who told us that, but it has to be true. Paul O'Keefe, Morris, Illinois, 72 Chevelle. Some of these are going to sound familiar because they just went down with their Sportsman time trial, and now they're up here for the Race of Champions. So that's how you fit two in real quick.
We got Dalton Duffball in this gorgeous 67 Chevelle out of Lucas Oil Raceway.
Pretty close reaction time, though, 42 for Paul.
Oh, 36 for Dalton.
I feel confident in saying Paul gets there first.
Yeah,
One time, I'll be right. He goes 12.18, 111.69.
12:72 at 106.27. Just because you got the screen in front of you, you can see it.
Well, I've had the screen in front of me the whole time, messed it up.
Yep.
So I just
Whoa.
you make assumptions, Scott, and we know you hear about those too.
I got Randy Wolf, the Bunker Hill, Indiana racer for Team Bunker Hill.
Yeah, I've got Brian Hendrickson, Hamilton, Ohio, 72 Demon, racing for Team Edgewater.
I think Brian, he's like every year.
All right, attention, West Side, Pro ET, West Side, Pro ET. This will be your second time trial, also your Summit Shootout qualifier. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. So Pro ET, West Side, 1, 2, 3, and 4 at this time. Pro, West Side, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Brian, 12:37, 109.18 after a 0:14 start.
Randy goes 14:15 at 95. Well, seems like maybe Randy having a little trouble there. I thought he was a little faster than that. Maybe not. But
You never can tell with
Never
the
can
Wolfman.
tell.
He
Nope.
may be up to something. Josh Pickett, Indianapolis, Indiana. Good-looking Camaro, racing for Lions Raceway Park.
and Byron Dragway brings Brett Malalepsy. I don't know. I'm
That was
sorry if I
great.
butchered it. He goes 12:13 at 111.
Josh goes 12.80, 105.41.
So this is the Sportsman class of the Summit bracket finals for the Sunoco Race of Champions.
And you're currently enjoying bonus time with Steven Scott. Ron said, why don't you guys go ahead and finish up? He didn't want to pick up anything we've
I
started.
wonder, so we don't even see D3 somebody else. Does it say bonus coverage?
It-
how
it
they do
should.
It should.
It should.
Because, I mean, most people have to pay for this.
Right. But normally, Scott, with a bonus, it's something good.
Yeah.
We're not saying it is. We're
You
just
said bonus.
we're just getting more.
Yes. And
So-
always more is better.
That's right. Yeah, more of us is just more.
Buddy Rogers, the Ohio Valley Dragway racer. Nice 012 reaction time.
I've got Doug Thompson, Columbus, Ohio, Killcare Dragway, 013 red. Doug will get there first. Clicks off the timers, 12:48, 110.98.
Buddy, 15:47 at 89.34.
They just keep coming on the corner, Scott.
I know it.
Man. Dana Thompson, Hebron, Ohio, 67 Camaro, racing for Team National Trail.
Bill Krucher, the Cedar Hill, Tennessee racer. Beach Bend Raceway.
It's a good-looking deuce.
Yes, it is. So we are making our way through here, though. I think we're down to the end.
Makes me kind of sad, Scott.
I know it. I'll probably have to go back and sit and ponder
Your
Oh,
thoughts again.
yes.
Yes.
for what we did this last hour.
I think there went Tim Jones. I think I just seen
I'm
him.
hiding from him. I've seen that.
Yeah, that. I'm not sure what that was about.
Oh, nice double 02 for Bill from Beach Bend Raceway.
0:30 for Dana. They make their way down the quarter mile. Dana goes 12:62 at 106.
And Bill, 12:67 at 106. Well, the last pair, well, maybe. I don't know what's coming. Oh, that must be Pro coming to the ready line.
All right. So we're down to 3, it looks like. James Ring, Sandusky, Ohio, 72 Nova for Summit Motorsports Park.
Milan Dragway brings Marlon Howes. That's 02 Firebird.
Ooh.
Wow, both ready.
012 for James.
13 for Marlon.
James going to get there first. ET is 12:29 at 108.21.
12:54 at 108.88.
All right, Scott, I'll let you have the last one.
Last one, I know it's an S10 pickup truck. Austin Evelyn from Zanesville, Ohio for Pacemakers Dragway. This is your final Sunoco Racing Fuels time trial. Hey, look, our chariot is coming. A little late, but hey, that's okay. Yeah. Clean and green for Austin. So this concludes the Steve and Scott show of the D3 television. We're going to turn over to Ron, let him have the mic for a while, but Austin's going to get there at 12:22 out of 112.
All right, so we're now going to return you to your regularly scheduled sanity, and we'll give Ron the mic. We'll be back later.
All right, here we go. We are back online here, and this is the Pro Class's second qualifying session. And those of you who paid to get in the shootout in the Pro Class, let the games begin. They are starting to try to nail down the dial and the finish line, cut a great light, and they are going to try to get into that best packages for 32 cars in the Pro Class. Attention in the pits, SuperPro, Sportsman, SuperPro bike. If you have not signed up, you still have time to register your vehicles. Here we go. Let the games begin. Well, doggone it, we got 2 red-eye flights northbound. Aaron Freeze looking for a 606, goes 1 over the dial. Daniel Garrow goes 2 over the dial, but the red lights, well, that puts him at the bottom of the list, unfortunately. So again, this is the the racers. This is our Pro Class, the racers that signed up to try to get in the shootout, which will be conducted later on this evening. They are basically trying to get it done. Best packages, we'll pick the best 32, and they'll duke it out tonight in our shootout races. So let's bring up Ed Michael, John Barnes. How about Indiana, Kentucky? All right, again, attention out in the staging area. If you are in the shootout, you've got a dial on that car. Make sure it's right on the board. Once you pre-stage, you've accepted the dial. It's displayed on the board. As we quickly bring up Ed Michael and John Barnes. John with the 82 Camaro came from Bardstown, Kentucky. 6-1 standing in the yellow 72 Nova. Ed Michael looking for that finish line, looking for a 620. He goes 5 over at 109 miles an hour. And John Barnes goes 662 at 102 miles an hour. So again, pro racers, if you can hear me, If you got into that shootout, make sure your dial is down there on the scoreboard. And again, once you pre-stage, you have accepted the dial that's on the board. Here we go, 2 more. Ron Johnson, Brian Graham, left and right. Ron Johnson on the Ray Skillman lane. He'll plug the 713. He's got it decorated on the scoreboard. The Ohio runner with the 79 Mustang. Brian Graham's got a 668. They're out of the gate clean and green. Both of them grabbing green apples off the tree. They're crunching on them right now as Johnson goes 714 off the 713 dial. Brian Graham goes dead 726 pack get back. He's ready to play. So here we go. We got to bring up a couple more. Bob Anderson, Eric Garrow. Eric from Louisville, Kentucky, 72 Nova. He's got a 584. He's going to try to get that to come up one more time as he crosses the stripe. Bob Anderson, he's just going to cruise on down the passing lane of our interstate. 66 Nova. Bob says, I don't want to play. Eric says, I want to play. I want to try to get into that shootout. Here we go. 002, Eric's on his way. Bob Anderson left a little early, got caught. And Garrow goes 588 off the 584 dial. Bob Anderson goes 597, 124, running for Byron Dragway. We are roasting the marshmallows here on an overcast day here at Lucas Oil Raceway. Hey, if you're not tuned in to D3 TV, your family members that stayed home racers, they can get on Division III website, plug into D3 TV. Warren Evans does a fantastic job bringing the racing to you as Jeremy Clemens and Jared Patterson jump in. Jeremy, dial 657, he's on the west side. Jared, well, he's just going to see what the car's going to do. So Jeremy running for Ohio Valley Dragway. 93 Mustang just about to jump out of the barn there. 79 Camaro, Jared Patterson. Well, Jared plugged the red apple off the tree. Jeremy did not. 657, Jeremy goes 658, 101 as a 645, 105 pops up for the Camaro of Jared Patterson. So Greg McCurry came from South Lyon, Michigan, got the small block Chevrolet in his Camaro. He'll plug in to the Chevrolet side with a 753. Sees out the driver's window. There's Sam Manuel running the Nova for Milan Dragway. Small block Chevrolet, a couple bow ties going for a ride. Our clean and green Racers Delight. You can run into the night. Sam, he's down the next county. He goes 666 off the 665 dial. Greg, well, he plugged in the GPS and he took the shortcut on the breakout route. Goes 750 off the 753 dial. So Mike Klein, Bill Chase, they're sneaking up on our Christmas tree. It'll catch them. It's watching the electronic equipment. We'll plug them into the pre-stage in a sec as Mike Klein, 72 Duster. He's going to dust off the finish line. He's just going to take a cruise, kind of put the data to work there. Bill Chase, he says, let me at that shootout, but he's got a 570. He's 004 on the tree as he was inside the bulb looking out. Bill Chase chasing the finish line. Well, unfortunately, he goes 6 over at 119 as Mike Klein goes 617, 111. So all of them chasing the rabbit down the racetrack as Greg Held, he'll hold the left side of the racetrack, 664. Out of Pataskala, Ohio. I love saying that town. I wished I'd have lived there as a kid. That'd have been fun. Pacemakers Dragway, who he's running for, Johnny Cook. He's going to try to cook up the 621 on the Chevrolet as he crosses the stripe. So they're plugged in, pre-stage. They'll bump a few more inches. We'll light them up. Caribou, Johnny putting it in the knees. Johnny holding about 30 cents in his pocket. Let's go. Finish line waiting for both of them. Johnny Cook goes 627. That's a 6 over the dial, 109. And Greg Held, little tighter, he goes 1 over at 102 miles an hour. So 40 years, the Summit ET Finals, And I'll tell you what, we've got some tough customers in the house as Jason Profit, Stephen Cull roll in. Stephen rolls in from Wayne, Michigan. Got the Dragon Wagon, small block Chevrolet, running for Milan Dragway. He'll run a 656, try to get it done again. Jason gonna reach down and pull a 609 out of that left-hand lane, running for Milan Dragway, 68 Camaro. Well, Jason, that wasn't the plan. He painted it red left side. Steve still in the game. Dial 656 goes 2 over 103. Jason Profit tied his time slip. He was dead 3, but left early and painted it red. Scott Wiesen and Don Behorn. Don Behorn with the Grand Prix as he rolls in from McCordsville, Indiana. 53-year-old running for Lucas Oil Raceway. Knows every wrinkle, bump on this racetrack. He'll plug in a 621. He looks out for Scott Wiesen. Well, they both grabbed a couple red apples off the tree when they went by. Don Hill goes 623, 109 off the 621. Scott goes 646 off the 645, but the red-eye flights weren't planned for either one. Let's bring up Miranda Lawson out of Elwood, Illinois, 67 Nova. It's a beauty running for Route 66. Get your kicks on 66. Miranda puts a 632 in the bank, wants to withdraw all the money down there at the finish line. Bill, just collecting data, 65 Chevy 2, running for Route 66. Well, Bill, on his way. Miranda, clean and green, goes 644 off pace with a 632 projected run. Bill goes 670 at 102. And we are watering the racing area and growing race cars. This time Lisa Scalf and Taylor Young. Taylor Young with that pickup truck. Got plenty of room in the back to haul the trophy and the money home. Taylor Young will dial 654 on the right side. So on the sunny side of the track, well, maybe tomorrow, but Lisa's got a 659 on the Camaro. The powder blue Camaro out of Floyd's Knob, Indiana, running for Ohio Valley Dragway. It's Taylor Young running for Summit Motorsports Park. So 500 separating these two racers. They'll leave as one and try to decorate that scoreboard with some good numbers. Lisa looking for 659, Taylor looking for 654. All right. 009, Taylor Young holding court at the tree. And Taylor goes dead on with a 413 thousandths package. Good job, Taylor Young, as Lisa goes 10 over at 103 miles an hour. Another S10 pickup truck, small block Chevrolet, running for Summit Motorsports Park out of Westlake, Ohio. Michael Willie. Eric Paul plugs in that 72 Challenger, running for Beach Bend Raceway Park. What a beautiful race track. Beach Bend, Mopar, 418 cubic inch, putting the power down. 598 for Eric Paul. Michael, 466. We'll find out in just a few seconds if they got these cars on mean. Eric Paul goes 6 flat off the 598, dial 113. And how about a dead-on 2 run for Michael Willie? Michael says, I'm here, I'm serious. Let's go. Let's get into the shootout. They're working at it as Dennis Mead and Ryan Alley plug in. Wheelie bars set kind of high over there for the Trans Am team from Route 66 Raceway. Gone. Boy, did he melt the bulb in the tree as he's looking for that finish line, and he breaks out by 4. Ryan Alley goes over by 3. So they're coming at us fast and furious. This is pro. They are trying to qualify for the shootout. Those that paid to get in, Troy Bogner and Lee Newmeyer. Next pair up, Lee in the truck, 84 Ranger, small block Chevrolet, running for Summit Motorsports Park. He's got a 651 to work with. Troy Bogner, well, he rolled the dice. He's got a 6 and a couple deuces right down there on that bright green 68 Camaro running for Route 66. They are rocking the beans down there. Let's rock it down. Got a little anxious, got up on the wheel, and he spray painted that bulb red on the right side. Troy's got the green going, and he goes dead 3 as Troy Bogner's got a good time slip to work with. Lee goes 3 over the dial, but that red-eye flight wasn't in that flight plan when he pulled up. How about the 66 Coronet? I believe that's a factory yellow over there running the big block Mopar. Let's introduce you to John Singleton. He's on the passing lane of our interstate. Route 66 is who he's running for. And on the flip side, another S10 pickup truck, this time Dana Carsey, running for Pacemakers Dragway Park. Dana dial 6 with a couple nickels to go with it. Let's see if they can buy a good number down at the top end. Whoa, Dana leaving just a tad early. That'll put him on the bottom of the pile. John Singleton goes. All that 3 over the dial, 105, and Dana goes 5 over the 655 dial. Both of them just over 100 miles an hour. So running for Ohio Valley Dragway, Bardstown, Kentucky, 1970 Nova is Jared. Profit running for Milan Dragway, S15 version of the GMC pickup truck, small block Chevrolet. Couple bow ties just about ready to do some work. Drivers, they're boring a hole in that Christmas tree. All righty. He's going to cut that perfect line. Unfortunately, we got 2 sunburned bulbs on the Christmas tree. Roger and Jared, tough break. Roger goes 4 over the 644 dial. Jared Comer goes 682 as problems set in for the Nova. Another pickup truck, another S10 out of Ohio Valley Dragway Stables, Fairdale, Kentucky's TR Comer, 383. Under the hood, 729's the number, and Todd Hull, well, they're going to go cruising with that 68 Mustang. I believe that's got the black vinyl top. I love it. Running the big block Ford under the hood, 460 cubers. How about that 5 thou separating them out of the gate? Here comes that finish line for both of them. Todd goes 628, 110, and TR looking for a 729, goes 732. Took the long way around the dusty trail with the S10. As Dean Talley and Chris Comer roll in, Chris rolls in from Fairdale, Kentucky, 78 Malibu, fire engine red, we'll call it, Ohio Valley Dragway. That's who they're posseing up with. Dean Talley out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. 70.5 Camaro, 450 Chevrolet running for Beach Bend Raceway Park. With 688, Chris is in the game. Dean, holy cow, Chris Comer puts the wheels up. We got a chance to count the oil pan bolts. But Dean Talley is gone. 613, 110. And Chris goes 1 over his dial, 97 miles an hour. Good job there for Chris and the gang. I see a lot of unsung heroes hanging out around these race cars. You know it. That's the crew. They're the eyes and ears. And, buddy, they celebrate the wins and losses just like the driver. Well, how about Jaden Durst running out of Fostoria, Ohio, the 17-year-old 84 S10 running for Summit Motorsports Park and Byron Dragway. We'll introduce John Holly, 68 Dodge Coronet running the 440. 651 for John. Jaden's got a 714. They are wheeling and dealing with the finish line as Jaden goes, oh, so close, goes under by 5 thou, and John goes 5 over the dial at 105 miles an hour. So Jim Laughlin
They'll plug in that 78 Malibu out of Albany, Wisconsin. The 40-year-old running for Byron Dragway. After digesting their earlier run, they'll plug the 676 on the Chevrolet scoreboard, and on the passing lane of our interstate, running the Dart 555s under the hood for Summit Motorsports Park, Mike O'Rourke Sr., dialing a 596. And the careful staging process is done. Good start. Mike, he's down in the next county already. Goes 6 flat off the 596 dial. Mike O'Rourke is his run. Jim Laughlin, well, 682 off the 676 projected plan of attack. And speaking of plan of attack, somebody left the gate open to the barn. Here comes the 70 Mustang in from Kingston, Illinois, excuse me. Marty Thornton, the wheelman, with a 581 dial. He'll park under that. Looking left here, 6 flat with the Monza. Here comes that finish line, captured him. Well, Marty goes 585 off the 581 dial. Marty Thornton, Terry McKenzie goes under by 0.8 of a second. Took that breakout route. John Hott, 66 Chevy 2, factory color. Grant Park, Illinois is where they park it. Route 66 Raceway is who they are running for. Dials 583. Buddy Jeffrey out of Pataskala, Ohio. Another one for 79 Malibu Wagon. 716's a dial. Boy, this would have been a first round matchup as they sawed the tree down, left all the sawdust down there. John goes 583. How about a dead 9, 25 dial pack? Buddy goes 720 off the 716 dial. He was 006 as he took it down to the end of the runway. One-way runway is busy. We're burning it up as Jeff LeBeaver running for Pacemakers Dragway Park out of Frederickstown, Ohio. Bright yellow, 63 He's already red. He had a 731 in the flight plan. Jim Kovacs, he's got a 616 to work. He goes 620 at 111 miles an hour as he was running for Byron Dragway. 2 more. We'll plug them in. Hey, we've got them backed up back there like a construction zone going through a major city, but promise we'll get you through 2 by 2 as John Gowan will run the right side out of Louisville, Kentucky, 84 Camaro. He's just going to collect some more data. He's running for Ohio Valley Dragway. John Singleton says, let me at that shootout try. He's dialed 611. 68 Dart, going to try to hit the bullseye down there on the Ray Skillman lane. Running for Route 66 Raceway. Don Gowan, 005 on the tree, looking good down there, and John goes 667, 105. John Singleton goes 2 over the dial at 112 miles an hour. I'll tell you what, this is going to be fun as they are trying to qualify for this 32-car deal. As Joe Oswald and Brian Workman, they're just kind of sneaking up on that Christmas tree, but the electronics will catch them. You watch, pre-stage bulbs will come on up there at the top, left and right. Joe Oswald running for Summit Motorsports Park, 69 Dart. He's another one looking for the bullseye. How about that? He'll dial 624. He's from Akron, Ohio. Brian Workman, dialing 666. We are clean and green. They are scratching, clawing, trying to get another number to come up. Look at Workman, goes 1 over the dial at 102. And Joe, well, he'll have to regroup. He was 10 over the dial at 110 miles an hour out of that Ray Skillman lane. Hey, how about the bright orange 82 Mustang out of Sandwich, Illinois? I'm going to introduce Fred Regan. Now, Bob Dish, he's more on a mission. He's dialed 685 with that Vega wagon. Oh my goodness, he breaks out by 8/10 thousandths. I hate it when that happens. 100 miles an hour for Bob. Boy, did he try, but he took the shortcut through the forest. James Overland and Joe Pickett. Well, Joe Pickett, what a nice looking pickup truck. Got a laundry basket on the back that's going to go for a ride. Yep, that's a cool. He went through several paint booths before he says good enough. Well, Joe's dialed 649. He's on the right side. James Overland dialed 7.25. Well, doggone it. They were anxious. They grabbed a couple red apples off the tree, so we are done on that one. But we'll fill them out. 7:23 breakout for James. Joe Pickett goes 2 over the dial. Well, let's keep going here. Jonathan Chapman, well, he's one that paid to get in and try to get in the shootout later on. We'll take the best packages, 32 of them out of the pro class. Jonathan Chapman, well, he's got some work to do. He's got a 702 dial. He'd love to see it one more time as he goes under the Chevrolet scoreboard down there, running for pacemakers. And Clayton Clark out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. S10 pickup, running for Beach Bend. Careful staging process as a racer. You all know how important that is. Those few milli-inches can make all the difference in turning the wind light on.
That do make a difference, trust me. I've raced for a few years, and that inch makes all the difference in the world.
Look at Clayton over there. I'll tell you.
003. Goodness gracious, runs a 601. That is fantastic.
Well, how about Jonathan Chapman? He got in. He is dead on with an egg. So that's looking sweet. We'll find out when we're all done. All right, you got the left side.
Josh Pickett out of Indianapolis, Indiana, 70 Nova. He's dialed 673. He's going to see if he can make that.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll pick the yellow car. Mark Marusik out of Minoka, Illinois, 66 Nova, running for Byron. He's looking for a 603, and guess what?
They both went red. That is awful. I hate that when that happens.
You know, red apples are great for eating, but not good for racing.
They're lousy for racing.
Mark goes 631 on the breakout route, and
Josh goes 676. Marlon Howell, Livonia, Michigan, 70 Camaro, dialed a 652.
and Nick Michael, 72 Nova, running for Ohio Valley. He's crunched the numbers. He's got a 618. He says, we can do it, running out of Georgetown, Indiana.
I bet you General Motors product wins.
You got it. Here we go.
Oh, good Lord. And Marlin runs a 652 on a 5. That's pretty good.
Well, Nick Michael was looking for a 618, but 629 come up on the scoreboard, so tough break for Nick, but he's got some data to work with.
Yeah, he does. That'll set him up for next time. Joe Hold, out of Ohio, and he's 72 Chevelle, dialed a 712. He's Pacemaker's driveway driver.
And Mike O'Rourke with a 592 dial. He takes a quick trip to the grocery store with that 71 Nova, running for Summit Motorsports Park. And they plant their mailbox in Westland, Michigan. So the one-way runway, we're burning it up with tow cars.
That's a fact. Mr. Chevelle's going to go through the woods to get there, but he will get there.
I'll tell you what, 4,000 separating them out of the gate. Look at your driver.
714 on a 712, 2 over.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mike's going to have to regroup as he was under by 3.
Gene Cash out of Tell City, Indiana, and he's 72 Vega, races for Beach Bend, dialed a 650.
And out of Etha, Ohio, running for National Trail Raceway, Steve Little, dial 617. Gene came, I love that for a racer's name, Gene Cash.
Yeah, you need a lot of cash to race, trust me.
So the Vega and the Camaro sneaking up as Gene kind of tickling that twine.
Uh-oh, Gene went red. Oh, 002 red. He runs a 654 at 104 mile an hour.
Well, Steve Little, he closes his tab. He goes 1 over the dial at 112 miles an hour. We got 2 more quickly in the beams.
Chris Blair out of Carthage, Tennessee, and he's 73 Vega. Runs for Beach Bend out of 644.
And I'm telling you, somebody left the gate open. Here's another Mustang that got out. Matt O'Connell plugs in on the right lane out of Manhattan, Illinois. Running for Route 66, running the Ford, 638. This will be a close one.
Yeah, 377 Chevy. And Blair turns on the red one. He runs a 651 on a 44. He's got work to do.
Well, I'll tell you what, Matt tightened the noose down there. He was looking for a 638. He goes one over the dial as Matt O'Connell goes 107 miles an hour.
Chesley Van Ness, something like that. Stillman Valley, Illinois. A 2010 Camaro dialed 666 out of Byron Dragway.
Well, we give you all the hard names. So
Yeah,
I'm
look
gonna
at
go
that.
I'm going to go with Kip Norup on the right side out of Leaf River, Illinois, 97. He's still in the game.
Chesley went red. Red big time. He was big hurry. Runs a 669 on a 666 dial-in.
So Kip Norup goes over the dial. Let's call it a 631 off the 629. So he'll keep hoping.
Terry Heller dialed a 703 out of Morrison, Illinois, and he's 71 Vega. Drives for Byron Dragway.
And the 66 Nova, the cool looking Nova, as they went through several paint booths until he says that's good enough. We'll leave it like that. Josh Green and the car got a lot of green on it, dial 644. Get the wheels up.
And Terry Heller goes red. Terry runs a 710 on a 703. He's got work to do, trust me.
Well, Josh Green looking for a 644, goes 3 over his dial, so he'll take the Nova, go put it back there and regroup.
Chris Morris, Shepherdsville, Kentucky. 46-year-old, 80 Camaro, runs for Ohio Valley Dragway. He's not going to play this time.
All right, attention in the pits, racers and the ones in the staging lanes. Make sure you put those dials very clear. We're having a hard time reading some of them here at the top end.
That shoe polish, you need to go a lot darker than what it is. Morris runs a 672. He wasn't participating.
Well, Ken Norup goes 611 off the 610 pace, but the red-eye flight got him in trouble. Again, attention in the staging lanes, and if you're in this shootout, please make sure you've got those numbers dark. We're having trouble reading them up in the tower.
Mitch Vincent, dial 591 out of St. Charles, Illinois, 67 Camaro, running for Byron Dragway.
How about Mazda? We haven't said that very much here, but Dan Johnson's very comfortable in that 84 Mazda. He's dialed 701 out of Gallatin, Tennessee, running for Beach Bend. And again, racers, we want to make sure you're hearing this. Make sure your dials are dark enough and plain enough. We're having trouble reading some up here in the tower. Very important. Take care of that for us, please.
Good thing they ain't letting me read them. We'd have it all messed up. And Mitch Vincent goes red. But he runs a 592 on a 91. Pretty good.
Look at that Mazda. Dan Johnson dialed 701, goes 702.
Not bad, not bad at all. Edmund Richardson, Greenbrier, Tennessee, 96S10. He is dialed 632. Races for Beach Bend Raceway Park.
And a man that took the crown last year in one of our classes, Nick Hastings, plugged in. Edmund, a veteran racer, is plugged in. Nick Hastings with a 642 with a Mustang. Hastings did go out to Pomona last year.
Is he the one that went out to Pomona last year? The car wasn't the same color, was it?
Nope, he had a different ride.
He had a different ride. That's what I thought.
Here we go. Wheels up, Edmund.
Edmund runs a 632 on a 5 on a 632 dial-in. He's getting close.
Well, Nick Hastings goes 6:48. He was looking for a 6:42, so they'll regroup and we'll see him again. They'll tighten the combination up, guaranteed.
Steve Kiefer out of Aurora, Illinois, 29-year-old, running a 72 Nova for Byron Dragway. He's not going to dial anything. He's saving his money for later.
Well, Chris Stevenson's just trying to collect some data, and that's very perfectly fine. 73 Buick Apollo, got the Buick engine running for Lucas Oil Raceway, the host track here.
The Buick 350 against the Chevy 427.
So Chris will sneak in just a few. He's ready. Green one at the
Oh,
bottom.
good Lord, 004 for Kiefer. He runs a 7066.
Well, Chris Stevenson in the airplane goes 747 at 89 miles an hour.
Boyd Butcher out of Beech Grove, Indiana. 73 Nova, Lucas Oil Raceway, dialed a 643.
Well, the 79 Z28 occupied by Robert Hutter will dial 660, running for Muncie Dragway. Got the Dart engine under the hood to get it done. He's dialed 660. This will be good.
This ought to be good. Both of them look like they're pretty comparable.
All right, the careful staging process. You know all about that.
Yeah, I do. I wasn't very good at it, but I know about it.
Green, they're on mean, standing on the gas. Who'll make the pass?
Ooh, Butcher runs a 650 on a 643. He's got some work to do.
Robert Hutter dials 660, runs 666, threw another 6 in there for good measure.
Sad Man out of Terre Haute, Indiana, dialed 655 in a 63 Fury from Crossroads Dragway.
And occupying Muncie's Dragways team is the gorgeous Snow White 63 Ford Falcon, Ford powered. Bill Spohr, the wheelman, with a 653 dial. He's plugged into the Chevrolet side of things. And tough break for Thad.
Yeah, it is. Not sure what happened, but he kind of lurched it like the training brake didn't hold.
Holy cow, look at Bill Spohr. Picked up some power somewhere. He was looking for a 653 dial and goes 646.
He's got some computations to make back in the pits. He missed something on that one.
Well, it's a tough break. Maybe
Looks like they're going to reload that. Maybe. And he's dialed a 655.
so again, while it's somewhat quiet here, racers, if you are dialing them up to try to get into the shootout, clear and very dark so we can read them up here. Please do that. We'd appreciate it.
We have Harry Eversole out of Terre Haute, Indiana, and he's 68 Dodge Dart, 500 cubic inch from Crossroads Dragway.
And just patiently waiting here is Ricky Driscoll out of Fancy Farm, Kentucky. 1980 Firebird running the big block Pontiac, running for Beacon Dragway where the racers shine. We were just there last week with the Jake Super Quick Series and had a good race there.
Did you? I've been down there, so I know where it's at.
Very nice facility.
Yeah,
Very
it is.
nice.
Hey, it got quiet out there. What happened?
So we're going to be on hold here for just a little bit as we're reshuffling our deck of cards. All right, we got the fuel flowing through the veins of these race machines.
Oh yeah, takes a lot of fuel, and they're percolating just fine. Harry Eversole, 68 Dodge Dart, 500 cubic inch. He's not playing today in Dial for Dollars.
Well, Ricky says, that's okay, we'll skip it. You know what? Let's just get the data put together and try to get a baseline, and you know how very important that is.
Yeah, believe me. Oops, we got a 643 for Eversole. Evidently, it didn't pop up earlier, so he is playing.
Well, Ricky's going to sit this one out, but he's going to drive the race. He goes red.
Eversole was dead late at the tree. Doesn't make any difference if he can run the number. Runs a 646 on a 643 dial-in.
Well, Ricky goes 862 at 80 miles an hour as we bring up another pair.
Doug Smith out of Terre Haute, Indiana, dialed 7 flat, and he's 84 S10. He runs for Crossroads Dragway.
And running for Lions Raceway Park, where the racers roar. This is Rick Covey out of Bedford, Indiana, 71 Nova. And another racer that's just saying, hey, okay, let's get a baseline. We're not quite ready to roll into a shootout.
Hate that when that happens. I love it when the wheels come up. 7-11 for Smith on a 7-0 dial-in.
Rick Covey goes 688 at 98 miles an hour, and I'll tell you what, 2 weeks ago right here, we saw a lot of wheels up, super stock. Well, this is the Nationals for the ET racers, and I love this race.
So do I. If you want to see racing, this is the place to come. We got Dustin Loines out of Byron, Michigan, in his 80 Firebird Chevrolet motor, 496, runs for Mid-Michigan Motorplex.
And Lions Raceway Park's Luke Sexton running the right side of the world here out of Bloomington, Indiana, running the bow tie.
Loines goes red. Neither one of them had dial-in, so they weren't playing. Loines goes 622 at 109 mile an hour.
672, 102 for Luke Sexton as he'll find the exit ramp off of Route 660.
Yeah. Harold Travolia. Travioli. Hey, that's like ravioli. Travolo. Oh, well, never mind. Out of Terre Haute, Indiana. 68 Nova Chevrolet 355 powered Crossroads Dragway.
What's interesting about Harold's ride, it's the small block 355 Chevrolet with a lot of heart. Fury is definitely not boring. 74 14 plugged in. He is on his way. He's clean and green, hunting for the finish line. Got it. 718 for Harry Boring, 97 miles an hour.
Traviola runs a 736 on a 3. John Radulowski out of Highland, Illinois, 47-year-old, 71 Camaro, Chevy 355 for power, Gateway Motorsports Park, dialed to 667.
Couple Mouse Motors plugged in. Kyle Hall dialing 757 out of Ridgeville, Indiana, running for Muncie Dragway, 87 Camaro. A lot of torque in those small blocks.
Yeah, there is. There really is. And John goes red. It's easy to go red out here at Indianapolis if you've not raced here. 670 on a 667 dial-in.
Well, Kyle Hall goes 764 off the 757 flight plan, so he will take that time slip and maybe try to learn something.
Jason Preston, Six Lakes, Michigan, 68 Camaro, 434 big or small block, Mid-Michigan Motorplex, dialed 668.
Well, I got that Camaro that's a year older. Tom Harlan sits behind the wheel very comfortably. 705.
And Jason went red. Oh, 1-4 red.
Look at Harlan go. Dead 415 pack. How about that?
That's a good pack. Good pack. Sam Zahn, 747 dial in, 79 Cutlass, Chevy 383 powered out of Coles County Dragway.
Well, I got Ralph Craig on the Chevrolet lane running for Coles County Dragway. We got a pair of them. Sam brought the airplane to go flying with a 747, and Ralph's going quicker with a 663.
That's a fact.
How about a off in front oil pan bolt?
Yeah, he did. And he wanted everybody to look at his headers.
Well, Ralph goes 7 over the dial. What do you got?
Sam went 750. He's 3 over the dial. Kevin Corzin, 589 dial in out of Robertsville, Missouri. 81 Camaro, Chevy 437 small block, Gateway Motorsports Park.
And Coles County Dragways, Levi French, Mattoon, Illinois.
$595 for Corzin on a 589 dial in. French went a 754. He wasn't playing today. Dustin Brenton dialed 661 out of Rosedale, Indiana. 37-year-old, 69 Nova, 442 Crossroads Dragway. Tyler Richardson out of St. Louis, Missouri, 67 Camaro with a 427. And Tyler's not playing today in the dial for dollars. He just wants to get his car dialed in so he can race.
Well, Tyler Richardson goes on the red eye flight northbound, and he'll try to fix that.
And Brenton went way, he was 5 thousandths, 10 thousandths under his dial in, 660 on a 5.
All right, 2 by 2. Oh, you got a classic one over there.
Oh, yeah. Max Lang, Charleston, Illinois, 40 wheelies, runs for Cole County Dragway.
And a tough customer, Bob Westhoff, running for Gateway. He's got it in high gear. Now, these two aren't playing. Bob was 26 on the tree, goes 667, 102 as Westhoff pulls the plug on that.
Max Lang goes 651 on a 9, 105 mile an hour. Steve Conrad. Steve Conrad in the left lane, Terre Haute, Indiana. 42-year-old, 90 Mustang. Crossroads Dragway, Mike Shanks. Union, Missouri, 76 Camaro Chevy, 400 cubic inch style to 653. He's going to see if he can get down there quick. Get in that shootout. And Conrad runs a 607. Shanks runs a 655 on a 653 dial in. Conrad with 003, he comes to play though. Jimmy Croak, Indianapolis, Indiana, 69 CUDA, Plymouth, 440 cubic inch, Lions Raceway Park. And Chad Eaton dialed 777 out of Paris, Illinois. He's 79 Malibu, Chevy 355, Crossroads Dragway. Croak says, I'm going to dial this in so I can get the big bucks later. Croak runs a 706, and Eaton runs a 781 on a 777 dial in. He's going to have to do some more work to that. Kenny Miskisak, Muncie, Indiana, 70 Nova, 468 power, Muncie Dragway. Dustin Jones, 678 dial in out of Hannah, Ohio. 76 Nova, 406 power, Muncie Dragway. Both pair of Muncie drag racers up there now. Both of them in Novas. One's a little newer than the other. McKissick had a 008 light, runs a 655 Jones runs a 681 on a 678 dial in. Kurt Rouse out of Hamilton, Ohio, dialed a 694 and a 79 Mustang. He's from Edgewater Sports Park.
And I got Ellis Booth left side running for Lucas Oil Raceway. Attention in the pits. Randy Peterson. We need you to race control. Crossroads Dragway representative. Randy, we need you to race control for Crossroads Dragway, please.
Rouse, a 007 light, runs a 697 on a 694 dial in.
Ellis Booth goes 736 at 90 miles an hour. And again, Randy, we need you from Crossroads Dragway to race control, please.
We got Jeff Reif in Tower Side Lane, dialed a 658 out of Winnemac, Indiana, 86 Monte Carlo, Bunker Hill drag strip.
And I got Mark Cronemaker out of Huntington, Indiana, 71 Dodge Demon. Got a Dodge 340 under the hood running for Muncie Dragway, and he's looking for a 668.
And Reif, seems how I know him, I'm not sure that's really a Chevrolet 350. I'm not sure he's totally honest about it.
Whatever he's got under the hood, it's going down the track.
It's going down fast, too. 661 on a 658 dial in.
I got a 676 off the 668 dial for Mark Cronemaker. Here we go, two more.
The weather must, or the atmosphere must be affecting the cars, because these guys are pretty good at their dial in.
Well, I got Tony Lyons running for Coles County Dragway. He's got a 90 Ford Probe. He got a 302 V8 under the hood with a 725 dial.
Jake Overstreet out of Whitlife, Kentucky, 32-year-old, 89 Mustang, Ford 351. He's in the Race of Champions. He's from Beacon Dragway.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tony Lyons going to fill it out. Oh, my goodness. Tony was 7 over the 725 dial.
Overstreet runs a 692. He didn't play dial for dollars today. Mike Wilson out of Terre Haute, Indiana, 40-year-old, 78 Malibu Chevy 505 cubic inch, Crossroads Dragway, dialed a 593.
Coles County Dragway representative Kelly Dom out of Dietrich, Illinois. We're having a Dodge Dart convention. This is a 68 Dart this time with a big 496 cubic inch Dodge for power. Putting it down. Dialing 659.
And Wilson goes red.
Kelly's on the green side. Finish line survey says, how about a 665 off the 659 for Kelly Dom?
Wilson runs a 594 on a 593 dial. Tommy Gentry, 727 dial out of Louisville, Kentucky, 52-year-old, 78 Fairmont, Ford 351 cubic inch motor, Ohio Valley Dragway.
Well, Bob Glidden had some good luck with a Ford Fairmont Pro Stock, took home a world championship a few years ago. Jerry Gottman plugs in for Lions Raceway Park, King Washington, Indiana. The Conquest is on the red bulb flight.
Gentry, 1 over, 628 on a 2 on a 728 on a 2 on a 727 dial in.
Well, Jerry Gottman rolls the finish line 661-104, so he'll take that number and try to put some good use to it.
Okay, Chad Kolish is in the left lane, dialed a 680 out of Winnemac, Indiana, 35-year-old, 66 Nova, Bunker Hill drive strip. The other one we don't have on file yet, dialed a 651. Both of them clean and green, 659 on the one we don't know on a 651. Kolish runs a 685 on a 9 on a 680 dial in. Craig Garcia is in the left lane, Fairmont City, Illinois. 01 Camaro 346. Keith Anderson, Paducah, Kentucky, 80 Malibu, 523 big block Chevy. Beacon Dragway.
Well, we got a couple blank scoreboards, so that means they're not playing, but they'll fill out their canvas down there with their airbrushes here in just a little bit.
That is a fact. They're just getting them tuned up. Pays more money the other way than it does dial for dollars.
Here we go, pre-stage. They'll lock that tree down, and they'll try to strong-arm that tree when they leave.
And Anderson just strong-armed it a little bit too much.
Well, Craig's kind of cruising there with his Camaro. Running for Gateway, goes 8:15, 84 miles an hour. Garcia closes the tab.
Keith Anderson runs a 591, 116 mile an hour. We got Rob Fisher out of Humboldt, Illinois, 45-year-old, driving a 66 grocery getter, 460 cubic inch, Coles County Dragway, dial to 748. Chuck Garrett, 626 dial in out of Washington, Indiana, 74 Vega, Lions Raceway Park. Both of them clean and green. Featured a little better reaction time. And Garrett runs a 628 on a 26. Fisher runs a 750 on a 748. Dan Stidham, Carlisle, Ohio, 72 Nova, Chevrolet 496 big block power, Edgewater Sports Park. Timmy Nichols Jr., Kevel, Kentucky. And these boys weren't playing in dial for dollars, but they got extremely good lights. Stidham had a 631, and Nichols had a 740. Austin Toole, Winslow, Indiana, 87 Mustang. Gate was open again. And a car in the right lane, we don't have the file on it. And Toole goes red by 009. Toole runs a 710. The other car runs a 750.
I got to jump in here because we got a very important announcement to make. Attention in the pits. Race of Champions, Super Pro and Pro class only. We need you to line up on the east side. Don't come all the way up to the front of the staging lanes. So again, Super Pro and Pro, Race of Champion racers only. Race of Champion racers only for Super Pro and Pro. Line up on the east side. Don't come all the way to the front of the lanes, and they're going to draw chips for pairings.
We got Harley Denton, 732 dial in the left lane. Brian Lewis, Cincinnati, 625. Denton come to play. They both did. Denton had a perfect light.
Wow.
Lewis had a 006. That'd have been a good race. Denton runs a 735 on a 732. And Lewis runs a 625 with a 5 on a 625 dial in.
All right, racers, if you are putting dials on your car, make sure they're on the right side. That's where we need to see them from the tower. Make sure your dials, racers, are on the right side of your racing vehicle. Kim Niemeyer running for Coles County. He's got a 655 in the bank, 94 Mustang.
Lloyd Jennings out of Gateway Motorsports, 66 Chevelle, dial to 664.
Pedals go down. Wow, they are sawing the tree down.
Oh man, they are. That is fantastic. 004 and 002. 696 for Jennings on a 664 dial in.
And Niemeyer goes 3 over at 105 miles an hour.
We got Rick Seals in the right-hand lane down to 722 out of Lions Raceway. Stuart Galloway, Miller out of Coles County down to 622. And Seals 3 over, 725. Galloway 6 over on a 622 dial in.
All right, attention in the pits one more time. Race of Champion competitors in Super Pro and Pro only. We need you to load in the east side. Do not pull all the way to the front of the lanes. They're going to chip you. We need Race of Champions, Super Pro, and Pro only to the east side of the station. Here we go. Ron Hill, you got
Bear Nichols. And Nichols runs a 657, 103 mile an hour out of Beacon Dragway.
Ron Hill in that swinger goes 713, 95 miles an hour, and here comes two more.
Brian Dillon, 623 dial in out of Burlington, Kentucky, 79 Camaro, 496 Edgewater Sports Park.
One more time, racers, if you're putting a dial on your car, make sure it's on the right-hand side of the car, please. Chet Gibbs plugs in for Lions Raceway Park. That is a Dodge Colt. Watch this one go. 684 is the dial. Short wheelbase.
When I was working on them years ago, they didn't have that big a motor in them. They were 4-cylinders.
How about that big Chrysler? Watch this. Settle down. He goes red, but Brian's in it.
Dillon, he runs a 628 on a 23, 5 over.
But Chet Gibbs looking for a 684, goes 691, and here comes two more at us.
I think the weather out there has got these cars all messed up. Jonathan Jones out of Paris, Illinois, dialed 632, 68 Camaro, Crossroads Dragway.
Well, if I was a betting man, I think the humidity's coming up. Here comes Greg Wade running for Lions Raceway Park. He's a Washington, Indiana racer. Z28 703 is the dial for Greg Wade.
I think you're right. From the looks of the clouds over there, I'm pretty sure they're looking pretty high.
Well, Greg, he got a little anxious there. He's got the red bulb flashing on the left side. You're green.
Oh, Jonathan, 2 over on a 632 dial in, 634 on a 9.
Well, Greg Wade plugs the 711, went to the store looking for a 703, and two more coming at us.
Ronnie Cunningham Jr., Cold Springs, Kentucky, 707 dial in, 65 Mustang Ford 306, Edgewater Sports Park.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jesse Garcia running for Gateway Motorsports Park. Look what they've got under the hood. How about 283 cubic inch bow tie?
I noticed that earlier when I was up here. I couldn't believe it. Somebody actually running a 283 that fast.
Yes, 661. That is fast on the beam down there. Let's see if we're clean and green. They're both trying to get it done. Jesse's out in the next county down there. Jesse Garcia breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second.
And Ronnie Cunningham, he went shopping, 711, 707 dial in. We got Doug McKinney in a little dragster. You'll notice a little bit of difference on this one. He run a 647 dial at Kokomo, Indiana, Bunker Hill drag strip.
Well, Doug looks like a comp racer out there. As Bob Downing, he'll go in with a 610 dial. He's in the passing lane of our 2-lane interstate out of Springfield, Ohio.
That's got an Arctic Cat motor in it. Big wheel stand out of the Camaro. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Hey, it's exciting. We want to call him out.
Hey, 005 reaction, 654 on a 647 for Doug McKinney.
Bob Downing goes 2 over, but Red Eye Flight's been busy here today.
Yeah, it has. Wesley Waldrop, Benton, Kentucky, 43-year-old, 79 Camaro, dial is 665 out of Beacon Dragway.
Joe Lizer out of Decatur, Illinois, and he's got the Flying Firebird. Big Pontiac under the hood, running for Crossroads of Dragway, 668, dialing long distance.
Yeah, these two are close.
This would be cool. Well, I got about 60 cents to work with.
Yeah, you do. And Waldrop broke out. He run a 662 on a 65.
And Joe Leiser goes 674 off the 668 flight plan, and we'll plug in a couple more.
Troy Schmidt, Elber, Indiana, 50-year-old, 78 Camaro, Dart 421, Beacon Dragway, dialed to 625.
On the Ray Skillman side of our world, Brad Day running into the night. 62 Bel Air, isn't that the Bowersville, Ohio racer? Killcare Dragway. He's joined up. Here we go. Little smoke coming out of your car.
Yeah, a little smoke coming out of my car. Runs at 632 on a 25. Hope that wasn't on account of the smoke.
Well, Brad Day goes 5 over the dial, 112 miles an hour, and Jeff Russell moves in with a 671 dial. He wants to race tonight. He's got that Barracuda, and he's going to take a big bite out of that Christmas tree.
Yep, Mike Toole. He's up there trying to get things dialed in for tomorrow. 87 Monte Carlo, 436 Dragway, and they're off.
Well, Jeff took too big of a bite. 004 red. He goes under by 10,000.
Mercy. And Toole runs a 644 with a 106 mile an hour.
Brandon Dillman, very familiar with this racing surface out of Greenwood, Indiana. The Malibu. He'll patiently wait up there, and he's got a 675. Here comes your person.
Tammy Levitt, 646. Out of Batavia, Ohio, 64 Chevy 283 powered Edgewater Sports Park. I wonder if the guy that built that 283 also built the other 283.
Well, it's you just never know. I love those small blocks. All right, what are we going to paint down? We got 2 green stripes down here.
Big wheel stand. 649 on a 646 for Tammy, 3 over.
Well, Brandon Dillman goes 6 over at 90 miles an hour, and just like that, the burnout box is empty, and here comes 2 more.
Adam Price out of Terre Haute, dialed 689, 74 Duster, 408 cubic inch, Crossroads Dragway.
How about a Corvette? We haven't said that too much today. Running for Bunker Hill Drag Strip. Randy Sparks is going to try to light some fireworks down here on the scoreboard. He's just going to collect data.
Trust me, that car will light the fireworks at the other end.
I'll tell you what, that looks like a mean machine.
Trust me, it is. Price goes red.
I was looking at the 60-foot mark, and boy, he got in the trunk quick. 570, 122 miles an hour for the vet of Randy Sparks.
Price runs a 696 on an 89 dial. Christy Yielding, 801 dial, Humboldt, Illinois, 41 years old, 83 Malibu grocery getter, 358 cubic inch, Coles County Dragway.
And running out of the Bunker Hill drag strip confines, Double J, John Johnson out of Camden, Indiana, 82 Camaro with a small block. He'll do some data collecting. He says, let's not worry about too many things. Let's just try to get it right.
That's where I live, Camden, Indiana.
Well, I'll tell you what, you know Double J.
Yeah, I do. As a matter of fact, I do.
All right. Look at Double J, 007. Whoa. Is it double?
He's planning on doing a little winning, isn't he? With them kind of reaction times. And Christie runs an 805, 4 over on her 801 dial in.
Well, John Johnson goes 659, 103 as they'll hunt the exit ramp off the interstate. We'll bring up 2 more.
Travis East, 829 dial in out of Casey, Illinois, 88 Mustang. They left the gate open, as my partner says. Crossroads Dragway, dialed in 829.
And on the west side of our world, Randy Burwell, 77 Pinto. So I told you the gates are open, the horses are out now.
Pintos and the Mustangs. Both of them green, 006 for East. East.
Randy was looking for 681, goes 685, and as Travis East goes north, he runs
837 on an 829.
I got Kenny Laker, Cecil, Ohio. Nova, another Nova. running for Muncie Dragway, and he's just going to go cruising here on a Friday afternoon.
Don Rauch, Ferguson, Missouri, 71 Challenger, dial to 635. And Roch runs a 640 on a 635 dial in. He needs to go back and do a little data acquisition. Dave Baker, 645, Xenia, Ohio, 70, Camaro dial to 645. David Wiggum dialed 650 out of Mooresville, Indiana. He races for Lucas Oil. Baker races for Kilcare Dragway. First dialing, both of them clean and green. And we have Baker run 3 over 648 on a 646, 45 dial in. Wiggum 5 over 655 on a 650 dial in.
All right, racers, we got a very important announcement. Race of Champions, we called you to the lane, Super Pro and Pro. We need you to return back to your pit area. Racers on the grounds, if you've got easy ups up or your awnings, you may want to secure those and secure your race cars. Again, Race of Champions, Super Pro and Pro that we called to the lanes on the east side. You need to take your race cars back to your pit area. You may want to secure your easy ups and your awnings and secure your items. I think you can look west and see what we're up against.
Columbus, Cody Allenball, 729 dial in, runs a 733. Nick Finney, 655 dial in, he run a 657, 2 over.
Kyle Clapp running for Beacon Dragway, Mayfield, Kentucky, the Cutlass, and he's just going to get some data to work with for tomorrow.
Bob Johnson, Kilcare Dragway, dial to 659 with his 84 Charger, Dodge 440 cubic inch powers.
All right, again, Race of Champions, Super Pro. We called you to the lanes. You may need to go back to your pit area with your cars. Please secure your awnings, your easy ups, and your racing machines back there as got a little weather moving in.
001 for Bob Johnson, 667, 8 over. Clapp run a 663.
I got Travis Booth, no stranger to this racetrack, running for Lucas Oil Raceway with a Mustang, dialing 725.
Dwayne Bevan, 683 dial in, 70 Nova, Edgeworth Sports Park.
Well, Travis Booth leaving a little early, goes 732 off the 725.
And Bevins was 1 over, 684 on a 683 dial in. Aaron Dysinger, 659 dial in out of Monticello, Indiana, 78 Malibu for Bunker Hill Drag Strip.
And Chad Isley, the versatile racer out of Charleston, Illinois, running for Coles County Dragway, 67 Camaro, and he's got a 622 in the flight plan, trying to get it done.
He'll probably run a close to a 659. I also know him, race against him.
Well, Chad's red, he goes 623. What do you got?
659 on a 0, dead on for Aaron Dysinger. Dead on, 659 on a 0.
That'll make a racer smile when they pick up that slip down at the top end.
Oh yeah, he's gonna love that to death.
Scott Kiefer, one of our, well, I'll tell you what. He's part of the Track Announcers Guild. Scott is a versatile player. He'll be on the announcing. He's in the race car right now. And a 55 Chevy, and it's a beauty. And 437, that car's been in the family since day one.
Jeremy Cooley, Hartford City, Indiana, 34-year-old, dialed a 705-87 Cutlass, Olds 455. out of Muncie Dragway.
So a little 437 cubic inch under the hood of that 55 as Scott Kiefer's just about ready to plug it in. And, well, let's put the pedal down and see what happens. Running for Mid-Michigan.
Okay, I think we're going to hold on for a second here. We got some sprinkles coming down, and I see a lot of lightning off in southwest. So they're probably going to have to shut the computer system down and everything else. We do not want to burn this stuff up. Anyway, Cooley went a 707 on a 705 dial-in. And Kiefer run a 614, and he was just out there gathering data.
Well, I tell you what, unfortunately, we got some pretty sharp lightning out there in the west. And again, this equipment up here is very allergic to lightning. So I think they're probably. All right, we online? But anyway, we're just going to be on hold here for just a little bit as we'll yield to Mother Nature as we speak. And again, while it's quiet, and I'm pretty sure they vacated the staging lanes, but Race of Champions, Super Pro and Pro, we had called you to the lanes, and hopefully you made your way back to your pit area and you're taking your awnings down and your easy ups down as we got weather moving in.
By the way, I'm a little allergic to lightning too, in case you don't know that. You do know that?
Oh yeah, we're kind of in a good place up here right now, but again, we've just about got through our pro class, trying to qualify in for the shootout, and unfortunately we are on hold, and we will try to get information out as it comes to us.
Sounds like a plan. Okay, all you campers out there, get your awnings up. I think we're going to have some wind here in a minute. Your easy outs up. And get your cars secured, put them in the trailer so they don't get wet, because we are fixing to get wet. And I don't see the flag, so I can't tell how much wind we got, but I think we're fixing to get a bunch.
Okay, well, thanks, guys. We'll get back to racing action here sometime. But of importance right now, you saw several people from DRAW, the Drag Racing Association of Women, selling 50-50 tickets. A lot of you bought tickets, and we certainly thank you for that. What we're going to do now is we will draw out the winning ticket. The winning ticket. Check your tickets. Get your tickets out. If we're lucky, we'll have somebody's name on the back of it. Okay, we're going to stir them up real good. Special thanks to the folks from DRAW. They're out here working for the organization. So it's either going to be a magenta or a orangish kind of ticket, right?
Yep.
Do I get to draw?
Yes, please.
Okay. Winning ticket.
Well, that's like the car.
That's like the car number. Okay, so here's the winning ticket number. 122220. Witnessed by everybody. 122220. It should belong to car number N350. If that is your ticket, you are a winning contestant, and you will get half of that. That's what 50-50 means. You'll get half of that. That's $435. Do you want me to read that again, folks? $435. That'd be good. And DRAW gets the other $435. Add those two numbers together, we sold $870 worth of tickets, so that's very good. 122220. 220. 122-220. And you can come up here, second floor of the tower. You guys gonna stick around for a while? Okay, they'll wait for that winning ticket to come up. 122-220. And I'm gonna write that down in case somebody comes up and says, "Can you read that number again?" Yeah, maybe. 122-220. Car number is N350. They wrote that on the back rather than writing out their whole name, which is okay. That should eliminate something like 600 people, right? They can't all get in that same car. So congratulations to that person. We'll let you know who it is as soon as they come up and claim it. Second floor of the tower, just like you were going to talk to Jay Hullinger while we weighed out the sprinkles. Maybe more than just a sprinkle. So if that's your winning ticket, come up here, second floor of the tower, and we'll get a chance to talk with you. And special thanks to all the draw folks who were here doing good things for good people. So just come on up there. If that is your winning draw 50-50 ticket, come on up here, second floor of the timing tower. In the rain? Yeah, I'd get out in the rain for $400, and this is $435, so I'd be wet right now. Oh, wait, I am wet. I am wet behind the ears. Drenched. Doesn't know enough to come in out of the rain, whatever else. That's your winning ticket, 122-220, card number N350. Come on up here, second floor of the tower, and we'll hook you up with the draw folks because they're waiting up here for you. And we'll find out who you are. Well, obviously, we're going to be down here for a while this blows over, but you see it's moving rather quickly through here. Yeah, no, it doesn't help it dry out any quicker right now. It's only getting wetter. So we will limit our talking time to you until we find out who's our draw 50-50 winner. Come on up here in your enclosed golf cart and pick up your prize money, $435. So congratulations to that person or that family. Meanwhile, we're just on hold right now. Division 3 will probably go to commercials. Oh, he's actually got there. Rain delay. Please stand by. Please stand by. Definitely a rain delay right now. Don't you hate it when the car doesn't start when it's raining?
Yeah.
Dang.
Wonderful
Dang.
time for the race car to not start.
Well, okay, it's getting darker. So I don't have to tell you to stay inside. Don't run around in the rain with umbrellas pointed up in the sky with metal rods or something like that on them. The National Weather Service has not issued any sort of a thunderstorm, severe storm warnings or anything like that. That's because they don't have windows. No, they've got all the expensive equipment that will let them project what it's going to do. Look at previous indications over Avon and whatever else is out that way. So right now there's no severe weather warnings or thunderstorm warnings. Just a lot of rain right now. But we're not finished. Don't go home, especially if you've got that winning ticket. Second floor of the Parks Tower. The door marked, "Don't come in here unless you're the winner," kind of things on the outside. So we're going to set the microphones down and let you know anything important that comes our way.
All right, attention on the grounds here at Lucas Oil Raceway. Just as a precaution, we are going to take the PA down, so we will be silent with the PA system. We need to take it down. A lot of electricity floating around.
Again, you know, there was a lot of cheers in the background when you said we were going to shut up.
But anyhow, we're going to be down with the PA system for a little while, so just we'll try to keep everybody informed what's going on later on down the road. Thank you.
NHRA All Access is your exclusive ticket to watch live racing from the comfort of your own home or on the go all season long.
You know, with live streaming NHRA All Access, my friends and my family, they can watch me race around the country and turn those win lights on.
From sunup to sundown, NHRA All Access is live right at your fingertips. From qualifying to the finals, we have you covered. Can't get enough of the world's most extreme sport? Sign up for your personal pit pass to all of the action at NHRAAllAccess.com.
The best thing I like about NHRA's All Access is I get to watch the Sportsman competition throughout the country, and as a bonus, I get to watch my son, Sean Langdon.
I'm Ashley Sanford, and I love NHRA All Access because it shows all the Sportsman classes, the competitive races, and best of all my family and friends get to watch me race.
Never miss a race again. An entire season will be yours for only $99.95. Join us, NHRA All Access.
NHRA tracks all across the country host events that you and your family can race at and be part of. Race your street car at the NHRA Drag Street Legal Style presented by AAA, or your hot rod in the Summit Racing Series, where you can be crowned track, division, and even the NHRA Summit National Champion. And don't forget that kids can race in the Summit Junior Drag Racing League, starting at 5 years old. And for teenagers 13 to 16, there's NHRA Junior Street. It's family fun at an NHRA member track near you. Visit NHRA.com for a complete list of the tracks and programs. Remember, drag a friend to the track and share the speed. Want to race?
Attention in the pit, SuperPro. I'm just joking. It's still wet. You guys know that because you're outside. And we can look outside and see that stuff. So, what are we going to do? Don't know right now. Don't know. We've got the power turned on until midnight, I'm told. We can't do any racing after that. Nah, maybe a little bit. Cars with mufflers and stuff like that. Hey, quickly. We need the following drivers to the tower without your cars, obviously. Chuck Garrett from Lions. You need to sign your tech card. From Ohio Valley, Don Scolf Jr. From Pacemakers. And Neil's here, by the way, Pacemakers people, so straighten up. From Pacemakers, Matt Payne. From Beach Bend, Josh Woods. From Killcare, Jeff. I need some help. I can't even read the handwriting. From Troy, Ohio. If you're from Troy, Ohio, and your first name's Jeff and you race at Killcare, 3513. Oh, it's a bike. Okay. Anyway, we need you too. Most of the other writing is pretty legible, except I don't know how Carolyn did that one. Okay, from Mid-Michigan Motorplex, Ken Hansen. We need you to sign your card here in the tower, second floor. From Byron, Chase Hubner. To the tower to sign your tech card. Bunker Hill Dragster, Brad Fisher. Edgewater, Gary Rice. All those folks come to the tower. I don't think it's raining anymore, so you shouldn't get too awful wet coming up here. Mike Coyle's going to become DJ here and put some music on.
At Meyer, we're fresh and affordable.
And if that doesn't happen, I'm going to go get my accordion.
Hello again, baseball
Stay with
fans.
us. We haven't given
I just
up.
love
Stay
extra
with
innings.
us.
I mean, what's not to like about more baseball, right?
the Woods crew from the Woods Beach Band. They've got the automatic machine that works off a cell phone somehow. I don't know. Anyway, way too complicated for me. Need those final numbers to stick on the car? They got some. Just see the Woods family back in the Beach Bend pits before 8 o'clock. Yeah, because they got other things to do besides cut out numbers all night. Down by the oval. So 94 Vectra motorhome diesel pusher. What kind of diesel engine? That make any difference? Okay, if you need numbers, Beach Bend, just find somebody from Beach Bend before 8 o'clock because they got other things to do. Okay, they're happy to help you out, but they got other things to do. Thank you. By the way, we are doing some stuff on the track. That can only mean one thing. These people are paid by the hour and they have to do some work. Well, no, we got at least try, right? And visually, it doesn't look too bad out there. So we'll find out for sure. We're doing some stuff on the track. Buy your letters, and Ron's going to turn the radio back up. Don't go away, Ron. There you go. Thank you. We'll be up here in the tower. If you've been here before, you know the drill. You get out in front, you stay away from Kevin Pepper's $8,000 camera because he's taking like the official pictures of everybody when they're up on stage. But you can sneak up behind him or off to the side and use your cell phone and get one of your favorite driver or everybody, whatever you'd like to do. We're going to do that around 6:30. Kevin's going to be up here taking pictures. So right now, we need pro drivers. Pro drivers, you don't need to bring helmets or anything else. Just pro drivers, come on up here. You'll be introduced first. So we need people like Jake Overstreet, because you'll be the first person announced and introduced to the throng of spectators. Then Adam Klein, then Kim Sparks, and down the list. The list is composed of tracks by, what do we call that? Alphabetical order, that's it. Yes, you're right. Beginning with Beacon, then Beach Bend, then Bunker Hill, then Byron, and then the C tracks. You know how that goes, right? So, pro drivers, get you up here. Base of the tower, we're going to line you up, send you up on stage. And then we need the SuperPro folks to follow them up here. And then the SuperPro bikes, and then the Sportsman. So we need all the categories up here in front of the tower. And we'll put you in a group beginning with Pro, followed by SuperPro, followed by Bike, and followed by Sportsman. We'll do that, introduce you to the drivers in a little bit less than 10 minutes. So if you would, hustle on up here. You can be rich and famous, or you can be famous. Be rich if you win, that's for sure. So all of the Race of Champions drivers in the 4 categories. Come on up here. We'll introduce you to everybody, and everybody else, family members, neighbors, team members. Plenty of room for you to get out here, either behind the fence. I don't know where Kevin would actually like to have them, but we can open that little gate out there on the other side of the fence for the spectators. We'll just slide that movable partition over and let the folks get out there. And we'll be doing that in about 10 minutes or less. As soon as we get everybody up here, we'll start the introduction. So everybody in the Race of Champions, come on down in front of the tower with your smiling faces.
So as Dennis Weiniger gets set to do our introductions here for our Sunoco Race of Champions, it's just a couple of minutes away. We got folks gathering out here to get their pictures. The gate is open there to make it more convenient for you. I want to let you know that we are live streaming this part of the event on D3 TV. So if you got folks back home that want to watch it, send them a quick text, tell them to go to the division website, NHRA-div3.com, click on the link, and they can watch this part of the event right now, these introductions. So let your friends and neighbors know back home that we are streaming live on D3 TV.
Hey, microphones live. Cool. We need Terry Willard and Rob Nixon in our pro category as we get set to introduce everybody. We've got pro folks lined up. Larry right now is working on SuperPro. Larry, don't forget Billy Rowe, okay? Don't forget Billy Rowe. Right here. Only missed one? So we got Terry Willard. We still need Rob Nixon. Why is this important? Because you guys are going to be drawing numbers out of Lukey's hat or somebody's hat, and that number will then pair you up on the ladder, right? Either that or you say, I want to race this guy. I want to race yeah. Fair and impartial. Fair and impartial. Rob Nixon is about halfway through my list. Rob, are you here? Pro bracket. Got to have him, otherwise it's not going to be fair and equitable. Okay, we're still looking for Rob Nixon. Larry over here is working on the SuperPro folks. This is our Sunoco Race of Champions introductions. Yeah, if you're looking for the spectator gallery, that would be right here. Wow. That's the most folks we've ever had. And you all know that your smiling faces will be streaming live on D3 TV, right? Everybody's smiling faces. Can somebody pretend like they're Rob Nixon here for a couple of minutes while we draw the chips? Anybody know him? Where's he from? Edgewater. Edgewater. Okay, we got him on the cell phone. Here he comes. Okay. Hey, the guy we were looking for. The last. Because we found everybody else. So Rob's right here. He's right behind Michael Resch.
Okay, he's right behind Michael.
Right here, right in front of Mr. Liddy. You'll be right there. Mr. Liddy will gather you up and ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kevin Pepler, the official photographer of Division 3. Yay! Photos and more. And seriously, If you guys don't have a picture of your race car, talk to Kevin. Right back here by the bridge. Right here by the bridge, and he can get you a picture of your race car, wheel stands, or whatever you want. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Going to introduce you to the pro competitors in the Sunoco Race of Champions race that we hope to get completed today. We'll start off. As soon as Lukey is finished with whatever he's doing, told you they're drawing, they got chip numbers on there, so this is how they pair them up. From Beacon Dragway, as far as I could tell, brand new competitor in the Race of Champions, Jake Overstreet. Jake would say, I don't know, maybe I've been here 2 or 3 times. From Beach Bend Raceway Park, I think Adam Klein's been here before, Race of Champions. Yeah. This is Adam Klein, folks. From Bunker Hill Drag Strip, Kim Sparks. Please welcome Kim. From Byron Dragway, this would be Bob Anderson, everybody. And from Coles County Dragway, USA, this is Terry Willard in Pro. From right down the road that way on Interstate 70 from Crossroads Dragway, please welcome Mike Larash. From Edgewater Sports Park, he was here last year, Race of Champions. This is Rob Nixon. From Gateway International, down there in St. Louis area, Madison, Illinois to be more precise, please welcome Chad Liddy. Chad? And from Lucas Oil Raceway, making the big tow from here, this is Craig Richardson. Craig? From Lions Raceway Park, please welcome James Gibbs. From Killcare Dragway over there in Xenia, Ohio, this is Jason Ford, everybody. From Mid-Michigan Motorplex, you might recognize his uncle's name. This is A.J. Selleck. Okay, he's not his uncle, but always hope, right? Milan Dragway. This is Chuck Lewis, folks, representing the folks from Michigan. From Muncie Dragway, please say hello to Larry Wright. National Trail Raceway, this would be Jeff Ronan. Let's see if I can tell where Don is from. Oh yeah, Ohio Valley Dragway. It's on his shirt on Scalf. Please welcome Don. From Pacemakers Dragway. Oh, by the way, Neil is right upstairs here, you know. This is Hoyt Johnson. From Route 66 up there in Joliet, this is Don Dumdy. And bringing up the end of our introductions here, this would be Summit Motorsports competitor. Please welcome Wes Buckley. As Kevin gets everybody rearranged here according to belt size or whatever he's doing. These folks are your competitors. The Sunoco Race of Champions for 2016 in the pro category. They've worked hard to get here. And they'll all try to beat the other person. They all know who they're matched up against, I do believe, because Lukey has done that for us. Yeah, don't tell the photographer to get out of the way. Okay, everybody says it's okay. All right, here we go. On the count of 3. I'm not counting. Yeah, smile, you guys. You beat everybody else at your home track to be here on stage. Super. Once again, your pro competitor, Sunoco Race of Champions. They'll be out here in a few minutes. Congratulations, everybody. Not a better looking group have we had on stage. Well, until maybe the next group. SuperPro folks, where are you? My capable assistant, Mr. Larry Robertson, has put them all in proper order. Hopefully. Otherwise, you'll have to do it all over again. Okay, SuperPro folks. Let you make your way this way. Okay. Hey, you've been having fun so far today, discounting the rain. But the rain was a good break. Settled the dust, right? Yeah. Like we needed all that to settle the dust. They're drawing numbers back there now. So let's start off the introductions here with our competitor from Beacon Dragway, who would be walking this way toward me, toward the gate. SuperPro. You're Dennis? Okay, cool, nice name. From Beacon Dragway in our SuperPro category, Sunoco Race of Fuels, please welcome Dennis Duckett. And from down there, Bowling Green, Kentucky, Beach Bend Raceway Park, this is Adam Klein. I think Adam's been here before. From Bunker Hill Drag Strip, everybody, this is Rex Ambrose. From Byron Dragway, Dennis DiValerio. On the July 4th weekend, up at Byron Dragway, they raced 3 separate days, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or whatever it was. He went 28 straight rounds, won 2 races, and got runner-up in the 3rd race. On a roll, on a roll. Am I in the way? Probably not. From Coles County Dragway, please welcome Walt Edwards. Walt, you're on stage. This way. Here he comes, here he comes. Walk. Oh, up. Bring him across. Yeah, because you got to get up here where everybody. Walt, come on this way. Let me show you how this is done. Walk up here, 1 foot after the other. There you go. Put a Hawaiian shirt on Walt, and he just can't remember where he's at. Okay, Crossroads Dragway. Down there in Terre Haute, this is Bill Pirtle. From Edgewater Sports Park, go ahead and walk up on the stage so everybody can see your smiling face and cool shirt. From Edgewater Sports Park, Michael Needham, everybody. He was here a year ago. Didn't quite make it to that final round, darn it. From Gateway International down there in the St. Louis area, this is Corey Landolt. From Lucas Oil Raceway, James Monroe. He knows how to win. Wasn't here last year, but this year will be different. Lions Raceway Park. This is Nathan Jones, everybody. From Killcare Dragway in Xenia, Ohio, this is Nathan Jones. I'm sorry, Jason Ford. You met him before when he was in pro, right? Guys racing in 2 classes in Race of Champions. Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Get the thumb on the right line here. This is Joe Bauman, everybody. From Milan Dragway. This is Kerry Kyle. Carl Kyle. They made 2 mistakes down here. Wait, this is not my error, is it? No, I didn't think so. Once you get to be announcer, you can just blame everybody. From Muncie Dragway, please welcome Todd Clark. Okay, we're going to skip over National Trail for a minute. Come back here. Fellow announcer, driver, you still have the Anglia? Fiat? Cordoba? Anyway, for National Trail Raceway, there's Billy Rubbin, SuperPro. Kidded around with him for 30 years, I bet. Ohio Valley Raceway, please welcome Shane Williamson, everybody. From Pacemakers Ragway, this is Bill Leahy. Bill's wife was responsible for gathering everybody to buy those raffle tickets today. Thanks to her for the draw. From Route 66, this is Mike Rosen. Rosen, I knew that. And from Summit Motorsports Park, please welcome Alan Moore. Alan? Okay, Kevin's going to get everybody organized again in the proper order. Because organization in photography and portraits, so very important. Everybody lined up here, and I think we had everybody. Yes, we did. So is Kevin back up? How about a big round of applause for these folks? They won everything back at their home track and got enough points to be here. Your SuperPro Sunoco Race of Champions competitors. You beat everybody else. There's only 19 of you up here. Somebody's going to go away a winner and somebody a runner-up. Big round of applause for these competitors. They're all friends now. Wait till the green light comes on. You're going to beat the other guy. It's a friendly rivalry, to say the least, right? Okay. There is a metal detector you folks need to go through when you leave here. You know, you pick up a trophy. Ding, 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 ding. Billy Rowe, take it out of your pocket. We should be going to our motorcycles next. SuperPro bike. SuperPro bike. And someplace back here is Larry Robertson getting everybody organized or doing his best to organize. Is this your motorcycle group right here? Lukey's got the motorcycle guys. Okay. Would that be Kurt Clark? Kurt, come this way. We're going to make a star out of you. Even before you race. Even before you race. As we introduce our SuperPro bike competitors here, the very first guy on stage from Byron Dragway. Please welcome Kurt Clark, everybody. And Kurt rides a Harley? No, okay, out at home, okay. From Coles County Dragway. This guy's been here before. He's won everything. This is Chad Isley, everybody. Competed with us last year in Sportsman category in the Race of Champions from Crossroads Dragway. This would be Austin Toole. Austin Toole. I'm sorry, yeah, you're right. That's the wrong column. Hello. Thank you very much. Would you come over here and help me out? There's no bike from Crossroads. No bike from Edgewater. This must be Phil Humphrey. I said that quietly. Please welcome from Gateway International Raceway, Phil Humphrey, everybody. From Lucas Oil Raceway, a guy who knows his way around the drag strip in cars and bikes, this is Wesley Wells, everybody. From Killcare Dragway, here we go. This is Mackenzie Witham, motorcycle rider. From Mid-Michigan Motorplex, Bob Baruta, he's been here before, racing, getting points, and having a lot of fun. From Milan Dragway, say hello to Joe Novak Sr. And from National Trail Raceway, Bruce Sauer. He was not in the Race of Champions last year, but he's been here before. And Pacemakers, this is your competitor from Pacemakers. Say hello to Dave Hill, everybody. And from Route 66, this is Dan McCartan. Nice shirt. Last but not least, from Summit Motorsports Park, this is Nick Shaw, everybody. Go first or go home. Okay. Smaller group because not all the tracks run motorcycles. Not all the tracks would have enough to send a team. So these are your team members. Sunoco Racing Fuels, Race Champions in the category of Super Pro Bike. How about a big round of applause for these folks? Everybody remember when Chad Isley used to drive a 750 Honda motorcycle with an automatic transmission? Yeah, he did a long time ago. So we're going that way apparently, or this way. It doesn't make a whole lot of difference. One more time, folks, big round of applause for these motorcycle riders. So that leaves one more category. And that would, of course, be Sportsman. We'll start off once again with the representative from Beacon Dragway. As soon as Lukey lets them draw a sacred poker chip with a number on it. Oh. So as we start off with Beacon Dragway, because he has a Beacon shirt on. In the category of Sportsman, this is Jason Buchanan, everybody. From Beach Bend Raceway Park, this is Bill Crutcher, carrying the number 21 proudly on his car. Was here last year in the Race of Champions. Before that, Bill, you had number 1, didn't you? Yeah. What does number 1 mean? Beat everybody in the world. Beat them in the world. Well, at least in sportsman category. Bunker Hill Drag Strip. Here's Randy Well for everybody. Malalewski. I got to say it 4 or 5 times before I can really remember it. Okay, from Byron Dragway, the guy with the most difficult name to pronounce, Brett Malalewski. Byron Dragway, also known as Brett Michaels. From Coles County Dragway, say hello to Alex Winkler. And from Crossroads Dragway, like Nick Agresta says, perfect name for a racer. This is Austin Toole, folks. From Edgewater Sports Park, say hello to Brian Hendrickson. From down there in the St. Louis area, Gateway International Raceway, this is Eric Lipka, folks. Where they make Budweiser across the river. From Lucas Oil Raceway, this would be Craig Richardson, everybody. Oh, Craig? I'm sorry, wrong column. Thank you much. Need some help. Getting old. From Lucas Oil Raceway, this is Dalton Deffenbaugh. Well, look how they put your name on here. Deffenband. Deffenband. Must have been the handwriting. Okay. From Lions Raceway Park, say hello to Josh Pickett, everybody. From Killcare Dragway, this is Doug Thompson. From Mid-Michigan Motorplex, this is Ken Hansen. He was here last year. Get the Menard shirt on. Cool. Let's build stuff. Let's tear something apart. Milan Dragway. This is Marion House, who was here last year in the Race of Champions. Muncie Dragway. He was here last year also. This is Larry Schubert, folks. Yeah. National Trail Raceway over in Columbus, Ohio. This is Dana Thompson. And from down there in Ohio Valley Raceway in Louisville, Kentucky, say hello to Buddy Rogers. Buddy and his band will be playing later on tonight. He's a guitar player, you know. Pacemakers Dragway. Here's Austin Eveland. Whoa. Cool jacket. From Route 66, say hello to Paul O'Keefe, the sheriff of Route 66. And from Summit Motorsports Park, here's James Ring, everybody. If anybody's counting, there should be 19 folks up here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm rounding up. 19, exactly, yes. So Kevin gets everybody organized. Once again, these 19 racers beat everybody at their track, and here for the Sunoco Race of Champions Race 2016 at Lucas Oil Raceway. How about a big round of applause for those folks? Good group of folks up here. Your Sportsman competitors, the Sunoco Race of Champions for 2016. Somebody's going to win and somebody's going to get a runner-up, and after that, well, you just do your best. Another race within a race. We're glad to have you folks here. Glad to have everybody here. Family, friends, crew members, neighbors. Well, thanks everybody for coming down here, cheering on your competitors from your home track or people you know from previous years. Streaming live on D3 TV. Who's responsible for D3 TV? This guy right here, Warren Evans. It was his brainchild, and after he conceived the idea, 9 months later it was on the track, or something like that. What are we going to do now? Well, we got to get some reorganizing upstairs. You can see way down track we still have some vehicles on the track surface that are obviously doing some good. Otherwise, you're just burning up gas. So thanks everybody for coming down. We'll provide some more things for you to listen to, hopefully intelligently, in just a couple of minutes. Thanks for coming down. We'll be right back. Well, just to give you an update, there are still safety vehicles on the track down there. That's why we put red flashing lights on them. Because, well, pretty soon we'll actually need the lights that are on these pole things out here to brighten up the landscape. Musco Lighting coming to our rescue once again. Everybody knows where Musco Lighting is from, right? Muscatine, Iowa. Yep. Right down the road from the Quad Cities. Hey, that's in Division 5. Hey, I know that. I have a couple of racers, at least one racer from Iowa, I know, Davenport. Maybe one more also. So, yeah, racers from all over. Probably ought to do like, what do you call that? A database search, find me all the racers from Nova Scotia. I could even do that. That would be 0 here at this race. A lot from Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio. Not sure about Pennsylvania. I don't think so. Don't think anybody from West Virginia either. But we got Kentucky, we got Tennessee. And I might have missed one. Anyway, we'll try to keep track of that for you because sometimes people want to know that sort of thing. I'll tell you what, keep it quiet here for just a couple of minutes while they're working down there. Not that anything coming out of the announcer's mouth or the PA will disturb those workers down there, but you might need a couple of minutes of quiet too. I do really seriously want to thank everybody. I think that's probably the best group of people and the largest number of people we've ever had out here to cheer those Race of Champions folks on. We've been doing this a long time. Hasn't been 40 years, but it's been a bunch. So once the word is past us that we have a clear track and we got cars in the staging lanes, of course we have to call cars first, right? We'll be all set to go. And you thought this would never happen, right? Well, they're going to close it for today and we'll go home. We got a lot of stuff to do. By the way, we do start tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. That's the as advertised start time, 8 a.m. That would be Eastern Daylight Time for those of you that came from, I don't know, Illinois or Iowa or Wisconsin. Start tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock and go until we're done. Whatever we need to do. So, hang on. Racing about to come. Okay, here's the word from the guy with the hat. That would be our division director. Remember when we stopped, we had about 10 or 12 pro cars out here for that second time trial session of the day. Also, the Summit Shootout got a qualified kind of deal too. That was going on at the same time. So that's what we're going to start with. We haven't called you yet, but that's what we will start with. So if you were in that group of 12 that were ready to make that second pass of the day and also into the shootout, possibly, you guys will be first down the track when we call you. And then we'll go right into our Race of Champions with Pro, SuperPro, ET Motorcycle, and Sportsman. And then back into our SuperPro second time run of the day, also Summit Shootout qualifying. And we'll probably break in there sometime because that, let's see, this morning took about, I don't know, a while. How much of a while? Not quite 2 hours to get through SuperPro and motorcycle. So that's a bunch of cars there. So we may break into that and run second round of our Race of Champions. And then we'll continue on the schedule from that point on and see how far we can get before it gets dark and the lights stop working or whatever else. You get the idea. So we're going to do the jet dryer on the track here in just about a minute while they get some more excess water down at the other end, scooped up, swept off, pumped off, whatever they're doing down there. As soon as you hear the jet dryer, that means we're getting a whole lot closer. Once again, we'll start off with the point where we stopped. Those 10 or 12 pro cars that were out here ready to go, and through no fault of theirs, they didn't get to make that pass. So that's the time trial session for those pro cars, and also it's dialing for dollars qualifying. Not dialing for dollars, Shootout, the Summit Shootout qualifying. So we're getting closer. We are. There is light at the end of the tunnel. And before long, the lights will be on. Cool. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to day number 2. Oh, wait, that's tomorrow morning. Chase Hubner, we need you to the tower, please, to sign your tech card from Byron Ragway. Hey, BJ, can you look that Chase guy up and send him up here? Maybe have Chelsea do it. Chase, you need to go to the tower. Chase, seriously, we need to have you come to the tower and sign the card down here. Otherwise, you won't be covered by our catastrophic insurance should something happen. I don't know why they have him sign it, but we need it. That's the rules. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a big round of applause for Chase Hubner? Hey, crowd goes wild. Anyway, thanks, Chase, for coming up. He just looked like a Chase. Neil, however, does not look like a Chase. I'm sorry, Neil. You'll never be a Chase. You either. No. Too old to be Chases. Been in a Chase. Oh, that's right. You snake eater guy, you. Okay, Chase, you thought we wouldn't find out, huh? Happy birthday, Chase. Turned 20 today? Wow. I would have expected him to be at least 21. No, happy birthday, Chase, seriously, and happy birthday to your mom, Rhonda. She turns 39, give or take, right? Thank you. Thank you for coming up. Okay, the pro cars that we stopped and you guys were on the line in the water box and lined back up here. No more than about a dozen, I don't think. Anyway, we need you guys to come up basically under the bridge back there. You're going to be running first, so go ahead and pull them around the corner from the staging lanes, get you up there running first. All of the Race of Champions competitors, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Let's do that over on the west side. The west side only. West side only. Race of Champions competitors, all 19 times 3 plus motorcycles. So all 4 categories, round number 1. You know who you're paired up against with? Those were the drawings that we had down here with the poker chips. So, pro cars, you'll come out first. SuperPro, motorcycles, and Sportsman. So all of the Race of Champions competitors to the staging lanes on the west side of the track. That's where the sun just went down. And we need those pro cars that were scheduled to run at the very end of our pro time trial session number 2, and also qualifying for the Summit Shootout. Need you back under the bridge and probably come on up through here. I don't think it makes a lot of difference what lane you were in or what position you were in. Try to stay in that same lane though when you come back up, because that way it makes it easier for us to check off numbers, because we wrote down numbers when you were lined up back here. So get those pro cars up here. You'll be the first cars down the track, and then right into round number 1 of the Sunoco Race of Champions. And from there on, we'll run through those folks. We'll go into SuperPro time trial session. Might have to break into that to run round 2 of our Race of Champions race. And from there on, who knows? Oh, we know, because it's on our schedule. We're back on schedule, because notice we didn't put any times down here. So we're back on schedule. We just fill in a new time. Okay, so bring them up, race drivers. Okay, there were somewhere between 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cars in pro. We need those cars to just come on up here, sort of like by the ready line, and we'll get you on down track. Try to stay in the same lanes you were when you were up here, because we've got numbers to check out, make sure that, oh, who are we missing? If we're missing a car, we're not going to go back and find you, I guarantee you. You know who you were. You haven't had your second time trial today, so bring them up. You're first down the track. I didn't get my other second time trial. Well, not now. You're not going to get it. We'll have that thing later on. I do believe if I were running the show, I wouldn't let anybody else in other than the cars that we have on the list. But then, I'm not running the show. So, that would be Larry. So, if you object, it wouldn't be Larry. Okay. So, not a whole lot of vehicles on our track down there, so we need those pro cars. Hopefully you folks are idling up through here someplace, and you'll be first ones down the track. And I'll be watching. Bringing you the play-by-play action will be Larry Robertson and Neil Marshall from opposite ends of the spectrum. We just don't know what spectrum it is. It's a spectrum, yes. What does spectrum mean? It means here to there. Left to right, up and down. Yeah, don't. What do you mean don't define you? That would be impossible, Larry. It would be impossible to define you. Larry Robertson, by the way, remember a couple of years ago, okay, maybe 10, when you started doing those paintings of race cars at the track? You did one from Bunker Hill, right?
I did.
the racetrack at Bunker Hill. You've done about 3,000 of them for the Jakes family. Well, maybe not that many, but you know he's done quite a few. Not just only drag racing stuff, but NASCAR scenes, Daytona on the wall. So, pretty talented individual. Now he's expanding his artful talent into roofing business. Only out of necessity. Because his son calls and said, Dad, you know how to get this stuff off and put some new stuff on? Larry said, yeah, why? And that was your mistake. Well, I need some help doing this. Got a hammer? Could you bring both of yours? Sure. Any nails? You don't have any, do you? Yeah. Anyway, you know how kids get, right? Sometimes they need help. And if you're a talented guy like Larry Robertson, you help him. And if you're a guy like me, he would say, I'm not driving all the way to Springfield, Missouri to help you with a roof. Yeah, get Larry to help you. Yeah, call Larry. Larry's 2 miles closer. Actually, both kids haven't really called and said, hey, could you come down and fix the toilet? We got a washer leaking, and they haven't really done that. I'm thankful that they recognize my true mechanical and fixable abilities, which are pretty small. I honestly break more stuff than I fix. I swear I do. Not intentionally, but if that wrench won't work, a bigger one will. Whoops. Can't tell you how long I worked this spring to set up like an irrigation system, you know, where you hook the hose up to that thing that comes out of the house. And then the hose, the spigot thing, yeah, the faucet. What do they call it? It's not called that. Silcock, you know, comes out through so that it doesn't freeze outside. And the hose goes over here to the timer thing, where there's a connection. The timer thing goes to the little irrigation drip hose stuff that goes out through there. I can't tell you how many times I went, it's leaking, a little more tightness. Oop. Nuts. That's too tight. Back it up, get another washer. All like hooking up a hose. Couldn't get any simpler than that. I can do that. We're not going to hire a plumber to do this. That's why they say, don't put the torque wrench on this bonehead. So all of that work with the irrigation system finally paid off, and man, we got tomatoes up the wazoo. If you've ever had tomatoes up your wazoo, you know how many that can be. Jeez. But they're good. You know, we get to give them away and make friends with the neighbors. Little jalapenos. A little bit of cayenne, a little bit of habaneros. Yum, yum. Now we got salsa up the wazoo. I tell you. But it's good. We can keep that stuff all the time because my wife said, okay, this year we're going to can stuff. And I said, you're going to can stuff. I'm going to eat it. Don't talk me into that canning stuff. So life is good. Good thing she had all that training to do that stuff. Okay, Sunoco Race of Champions, folks. You remember when you pulled that little poker chip out and it had a number on it? That was not just a number for how much you're going to get paid. That is the number that goes on to the ladder sheet to pair you up, and you will be paired on the ladder sheet from here to winner's circle time. So you will be paired up. That's why it's important to come on down. It's not the last guy there gets a bye. You know that, at least in this race, and probably any race. Sometimes the bye gets picked in the first car in line, or the second car, fourth car, whatever it would happen to be. So that there is no reward for being a late person to the lanes. Not quite sure how we're doing on that pro car lineup, but everybody else back there in the Race of Champions is laddered. The number you drew will put you on either 11 car or 19 car ladder sheet, and you will know who you will race, or the potential to race the winner of these two people. from now until we're done. So, hustle, hustle, hustle. We're almost done. We can't run until we have race cars, and I know you can't run until stuff's off the track. So it's kind of a, okay, who gets to finish first? So bring them on down. We're about ready to go. Well, we have a semi-emergency announcement here. If you own a white Volkswagen somewhere over there by either from Muncie or from the Muncie team, it's behind the Muncie trailer. Okay, and the license number is 911VT1. 911VT1. You're blocking somebody's trailer. They're in the Race of Champions and they cannot get out. Okay? So, white Volkswagen, license number 911VT1. You're blocking somebody. It's really important that they get out because round one is coming up as soon as we do the pro cars and the pro Race of Champions. Please go over there and move that immediately, please. Don't make me send Neil down there. Please do that. Keeping somebody from competing. It's not fair. It's not fair. White Volkswagen 911VT, and if you know whose it is, say, hey, 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 I just heard your license number announced. Got to move the car. Please. Please do that. Thank you so much. Okay, those pro cars that are back in the staging lanes, when you were here this afternoon when we stopped about 3:30 or so, bring them on up. Get bunched up here. You're first ones out. Bring them on up, please. Bring them on up. We are so close to racing, and when we're ready to go, we don't want to have to go. Where's Billy? I don't know where he's at. Saw him up here a minute ago with his car, and then apparently backed down and went someplace. So please, bring them on up here, folks. Bring them on up.
Hey, I need Y371. If you're up there in the lanes, but you're in the back, pull to the front of lane 7 or 8 for me. Y371. Also, 3390. The two pro cars I'm looking for our time run. 3390 and Y71 to the front of the lanes.
All right, looking for Pro Car 3390. Looking for you in the lanes 3390. Getting ready to go and finish out the second round time run for Pro Class Pro Car 3390. Looking for you in the lanes, please. Well, you see them, they're on the track, got the sprayer out there, so we're getting close now. It'll be just a few more minutes, I'll get the VHT down and get a little drying on it, and we'll be ready to go. Well, okay, the sprayers cleared the track. So as soon as we get the go signal from race control in the starting line and they are ready to go, we're going to get the cars up here. We're going to finish the second time run session for Pro category. It'll also be the finish of the qualifying round for the shootout race. When they're finished, we're going to go into the first round of Race of Champions. And following that, we'll go into second time run session and qualifying round for SuperPro. Getting water put down in the water box. I'm joined in the tower by Neil from Pacemakers, who's we're going to tag team announce here as we finish out this class of pro. Welcome, Neil.
Thank you very much, Larry. Glad to be working with you today. Because you're probably just like me, used to working by yourself in the tower, right?
Most of the time.
Yeah.
Not always, but most of the time.
Yep, every once in a while you get a little help. Somebody comes up and talks a little bit for you. But you got to have the gift for gab anyway to do this, so.
Yeah, even when the mic isn't on, we're still talking to somebody usually.
Yeah, that's true. Or we forgot to turn the mic off, one or the other. That happens quite often. I hear a car start, I hope.
All right, we got pro cars coming up to the ready line, so very close to starting.
And Lucas Walker is over in the Ray Skillman lane, 93 Mustang, 440 cubic inch. Mayfield, Kentucky. That's Beacon Dragway.
Over in the Chevrolet lane, Mike Pyle from Silver Lake, Indiana, 66 Chevelle, running for Team Bunker Hill. Pyle dialed at a 688 on the right-hand side.
A 570 on the left lane. Pretty quick little Mustang here. Yes, they're getting close to getting ready to pull them out there. They're sitting there ready.
Okay, I think we're waiting on race control over there to get their computer set. They're working on stuff over there, so we'll be going here momentarily.
One of those cars can go 0.06 here.
That'd be pretty fast.
Maybe the first 30 feet. There's the dials. All right.
All right, now they got the dial ins up on the board, and the cars are rolling out to the water box, and we're back underway.
And they're also running for the Summit Shootout here positions. Finishing that up in this round of the time trials for Pro. Oh, Mustang burnt clear across the starting line. Okay. Ah, okay. We shortened up our burnout box this year, so we let them burn across the starting line.
All right, they're moving up to stage. Back at action here. This is the 40th running of the Division III ET Finals here at Raceway Park. As far as I know, we have one guy on the property who has made all 40 ET Finals. Saw him pull in this afternoon.
Mr. McGee. Nice reaction time. 572 on the 570 over on the Gilman lane.
Mike Pyle in the Chevrolet Performance Lane 690 on the 688 dial. It goes 96 mile an hour.
All right. On the race Gilman side, Doug Kaplinger out of Xenia, Ohio, in a 72 Chevelle 434 small block. Carson Griffiths here on Chevrolet Performance Lane. Kaplinger goes through with a 690 on a 686. To Griffiths, 647 on the 643.
All right, over into Muncie pits, we still have a white Volkswagen blocking one of the Race of Champions competitors, license number 911VT1. We need that car moved. One of our Race of Champions competitors over in the Muncie pits is being blocked in. So if that's your car, license number 911VT1, we need you to move your car, please.
046 bulb on the Gilman side goes through the 661 on the 57.
Jason Kiefer over on the Chevy side, 640 or 652 on the 646, 105 mile an hour.
Seeing some good reaction times here after the rain. Steve Briggins is over on the Ray Skillman side, is not running in the Dialing for Dollar deal out of Muncie, Indiana, and Muncie Dragway.
Over in the Chevrolet Performance Lane, that's Stacy Gerald out of Tipton, also running for Muncie Dragway. She's down 626, goes 630 on our dial in.
764 with an 8 over on the Ray Skillman side for Riggins. James Saunders, Ray Skillman side, left side of the track, Riverside, Ohio. 85 Firebird, Killcare driveway.
Over on the right-hand side, Peyton Fiken from Fairborn, Ohio, 69 Firebird for Team Killcare, dialed it a 616. And he's backing up into the water. They're looking out at the starting line where he's going to pull up, so he's going to back into the water. Is doing a little mop work. They're going to bring him back up, I believe.
Yeah, racers, please be real careful. Check your card before you come out onto the line. So, yep. She's mopped up, looks like. Firebird's fired back up again.
And Peyton Fiken now pulled back up to the line, getting ready to stage.
Saunders dialed at 654 over on the Ray Skillman side. Right on that one, 018 for Saunders. 662, 100 mile an hour for Saunders.
Peyton Fiken, well, that kicked us off, went to the next file. I didn't get his numbers. So if you manage to catch him on the board, looks like we have a single this. Well, we still got one back here in the lane.
Okay, one's still sitting in the lane. Wagon here on Chevrolet side. Gerald Engel, Huntington, Indiana, Muncie Dragway. Haven't seen too many of these. Oh, check out the wheel stand for the wagon. Yeah, oh, 60. Reaction goes 667 on a 64. That's pretty close to that dial. Yeah, the Race of Champions is paired back there. They drew for their pairings here when they were up for their get their pictures taken. This is a Race of Champions. Looks like this is the bye. Adam Klein on the Ray Skillman side. Franklin, Kentucky. Sunoco Race of Champions. Beach Bend Raceway Park. 627 is the dial for him. That's a nice way to start out the Race of Champions. Get a bye. right, Adam in ball set up here. Nice 038 ball for the Kentucky car. And a 626 on the 27. He goes under, which is a lucky thing. It was a bypass.
Boy, not by much. 626 with a 9 on that 627. Adam Klein, he's real close to it. Next pair up will bring in the Chevrolet Performance Lane, Kim Sparks out of Cutler, Indiana, the 68 Firebird, representing Team Bunker Hill. Get on your feet, Team Bunker Hill, for Kimmy Sparks.
And on the race Gilman lane is Larry Wright out of Dowville, Indiana. Muncie Dragway racer, 454 cubic inch, 79 Malibu, out of 697. Got a difference here of 7,800. First actual race, the Race of Champions. Since the first car was a buy. What we're waiting on.
Well, Neil, they're out there mopping up a little bit on the west,
Okay.
on the left west lane, the left-hand lane. I think what's happening, these cars driving through the water, they probably got a little dripping off of the frames.
Yeah, that could very well be.
Doing a good job out there to keep it dry and give these guys the best launch pad they can get out there. That's a tough job after a rain like this with all the water standing in spots.
Yeah,
looks like they got it.
They're going to pick it up and coming back up through the pits even. Carried in their wheel wells. Yeah, looks like they may be satisfied out there. The guys are going to burn out again.
All right, let us set up for you again. Kim Sparks, 68 Firebird. She's right-hand side, dialed at a 619 for Team Bunker Hill. Larry Wright, the 79 Malibu out of Daleville, dialed at a 697 for Muncie Dragway.
He gets .78 head start here at the starting line. Lower of the two cars. Light start on this one.
Well, Kim Sparks gets a win here in round one of Pro. 627 on her 619 dial in. Had a big advantage on the tree.
Oh, yeah. Look at dead on. 697 on a 697 with 7. Hole shot.
Yeah, he was laid off of the liner. That was all his.
.269.
I'm not sure she knew how much advantage she had. She might have pedaled off of that a little bit down there.
That could have been. Yeah. Might have cut it down.
Because she usually makes a pretty close race. That'll bring up Hoyt Johnson from Heath, Ohio, the 89 Mustang in the Chevrolet Performance Lane for Pacemakers Dragway. That's your guy. I should have let you have him. I'm sorry.
Andrew Selleck out of Orleans, Missouri. 27 2 Roadster. Whoa, 383 cubic inch stroker machine out of Mid-Michigan Motorplex. And the dial is 606 to a 644. Hoyt's going to be out there about .38 of a second. First, lower of the two cars. Hoyt's been real good the last few weeks. Put about $5 grand in his pocket in the last couple races. Very consistent Mustang. Way up there. That 27T is really flying though. Gets there first.
Oh, man, 2 great reaction times. Andrew Selig, 003, runs 6:07 on the 6:06, but it was a close race. Margin of victory, 019. Win
Nope.
goes to Selig.
Yeah, no 12 and 646 on the 44. Man, that would want to call that one by eye.
You have 012 reaction time and you're just in the way. That's hard to take, man.
Yeah, it sure is. James Gibbs, Monrovia, Indiana, 66 Dart, 491 over on the Stillman Lane, Lions Raceway Park, $672.
Jake Overstreet from Wickliffe, Kentucky, 89 Mustang, running for Beacon Dragway down to 690.
Real close off the line. Long into the track. Wind goes. Jake Overstreet. Rob Nixon over
Marion
on the
Howes,
Gilman
we
side.
need you in the lanes for pairing. Marion Howes for Team Milan Race of Champions. We need you in the lanes for pairing, please. Marion Howe, we need you in your lanes, you in your car, so we can pair you up for the Race of Champions.
Wow, take a look at Rob Nixon out of Westchester, Ohio. And I think maybe that number might be mixed up with somebody else. Old Barracuda, 69 model. But the wind goes to the right side.
Had to be Wes Buckley, the Toledo, Ohio, basic 28, goes 619 on the 6 flat dial, had a 025 to 076 whole shot start. So another win there for Summit Motorsports Park in the Race of Champions here first round. Had to bring up Chuck Lewis out of Adrian, Michigan. He's into 70 Duster for Team Milan, dialed at a 574 on the Chevy Performance side.
On the Ray Skillman side is Dundee out of Sycamore, Illinois. 57 Bel Air Chevrolet. Nice looking Bel Air. Big block. 540 cubic inch out of Raffle. 6 race way. 594 dial. About 2/10 head start. Goes to John.
Chuck Lewis, the Team Milan representative, 581 on the 574 dial in. Had to go 51 to 113 advantage on the whole shot.
96 on the 94 for the loser on that one. Greg Rickerson, 633 dial, out of Shelbyville, Indiana, and Lucas Oil Raceway here at Indy. 86 Camaro, Chevrolet powered.
He'll be going against Jeff Ronan from Newark, Ohio, 79 Aspen, running for National Trail Raceway. About at a 783 against Richardson, 633. So Ronan will get a pretty good head start here.
Good rip. When goes, Ray Stillman Lane, Greg Rickerson. Indianapolis Raceway. Breaks out at 632, but red is red. Don Scout Jr. out of Georgetown, Indiana. 87 Camaro. 350 cubic inch out of Ohio Valley Dragway on the Ray Skillman side. Chad Liddy out of Effingham, Illinois here on the Chevrolet side. 76 Camaro, Chevy 400. Gateway Motorsports Park. On the right side, the Chad Biddy. No 05 bulb. And a 658 with a 4 on a 658. That is what you call running the number. Mike Lorish out of Crawfordsville, Indiana, 66 Falcon. 408 cubic inch Ford Crossroads Dragway.
Over on the Chevy Performance side, that's Jason Ford. He's running for Team Killcare from Beaver Creek, Ohio. Dialed at a 657 in the 72 Vega.
Only 300ths of a second. You're not going to see that on the tree.
Who double breakout. Jason Ford gets the better end of it. Margin of victory 039. Jason Ford goes 56 with the 3 on the 57 for the win, being a little closer to the dial. And our last pair here in round 1 of Race of Champions for Pro Class.
Bob Anderson out of Freeport, Illinois, 66 Nova 600, 5 cubic inch Chevrolet Byron Dragway.
Over on the right-hand side, that's Terry Willard. He's from Mattoon, Illinois for Coles County Dragway USA, the 80s E28, dialed to 726. Over on the left side. Win goes to Terry Willard, the Chevrolet Performance Lane 726 with a 0 on the 726. 003 reaction time at 3 thousandths package.
Tough to beat
That's as good as it gets. Okay, that's gonna. Okay, we're gonna have to ask you for some cooperation out there, folks. We're not gonna run any more cars. We're gonna have to get these golf carts over on the west side of the track. Too many golf carts. Race cars are having to drive around through the water to get around. Golf carts don't belong there. Move those golf carts out of the west-hand side. We need the kids back away from the racetrack. Come on, folks. You know how these tracks work. Let's clear that out down there. Over on the west-hand side, Jay says we're not running another car until we get that cleared out and the people get out of there that do not belong there. You come up there if you are there to help a car that is in competition at the moment. Photographers only in the photographers area down there. Clear those golf carts out on the west side. We're going to need your help here to get back and clear that lane. We're getting a dangerous situation down there. So we would ask that you go along with us if you can. Help those people move out of the way. Ask them, if you would, nicely to please move back, go get in the stands, come back on the other side of the fence into the viewing areas. Still got some golf carts down there. If you are not in a direct support of a car, those carts don't belong there. Even if you are in support, they should be back here behind the ready line. So we're going to have to ask you to move those out of there, folks, and keep that area clear. We got race cars that need to come back up the return road, and they need that area. So we're going to need you folks to cooperate with us a little bit and move back there, please. Move those golf carts out of the way over there on the west side. Okay, we thank you very much for your cooperation over there. Thanks, everybody, for your help on that. And now we're getting ready to go here. This is round 1 eliminations in SuperPro Race of Champions. Yeah, Bill Leahy, the defending champion. Nice guy. Was happy to see him down here again when during the introductions when we was lining him up. He's going to be going against Joe Bauman, Chesaning, Michigan, 58 Corvette for Mid-Michigan Motorplex, 526 dial in against Leahy's 476. Yeah, they're getting to be a prize. Oh, big advantage on the starting line for Bauman, and it's enough to hold on for the win. 018 to 055 reaction. Bauman goes 526, 529 with the 1 on the 526 for the win here in round 1 of SuperPro. Over on the Chevrolet Performance side, that's Corey Landholt. He's running for Gateway Motorsports Park. He's running the dragster. 474 dial in against the 653 dial. Dragster's got work to do. Can't do it. And coming up for Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis, this is James Monroe from Bloomington, Indiana, 496 dial in for Killer James. He's got a lot of wins under his belt, a tough racer indeed. Both of them tickling in very gently to stage up. James Monroe, Killer James, he pulls it out. He was behind off a starting line. 0-1-2 reaction for Needham against the 0-21 for James Monroe. James Monroe manages to deal the win out of a 497 on the 496 for James Monroe. Needham just ran off 32 on the 30. Be going against Carl Kyle. He's out of Rossford, Ohio with the 2015 Diamond Chassis Dragster, running for Team Milan. Milan Dragway, dialed at a 517. Dragster's in trouble again. Over on the Chevrolet Performance side, that's Alan Moore. He's running for Summit Motorsports Park from Brunswick, Ohio, dialed at a 488. Win goes to Alan Moore, went for Summit Motorsports Park. He goes 490 on the 488 dial in. He was behind off at the tree, 32 to a 29. And for Team Bunker Hill out of Peru, Indiana, it's Rex Ambrose, a 67 Chevy 2, Rex dials 668. He's been on a roll this year. He had a points lead that was going to be hard to catch for anybody from Minnesota. Oh, Rex Ambrose, how did he pull that out? 037 reaction to an 017. He got treated bad, but runs 669 with a 7 on the 668 for the win, 83 on the 78 for Di Valerio. Wow, Rex Ambrose got away with one there. And the 90 Camaro running for Team Beacon Dragway out of Calvert City, Kentucky, Dennis Duckett. He's dialed a 520 in the Camaro. So he's going against the dragster. He's going to get a bit of a head start. Better than half a second there. All right, east side only, SuperPro for your qualifying round second time run. Here on this Friday at the ET Finals, we need SuperPro east side only, SuperPro east side only. To the lanes, please. Okay, once again, on the east side, SuperPro, we need you to the lanes, but we need golf carts moved on the east side. You're blocking the staging lanes. We need those lanes to bring these cars up and fill those lanes so we can get through with this qualifying session for the shootout race, second time run for SuperPro. This is east side. We need those golf carts moved down there, open up those staging lanes so the east side SuperPro cars can get in.
Bill Rowe out of National Trails. Jason Ford out of Killcare. 478 to 465.